Chapter 641. As the Banshee Legion commander had revealed, Wingian's reverse scale was hidden atop its elongated tail feathers. So what about it? Despite having his reverse scale exposed, Wingian was not at all perturbed. Do you think you could even dare to strike at my reverse scale? Know that even your horns, eyes, beak, and wings have been shattered. Almost a complete destruction of his entire body, and yet he still bluffs. However, Wingian's bluster was not entirely in vain. Indeed, our heroes struggled to get near his tail, especially the tail feathers, as long as those of a phoenix, which Wingian wielded freely. He lashed it like a whip, spread it wide like a peacock, and feathers continued to fall from there. So far, our attacks worked, thanks to good luck and timing. During the wave breeze pattern, when he was immobilized in midair, we could continuously pummel his face. We managed to cut off one of his wings with Verdandi's critical strike and brought him down successively. But he was a son of the Black Dragon, a real dragon. We couldn't kill him that easily, and Wingian, rampaging on the ground, would not allow a fatal blow to be dealt. Kira! Even with his body half destroyed, Wingian fiercely resisted, and our heroes began to suffer more injuries. Seeing our heroes knocked down like bowling pins, I swallowed dryly. At this rate, checking the time, I clicked my tongue internally. The next breath is coming soon. Until now, no one had died from his breath or feather barrage, but we were pushed to a dangerously precarious situation. I almost died myself. Once the next breath was loaded and another feather barrage prepared, the damage we might sustain was unimaginable. We had to make a move before then. That was when it happened. Tadadat, someone rushed past me towards Wingian. I saw a flurry of long, white hair. Startled, I exclaimed. Nameless! Nameless had been stationed elsewhere along with Damien with the magician party. When did she run back here? Your subordinates were worried, so I came to support alone. Nameless turned around and gave me a slight smile. You can work me a bit harder, Ash. Every time I dealt with Nameless, my feelings grew complicated. Her ill-fated destiny and the anxiety that she might transform into something else someday. But right now, we desperately needed her help. I nodded, and Nameless dashed forward. On the battlefield just then, the blind swordsman Nobody was drawing his blade from its sheath. Over here. Flash. Nobody's strike, second to none except in accuracy, flew in brilliantly in Cherik. It cleanly bisected Wingian's tail feather. It had been a series of missed strikes throughout the battle, but this one hit was a home run. Wingian released a roar filled with pain and rage, and Nobody laughed heartily. I've beheaded the enemy leader. It's not the neck, man, that's the tail. Nonetheless, a significant feat. As Nameless passed by the blind swordsman, she also drew her long sword from her back. Her worn iron sword gathered a dazzling swirl of light. Nameless one! Sensing Nameless's presence, Wingian turned to attack her, but Duskbringer leaped in front of Wingian, wielding her chained greatsword. Dare you be distracted in my presence? Don't get cocky, half-dragon. Wingian, with too many enemies to hate, was nearly driven mad. He remained in a state of frenzy. He seemed to decide to face Duskbringer first. The evil dragon opened its massive beak wide and then snapped it shut, precisely capturing Duskbringer's chained greatsword. Ah! Die! Then, as Duskbringer's movements halted for a moment, Wingian unleashed the magical power, and sonic boom gathered in his mouth. Quang! A terrible explosion erupted from Wingian's beak. A single breath and dragon roar, a sonic attack combined into Wingian's main restraining technique. In the game, it was a damn technique that had repeatedly ground my vanguards to death. However, what? As the smoke cleared, Duskbringer was already not there. Duskbringer had already released her chained greatsword and was running across the massive head of Wingian. The chained greatsword had quickly disassembled and was reforming as armor on her body. As soon as the chained greatsword was caught in Wingian's beak, Duskbringer transformed it into armor. She extracted herself from his beak, safely withstood his attack, and climbed upon his head. Isn't the technology these days amazing? Duskbringer, laughing heartily, saw her armor flow like waves before reshaping into a greatsword in her hand. I have lived for over 120 years, yet every day is still new, from greatsword to armor, and back from armor to greatsword. Effortlessly controlling the Lord of the High Tower, Duskbringer stood above Wingian's brow. What wonders might the future hold? Can you even imagine? Brilliant sunset-colored magic power gathered in the raised chained greatsword of Duskbringer. You couldn't, with your impoverished imagination. That's why you only plot to end the world. How dare you climb on my head, a mere wretch of barely 100 years old, insolently? What does it matter if I am a wretch, or a mere halfpenny, you ancient relic? Whether it was the first time someone had climbed on his head or not, Wingian was utterly blinded by rage, paying attention to nothing else. Swoosh! In the meantime, Nameless slid on the ground between Wingian's legs, slowing her speed, and pointed her sword of light downward. The reverse scale on the cleanly severed tail feather glistened openly. Without hesitation, Nameless swung her sword of light from below upwards. Simultaneously, Duskbringer brought her chain greatsword down vertically with a roar. I have seen far more of this world's beauty than you have. The sword of light released by Nameless ripped through Wingian's reverse scale from below, shooting upwards, and Duskbringer's sunset-hued greatsword smashed Wingian's head horn, striking from above downwards. The fierce trajectories of both lights met in the center of Wingian's body. Flash! The area lit up as brightly as the massive light that exploded. In that immense light, the ancient evil dragon was cleanly obliterated. As the dazzling light dissipated, Wingian lay torn to pieces. Ah! With his head severed, the evil dragon uttered a low testament. While his raging hatred had burned fiercely, it now cooled off emptily, and with hollow eyes looking at the sky, he muttered, "Father Eye." The light in Wingian's remaining eye faded. Thus, the wings of the black dragon were silenced. As Nameless walked away from the fallen Wingian, she swiftly sheathed her long sword, shaking off the blood, and strapped it to her back. Having confirmed Wingian's death, Duskbringer transformed her greatsword back into coat form armor and with a snort turned around. The coat of chains clinked and fluttered at its hem. Watching these two impressive figures, I muttered quietly, "Somehow, I've just been narrating this whole time." While my comrades were fighting a mythical battle, I had only been watching from afar. No, but I am the commander. It was a good show. A win-win situation, huh? As the two approached me, they suddenly looked at each other. Duskbringer grinned and gave Nameless a thumbs up. "That was awesome, Sister Nameless. Good kill." Note: reminder that it's polite and friendly to refer to an older girl's Nuna, aka older sister. Not just Nameless, but everyone listening turned baffled. It wasn't the conversation, but the addressing that was the issue. Perplexed, Nameless pointed to herself. "Sister, haven't you said before you were 500 years old? Since I am just a bit over 120, you're the older sister, right?" Well, that's true. But it's just the image. It's strangely awkward to see that dragon lady treating someone as a senior. It feels weird. Sis, then. But after a slight smile, Nameless awkwardly returned the thumbs up to Duskbringer. "Right, I am older than anyone here. Feel free to call me sister or whatever you prefer. It was a good kill for you too, Little Dusk." Little Dusk? What kind of rootless title is that? Listening to us, our faces grew even more distorted with distress, but the two women didn't care and exchanged thumbs up, laughing heartily. Well, if Dusk and Nameless are happy, that's all that matters. Ash ash cha cha cha. Anyway, we had safely dispatched Wingian. There had been crises, moments when we almost died, and there were quite a few injuries. But once again, we had managed to defeat the dragon without any deaths. I surveyed the heroes around me, trying to assess the situation. Tend to the wounded first, gather the loot, and prepare for a slow retreat. Just then, SSSSS, a chill ran down my neck. I wasn't the only one to notice something was off. Nearly all the heroes sensed something and urgently grabbed their weapons. "What's this?" I quickly turned around, and then there it was, the dark sky of the Lake Kingdom. From afar, an anciently majestic creature flew toward us, spreading its evil energy beneath it like a cloud, like a carpet. It fluttered its long, two-pronged beard as it flew. In its front paws, it held a giant orb each, observing us with keen, flashing golden eyes. A long, massive Eastern-style dragon. "Scalian!" Recognizing it at a glance, I shouted. "It's the pure scale of the black dragon. Everyone, prepare for battle." At my command, the utterly exhausted heroes quickly reformed their ranks and began preparing for dragon combat. Damn, I didn't expect it to intervene so soon. This is why I had mentioned the possibility of consecutive battles before, not just because we had to fight these creatures one after the other in the game. In the game, it was a rare event that, when one of the dragon's siblings died, another would appear immediately for revenge. And in the worst-case scenario, we could literally face 3 consecutive battles. I prepared for it, but really, did it have to come now? However, I also knew. More often than not, the situation during battle wasn't the worst. Circumstances always seemed to spiral even lower than my worst expectations. So it was inevitable, in a way, predictable that this dragon would appear here. My lord! Suddenly at my side, Lucas gestured to a scroll he held. It was a dungeon escape teleport scroll. He suggested we should not overextend ourselves and escape. But we can't do that. Why else would we hunt these dragon sons before fighting the true black dragon? To craft a dragon slayer, a weapon capable of inflicting damage on that transcendental dragon king. But using the dungeon escape teleport scroll means forfeiting all the loot, meaning the creation of a dragon slayer from Wingian would become impossible. We only escape in the worst-case scenario. Until then, we must fight. And we had kept our trump cards in reserve, the mage party. Not having exhausted this critical force and keeping them immaculately on standby was in anticipation of this possible series of battles, especially since the mage party needed to save as much magical power as possible for the battle against the Black Dragon's Eye. Damien had used his ultimate move once but should be rested enough to fight. He could probably use Black Queen too. Come on, dragon. Whether it's one battle or several, it doesn't matter. I'll give you a taste of our power. And then, Kugang, gliding smoothly through the sky, the pure-scale Scalian landed gently at a distance from us. Chapter 642, The Dragon's Body Has a Reverse Scale. This scale grows in the opposite direction to the other scales that make up its body, and merely touching it can drive the dragon into a frenzy of rage. That is the reverse scale. But what if there is a dragon whose entire body is made up of reverse scales? And if there is just one scale on this dragon's body that grows in the normal direction? For that dragon, which would be the real reverse scale, what is right and what is wrong? Who decides that? I ask the people of this world, what is the principle that decides what is right and what is wrong? Nightbringer, they say, is a dragon whose entire body is covered in reverse scales. As a dragon against the heavens, even the direction of its scales is completely opposite to that of ordinary dragons. And just like a normal dragon harbors a single reverse scale, Nightbringer harbored just one scale that grew in the normal direction. That was the pure scale. Nightbringer tore this pure scale from his body and threw it into the Milky Way. And from this torn pure scale, Scalian was born. So went the mindless contents scribbled down in the setting book, which I found myself grumbling about unconsciously. No, shouldn't it be called a sequential scale rather than a pure scale? Pure is used in the sense of being unadulterated, while sequential is in the sense of being in order. Shouldn't it be a scale in order if it's the opposite of a reverse scale? Why did a pure scale come out? Anyway, I was turning over even these needless details in my head as I tried to unearth any weaknesses of the dragon that had landed before us. Kugang. As the giant oriental dragon touched down, a cloud of dust billowed up. Its long whiskers fluttering to the sides, Scalian surveyed us with its round golden eyes. A tense silence flowed between monster and man. We were ready to rush at it and swing our weapons at any moment, while Scalian calmly surveyed us. Then the great dragon's mouth slowly opened, and it finally spoke. Ah, really sorry, no, I mean excuse me. I left my glasses in the lair. Rushed out so fast that this happened. I'll be right back if you could just stay here, would that be okay? What is this guy saying? Is he offering to retreat voluntarily? If that was the case, there was no reason to refuse, so I hesitantly nodded. Then Scalian's face brightened, and it immediately kicked off the ground. Just wait a moment, just a moment. I'll be right back. And then it flew off at a terrifying speed, only to return huffing and puffing shortly after, sporting an unusually large pair of glasses that didn't quite fit its face. Ah, now I can see well. Scalian, somewhat embarrassed, unnecessarily raised its voice as it turned its head briskly. Then Scalian, with its glasses and large eyes, scanned us and burst into an open smile. The giant dragon's expression softened like a puppy's. Ah, to actually meet you in person. I've wanted to meet the guardian of the world and his heroes. I've thoroughly researched your exploits. It's really amazing how you've managed to defeat such monsters with those small, tiny hands. Is this sarcasm or genuine admiration? Unable to decide, Scalian slowly raised its front paw. The startled heroes on our side immediately pushed forward their shields, readying for defense. Everyone likes you, but my favorite hero is you. And the one Scalia pointed at with its paw was Violet. Ha! Violet, who had been hiding behind me, let out a stunned noise. A mechanical whirring sound came from within Perkian, who was carrying Violet. It sounded suspiciously like it was on alert. Scalia shyly spilled out its preferences. Maybe it's because I am fundamentally a dragon. I feel a strong attraction to thieves, wondering when they might rob my lair, that kind of bad opponent. And such a thief, moved by a great cause, participates in a grand war to save the world. I love such narratives. It's delicious. Violet, suddenly the enemy's top favorite character, muttered with an indescribable expression. No, I don't care about any great cause. I didn't even want to participate in the war. I was just dragged here. Why am I? Unpopular with human men, but like this with dragons. Unsure whether to be happy that someone liked her or angry because it was an enemy dragon, Violet was thrown into confusion. In this bizarre atmosphere, I rubbed my aching forehead. What is this dragon up to, really? Unlike Wingian, he had not a hint of the majesty one would expect from a vile dragon. Well, maybe it's easier to deal with if he lacks that dignity. I sighed deeply and spoke in a serious tone. I'm not interested in whatever fascination you have with us, dragon. Ah, of course I like you too, Ash. Your unyielding will, and your lousy talent. I like that too, no doubt a talent unfit for a hero, but you struggle on with it. No, that's enough. Stop talking. I know my stats are low. Shut your damn mouth, you cursed dragon. I snapped in irritation. If we came here to fight and kill each other, cut the crap and let's get on with it. We're already quite tired from killing your brother. I just want to chop off your head too, and then clock out. Especially with the back-to-back battles, it's nerve-wracking enough without your babbling. As I got prickly, the cowed Scalian bowed its head and observed me cautiously. To get to the point, I didn't come here to fight you guys. I narrowed my eyebrows. So what? Aren't we supposed to be fighting over the existence of the world anyway? If you're not here to fight, why come at all? Don't tell me you came just to have a favorite talk. You've killed my brother Wingian, so next you'll come to kill me. Right? That's correct. Following Wingian, I plan to hunt down Scalian and then Ippian in that order, as we could easily raid them with the resources we had. I have a request. Scalian cleared its throat with a cough and looked at me earnestly. Please kill me last. What? I stuttered, confused, then managed to ask. You mean after killing your older brother Ippian, you want us to take you down? No, no. Even later than that, Scalian smiled wryly. After you defeat my father, Nightbringer, then kill me. I had so many questions, but I started with the most pressing. Why? I didn't understand the motive behind such a request. It was baffling. Because I want to see, Scalian then slowly explained. How you'll kill my brother Ippian, how you'll kill my father, Nightbringer. I'm curious about the method, the story. I'll tell you up front. I'm a child of the Black Dragon. I belong to a clan that seeks to annihilate the world, and I indeed wish for the world's end. It's an undeniable truth that I am also an enemy you must fight, calmly affirming that it was our adversary. But more than that, I'm curious. The dragon revealed its inner thoughts. Ippian is strong, and Nightbringer is incomparably stronger than anyone. I want to see how you will deal with them. If we must fight and kill each other, I at least want to see the end of this story. Scalian looked around at us carefully. Guardian of the world, and heroes, you have fought battles that were nearly impossible. There were countless times you should have been wiped out, but you've made it this far. We still held our weapons aloft, wary of it. As someone who has followed your journey, I can't stop the story here. Whether you die or I die, I can't allow the story to end here. That's my true feeling. The dragon stopped speaking, and I let out a long sigh. So you're asking, to delay our fight, you want to watch the story of us killing your brother and your father? Yeah, that's it. How about it? Not a bad proposal. I responded immediately. I refuse. Eek! Startled by my blunt reply, Scalian was taken aback. I growled. To kill Nightbringer, the Black Dragon, we need a dragon slayer forged using you. It's already a near impossible task to bring down Nightbringer using all the dragon slayers created from your brothers, and you ask me to postpone our fight till after. That makes no sense. Then Scalian tilted its head. It seems like I could replace that dragon slayer now. Actually, it's the opposite. The weapon forged by killing me would inherit my traits, essentially replacing my role, right? Technically, yes. So, is there really a need to make me into a dragon slayer? I could just join the fight directly. I frowned at this absurd suggestion. You're saying you'd help us kill your father? Yes. Why would you go that far? Well, Scalia smiled sheepishly. To be honest, even with my full support, I doubt you could defeat my father. Ash, you don't understand the terror of my father. He's unlike any entity you've ever faced. Though Scalian's voice still carried its characteristic nerdy vibe. You're going to die. Your comrades, too. Your city and your alliance will be annihilated, and the world will end. There was an unprecedented certainty in its voice, that we would surely lose the battle against the Black Dragon. It wasn't just a prediction, it was stated as an inevitable fact. And still, you join my side. Teasing, Scalian nodded. That's right, I'd join your side. The world's going to end anyway, right? Might as well choose the more interesting side, don't you think? I put my hands on my hips and sighed heavily. Then I looked around at my heroes. Everyone was watching me. Their gazes were anxious, but also full of trust in me. After a brief contemplation, I glared at Scalian. How can I believe anything you've said is true? Is there a need to believe? Scalian pointed towards Perkian, who was carrying Violet. Just cast your mind control on me, like you did on Perkian. Become mine is a skill that can be used once per stage. But this time, the monster side had self-applied a penalty, skipping a total of 4 stages. Because of this, I was currently able to use the Become Mine skill a few more times. No, but that's not the issue. You're saying you'd willingly subject yourself to my mind control. Is this matter worth that much to you? I told you, Ash. Laying flat on its belly, arms spread out, Scalian disabled its mental barriers. The world is about to end. On the day my father marches, everything will burn. If it's my fate to shatter along with the world at that time. This was, in its own way. I want to have an adventure alongside the heroes I've always admired before that happens. It would be its last amusement in the dragon's life. Chapter 643 thus. Suddenly, pure scale of the black dragon Scalian had become one of my captured monsters. I groaned as I looked at the list of my captured monsters in the system window. No, why? Am I really becoming a capture monster master? And it's filled with legendary ones at that. To think there are as many as 2 dragons. If a capture monster championship ever took place, this would be championship-level power. If I had known, should I have tried to capture Wingian too? Or maybe Ippian? Gasp, what if there's a set effect when you catch them all? As I muttered about the achievements I might have missed, a rebuttal came from behind. That's going to be tough. Scalian, who was fiddling with the collar-shaped restraint around his neck as if it were curious, explained. It's hard for me to say this as a dragon friendly to humans, but my brothers despise humans to their very bones. They'd rather kill themselves than become your subordinates. Suddenly, I remembered Kali Alexander, who had committed suicide upon becoming a captured monster, despite being friendly to humans, and the figure of Salome, who had willingly become my captured monster. Which category does this guy in front of me fall into? Does he really intend to be on my side? Scalian was currently polymorphed into a human form. Messy long hair, large glasses of the same style he wore as a dragon, and a voluminous robe. He was definitely a handsome man in his original form, but his gloomy complexion and the awkwardly raised corners of his mouth ruined his looks. He was oozing nerdiness. Strangely, he feels like a kindred spirit, which makes me feel weird. Memories of being retro-addict flashed in my brain. I shook my head quickly. Gah, no. Now is not the time to form a nerd connection. Phew, enough. We'll talk more later. I snapped my fingers. For now, just get stored away. Ooh, to be stored away in subspace like this. Scalian, who had been marveling, vanished into my capture monster-exclusive subspace with a whoosh. Perkian was sucked in as well, and Violet, who had been lying on top, fell to the ground with a shriek. I clicked my tongue inwardly. Is there any point to this? It seems dragons can tear through subspace and come out on their own will anyway. Anyway, with Scalian's interruption taken care of, and luckily, Ippian didn't barge in. It seems today's ordeal is finally over. All right, everyone, good work. Let's wrap this up. Grab your stuff and let's go home. I had the heroes gather the corpse of Wingian and the loot from Rare. While everyone was busy collecting the loot, I looked around. And I need to take care of these bastards. Standing awkwardly on the side was the Banshee Legion commander. She was still holding the head of the Dullahan Legion commander in her arms. "Leave them to me, Prince Ash." Diarmuid and his party of mages raised attack spells in their hands in unison. "We didn't get to do anything today, so at least let us take these guys down." Having been excluded from the battle in anticipation of further dragon intrusions, the mage party was itching for action. Diarmuid chuckled wickedly as he approached the Banshee Legion commander. "It's a bit disappointing that our only prey today is a dead Dullahan and a half-crushed Banshee, but if we can take down a monster—" Just then, the Dullahan Legion commander's head, which the Banshee was holding, suddenly opened its eyes. "I'm not dead yet." "Whoa!" Startled, Diarmuid jumped back, and the other heroes around screamed in shock. Carried away, I screamed along before suddenly regaining my composure and trying to regain my dignity. "No, I thought you were definitely dead since you were just ahead. What the heck? Dullahans are always separated from their heads. Just being ahead doesn't mean I'm dead." "No, I knew that, but you had your eyes tightly shut, so of course I thought you were just dead." See, it's bad for my heart." Diarmuid's legs went weak, and he trembled as he searched his pockets for medicine. "Oh, Grandpa, you need to be careful watching horror movies at your age." Then the Banshee Legion commander, still holding the Dullahan's head, spoke up. "Hugh-ha, why are you pretending to cry while being able to speak just fine? Just say it with words. Ooh-hoo-ha, Bars, Tard, Hugh-ha. You just said bastard, didn't you? Definitely called me bastard. Guardian of humanity, I have a proposal." The Dullahan Legion commander spoke. I'm not particularly fond of horror movies, so it was uncomfortable facing him, but I still listened attentively. "Let's hear it. Wouldn't you allow us to join your alliance as well?" I furrowed my brows. The Dullahan Legion commander continued calmly. "The Black Dragon clan has not only enslaved our legion for centuries, but also killed everyone like this. I want revenge on them. If I can contribute to their destruction, I'm willing to cooperate." I snorted. "So you just don't want to die right now?" "Honestly, that's not entirely untrue." Diarmuid, who had taken his heart medicine, seemed better and began doing aerobics with a huff and puff. Flames wrapped around his fingertips as he slowly did his health exercises, and it was clear he'd roast these monsters once he finished. The urgency slightly heightened in the Dullahan Legion commander's voice as he continued. "But our hatred towards the Black Dragon Legion is certain. If we can contribute even slightly to their downfall, we'll do whatever it takes." The Banshee Legion commander chimed in. Black dragon bastards. Hugh-ha. Now you're swearing quite naturally, Banshee." I pondered for a moment. The surrounding heroes and Monster Legion commanders stiffly waited for my decision, while Diarmuid continued his slow aerobics. Huff and puff. Sigh. After exhaling deeply, I nodded. "All right, but you'll have to become my captured monsters. I still have a few uses left of become mine. There's no reason not to accept Legion Commander-level bosses if they fall into my trap without resistance. These guys haven't really harmed us, after all." A faint smile crossed the Dullahan Legion Commander's fearsome face. "I will gladly do so." The Banshee Legion Commander sobbed pitifully. "Oh, Hugh-ha, thank you, Hugh-ha. Either cry or speak, please choose one." I used Become Mine in rapid succession and captured the Dullahan Legion Commander, only the head, and the Banshee Legion Commander speaks well. Thus, today's Capture Monster Hall. I've enlisted pure scale of the Black Dragon Scalian SSR as an ally. I've enlisted Dullahan Lord Black Rider SSR as an ally. I've enlisted Banshee Queen Cleardna SSR as an ally. It's like reluctantly accepting perishable food from the neighbors. Isn't today's haul insanely good? All SSR grade. Ha! No joke. Am I really becoming a capture monster master? I briefly entertained the thought before shaking my head. What would I do even if I became a master? There's no championship league. Get yourselves together. I'll call on you again. I snapped my fingers, and the two Monster Legion commanders were sucked into subspace and vanished. Sweating, the heroes looked at me, and I nodded. "Well, that's that. Let's all head back. Time to wrap up and rest." "Yes." The rest of the heroes hurried to assist with collecting the loot. Hee, it really feels like my cardiovascular health improves when I do the ivory tower health exercises I developed myself. After finishing his exercises and returning late, Diarmuid looked around with wide eyes. "What, Prince Ash, where did all my achievements go?" Thinking it bad for his cardiovascular health, had cleared everything away. I massaged the grumbling old mage's shoulders as we walked together towards the exit. Well, need your great performance in the next battle. Let's conserve your strength until then. You really mean that, Prince Ash? I'm counting on you, I grimaced. Really, because in the next battle, this old mage must shine. We took down Wingian and captured Scalian. Next battle, it's Ippian. A tough battle was approaching where our frontline mages would truly suffer. After returning to Crossroads and taking a break, the next day, I went straight to the forge. The loot acquired from this free exploration was lined up inside the forge. Celebi couldn't help but marvel repeatedly as he inspected Wingian's scales and feathers. Amazing, truly amazing. I've never seen materials like these in my life. Tustivian was also an exceptionally fine, top-grade material capable of creating powerful equipment. But Wingian was of a higher class. After all, it was a genuine dragon species. These feathers are particularly remarkable. Celebi picked up a feather and waved it. Not as good as the scales, but still robust. And above all, light. Rear support heroes can wear this equipment without burden. Typically, normal armor is heavy, burdensome for mages, rear supports, and heroes like me with weaker stamina. Equipment made from Wingian's feathers would provide an excellent alternative. Please make robes or capes from this. And then the mages should wear them first. They're going to have a tough time in the next battle. No, Lucas, who had followed me and was standing behind me, spoke in a stern voice. My lord, you should wear it. My lord, please. In the last battle, you almost didn't make it. If it hadn't been for Hecate and the Glory Knights, it would have been really dangerous. Lucas, who had much to unload, poured out his reasoning, and Evangeline, standing behind him with her arms crossed, nodded in agreement. There are always variables on the battlefield. No matter how cautious you are, my lord, accidents that you overlook are bound to happen. I recalled how Wingian had gathered its breath, even as it fell with severed wings. Such a thing would be impossible in a game. But this is reality. The transcendent will and hatred of the evil dragon will continue to target the parts I least expect. Evangeline and I, the Glory Knights, and many others are prepared to risk our lives to protect you, my lord. But there may be situations where we cannot reach you. I could do nothing but grunt in response. Please wear proper armor. This is advice from your bodyguard. All right, all right. Celebi, then make a cape as a top priority, please. Include a barrier creation artifact in it. Make it strong enough to withstand at least one dragon breath. Celebi looked incredulous. This guy, see if he has any conscience. A cape to withstand dragon breath. It seems possible with these materials, doesn't it? Why not give it a try? Just because it's not his job to make it, he talks so easily. However, Celebi did not ultimately refuse. Despite his grumbling, the smile tugging at the corners of his beard suggested he was already excited about the prospect of making it. We'll handle the regular equipment like that, but this will be the real challenge. Thump, a beautifully glowing magic core was placed on the workbench. We all swallowed our saliva as we gazed at it. Wingian's magic core. In other words, the dragon heart. Just as the dagger Isagam, made from the dragon heart of Tustivian, possessed an extraordinary destructive power. The equipment to be made from the even more powerful dragon of Wingian's magic core would also be incredibly potent. Celebi squinted his piercing eyes at me and asked, So, what do you plan to make with this? Chapter 644 equipment made from a dragon heart, or the power core of a dragon, is significantly more powerful and efficient than other gear. Moreover, the characteristics of the dragon to whom the dragon heart belonged are reflected. Wingian's innate traits include mind control, feather bombardment, and flight. Of these, mind control is notably the most significant. If I were to create a piece of equipment that enhances the mind control ability by 100%, and I used it, it would synergize incredibly well with my gaze of command. If enemies vulnerable to mental attacks were to swarm, I could single-handedly control their minds and defeat them. However, the immediate problem is the enemies that need to be defeated right now. The immediate threats are the Eye of the Black Dragon, Ippian, and Nightbringer, a high-ranking monster with overwhelming resistance to mental status abnormalities. Especially against Nightbringer, the likelihood of mind control being ineffective is overwhelmingly high. Perkian was a combat-oriented individual among the Black Dragon troops and had low magic power, yet I managed to force mind control on him by repeatedly applying elemental disassemble, and Scalia could be captured only because he removed his own barriers. The two dragons I captured were special cases. Realistically, using mind control as a tactic against the remaining dragons is difficult and inefficient. The second option to consider, then, would be feather bombardment. If I were to create a bow or a long-range weapon utilizing the feather bombardment ability, it would boast remarkable power. If I were to imbue bows or crossbows with the feather bombardment trait, they could wipe out several waves of enemies with insane firepower. Suddenly, I thought of burnout. If that elf archer were still alive, this weapon would have been a great option. But feather bombardment is primarily specialized for dealing with multiple enemies. It's not about a concentrated single shot, but optimized for striking a wide area simultaneously. In other words, it also won't play a significant role in the next raid. What's needed now is a powerful shot that can penetrate the hard scales of a dragon in one go. Perhaps it would be better to give up on the feather bombardment and create a regular breath-powered gun for immediate dragon hunting. Anyway, skipping the feather bombardment trait leaves. The flight trait. I became lost in thought. Even in the game, it was possible to create armor with the flight trait granted by Wingian's power core. The armor released had a wide area flight special function that could temporarily make all nearby allies fly. This equipment would provide mobility to our allied artillery. At least once, it would allow them to dodge the dragon's wide-range attacks and more actively operate mages and ranged attackers. Good. After much thought, I decided. At first glance, it seemed the most mundane, but creating equipment that would aid the survival of our rear-line troops through wide-area flight. I detailed this intention to Calabi, and he nodded in agreement readily. I thought I'd make a weapon as flashy as Imperial Edict. But, well, this isn't bad either. Besides, it's your decision after all. I grinned. For a mage, survivability equates to offensive power. Rather than firing a spell and retreating from the field, if this equipment can assure survival and allow for bolder movements, it will undoubtedly be an asset in battle. Most importantly, in the upcoming battle, Eye of the Black Dragon raid, the flight feature will be of great help. So it's armor, but what kind of armor? Celebi asked, and I replied immediately. A robe for mages, please. Following that, I fiddled with my hands and chuckled heartily. Finally, it's time to present a fine piece of equipment to our flame magus. Listening, Evangeline tilted her head. The flame magus? You mean Sister Lily? Then, from the other side, Lily, who was working on something with the alchemist guild master, looked over in shock. I waved my hands frantically. No, no, the older one. Why are there so many flame maguses in this place? After checking on various tasks throughout Crossroad, I returned to the Lord's Manor late in the afternoon. Oh, I'm tired. I'd love to take a long nap, but there's so much to do. I first wanted to talk to Scalian. After all, he was one of my captured monsters, could communicate, and was friendly towards humans. There must be some information I could extract. However, when I checked, this guy wasn't in the subspace. Perkian was missing as well. Where have these guys gone again? I have a guess. Lucas muttered begrudgingly, and I had a hunch too. So, to the Lord's Manor garden. Sure enough, both problematic dragons were gathered here. Perkian was curled up as if embracing a precious egg, encircling someone in the middle with his long body. Without saying, that someone was Violet. Kill me. Violet, with a pale face, stared into the void, drooling from the corner of her mouth. Her condition worsens by the day. Ah, ah, ah. On the opposite side, Scalian in human form was fidgeting, glancing towards Violet. Then, as if gathering courage, Scalian took a deep breath and stepped forward towards Violet. I have something to say. Then, vra-ra-ra-ra-ra, Perkian got angry. His whole body turned red, emitting a fearsome engine sound. From what looked like an electric massage chair about to switch to combat mode, Violet looked at Scalian with drained eyes. Scalian, not knowing what to do, stepped back. No, it's nothing. And soon after, he was crumpled in a corner, whining. Oh, I want to get along too. Fine, one more time. This nerdy dragon did not give up and kept circling the area, and each time he got closer, Perkian reacted prickly, continuing to wrap around Violet. Watching this from a distance, I muttered in dismay. Why are they shooting a romance fantasy? Romance? Lucas asked incredulously as if to say, where do you see that? But isn't that exactly the setup? like titles such as Born to be Loved by Dragons or Dragons Obsessed with Destroying the World Choose Me. Unexpectedly becoming the protagonist of a dragon romance fantasy, Violet, caught between two dragons, was so pleased she even shed a tear. Looks happy, so okay. Anyway, I couldn't just watch this disaster unfold indefinitely, so I made my presence known by approaching. Then the two dragons and one human turned to look at me. Zip. With amazing speed, Violet dashed out from between the two dragons and grabbed my trousers. Your Majesty, I mean, handling one was tough, but two is crossing the line. I can't take it anymore. I'm going crazy. I'm dying. Cutting off Violet's continued pleas, I simply replied. Salary doubled. Two dragons, so double the pay. Okay. Violet had already received a significant salary boost when she was assigned exclusively to Perkian, and now double that. She became stunned by the shocking financial remedy. While Violet was momentarily stunned, I gestured for Scallion to come over. I had come today to try to extract some information from this friend. Ah, hello, Ash. Scallion awkwardly waved his hand and then approached me hesitantly. Watching a love fantasy or breeding diary unfold between two dragons and one human was fun. Or perhaps forming a nerd sympathy bond with this nerdy dragon could be enjoyable too. Scallion. But I decided to focus on a more pressing issue. Tell me about your brother, Ippian. Cutting to the chase, Scallion shuddered. I looked Scallion in the eye and enunciated each word clearly. His strengths, his weaknesses, and everything else you know. The last Black Dragon Legion to defeat before heading to topple the Black Dragon, the Eye of the Black Dragon Ippian. Of course, I already knew about Ippian, his strengths, weaknesses, and hidden aspects. I've defeated him several times in the game. This question was both an attempt to reconcile information between the game and reality, and a test to see if Scallion would correctly provide that information. I still don't trust this guy. He may act clueless, but this guy is one of Nightbringer's most powerful offspring. I'm not going to trust him easily, whether you are truly on my side or not. This question and answer session will make that clear. To what extent he had read the intent behind my question. The seemingly clueless dragon's face suddenly sharpened, and a smile of enjoyment appeared on his lips. Scallion naturally sat at the outdoor table in the garden not far away, his golden eyes sparkling behind his glasses as he looked at me. All right, then, we should start with this. Brother Ippian is the only multi-headed dragon among father's children. I clenched my fist at his following words. He resembles father's true form the most, hence he is the eldest, three-headed Ippian. Since each of his heads can use breath, magic, and dragon fear separately, he is the most challenging monster to face among the children of the Black Dragon. And he also resembles the seven-headed knight bringer the most. Eddie's Honey Inn. Second floor, Junior's room. You can really do a good job, right? Hecate, wearing a robe and sitting in front of the mirror, asked with a half-doubting voice. Behind her, Junior chuckled and flashed the scissors in her hand. I've been cutting my siblings' hair from their infancy through their teenage years at home. I'm probably better than your average hairdresser. I trust you, Junior. Hecate clenched her eyes shut, and Junior took a deep breath before carefully picking up the styling scissors. Hecate had taken the full brunt of Wingian's breath in the last raid. Though her burnt and crushed body quickly recovered, her long hair was gone. Her hair had reverted to the short style she had during her school days. Actually, since I was appointed to the Glory Knights, since I was cursed, my body hasn't grown at all. My hair doesn't grow, and my nails don't grow either. Forever preserved in the appearance she had at her graduation ceremony. Though Hecate had lived like this, she wanted to show Lucas a changed look when she came to Crossroad this time. So, wanting a change of image, she had donned a dress and shoes she usually wouldn't wear, and even bought an expensive wig. But now, even that wig had burned, and Hecate's hair was back to its original short look. Shocked by her unchanged appearance from her school days, Hecate had locked herself in her room. Junior, worried, came to find out what was wrong and offered a solution. Short hair could be styled in many ways. Trust it to her, the best hairdresser of the Jupiter family. Even now, you're quite cute. Absolutely not. Lucas, that guy, doesn't even see me as a woman. No, maybe that's just because that knight's perceptiveness is legendary. As they chatted and relaxed Hecate's nerves, Junior brought the scissors to the side of Hecate's head. Cut here, trim there, and with heat and wind magic. Junior may not have the sophistication of a hairdresser from the imperial capital, but she was confident she could make a cute style change, at least enough for Lucas to notice the difference. Having calculated her moves, Junior advanced the scissors, and Hecate swallowed her nervous saliva with her eyes tightly closed. That's when it happened. Burst. Cough. Hecate, are you here? I have something to say. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and Duskbringer burst in. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Hecate jerked violently, and Junior swallowed a scream. Snip, and then, the scissors, going much deeper than Junior had planned, chopped off a large chunk of Hecate's side hair. Hecate's beige hair fluttered and scattered in all directions. Hecate hunched over in the chair, Junior holding the scissors, and Duskbringer, who had just opened the door and was still holding the doorknob. All three remained motionless, as a hellish silence ensued. The same thought crossed everyone's minds. This is a disaster. Chapter 645. It's okay, it's okay. With a chunk of her side hair brutally chopped off, Hecate smiled nonchalantly. I'll just die for a moment and come back. Then I'll be revived with my old hair, and we can continue. How can you say something so horrifying? Junior desperately grabbed Hecate, who was staggering towards the exit. Hecate kept trying to slip away, saying, I know many painless ways to die, so it's okay, while Junior clung to her, pleading, I'll try to fix everything, so don't die. As the two women struggled, Duskbringer blocked Hecate's path with a heavy sigh. First, Hecate, I must tell you why I've come here. At that moment, Junior, who had been clutching at Hecate's hem while lying on the ground, shouted with a face full of injustice. It's all because the Duchess suddenly opened the door, causing this mess. Apologize first. That was not my intention. Anyway, listen to why I came here. Ahem. Duskbringer, gathering her breath, looked seriously at Hecate. Hecate, your curse is nearing its end. At those words, Hecate's red eyes regained focus. Hecate slowly faced Duskbringer, who nodded. Since coming to this front line, you have already died twice. Once in an accident at a construction site. Once more during a Wingian raid while saving Ash. Hecate had died and was revived by the curse. I created the curse on you, so I know. Duskbringer raised her small hand and lifted one finger. One more time. If you touch death just once more, the curse on you will dissipate, and you will end. One more death would be the third death at this frontline. At that time, Hecate would end, Duskbringer declared calmly. Junior, with eyes wide open, stuttered. What do you mean, it ends? It will revive one last time. The problem is what happens after. Duskbringer, crossing her arms, sighed. Normally, one gets suspended, both soul and body preserved, unable to move or decay, just frozen alive. Eek, Junior, swallowing a scream, asked urgently. What if she's lucky? Isn't there a better outcome? This is the lucky outcome. This is good. Are you saying there's a worse scenario? Yes, in the unlucky scenario. Hecate clenched her fist tightly. You become a wraith. A wraith? You mean losing all reason, memory, and pride? You would seek to slaughter everything around you, Duskbringer declared calmly. Simply put, you become a monster. That's why when the Glory Knights near suspension, they transfer the curse to a successor and prepare for their end. The end, you say? If suspended, you'll be entombed alive. If turned into a monster, your successor will behead you personally. A sneer formed on Duskbringer's lips. The curse grants immortality while active. This is a fair price to pay. How can this be? Don't be too harsh, young mage. Both this child and I have come too far for that. Duskbringer clicked her tongue as she looked at Hecate's short-cut side hair. So, Hecate, don't waste the last of your lives over something as trivial as hair. Besides, it's not like there's no third option. Both Hecate and Junior's eyes widened. Duskbringer's bitter smile deepened. As the inventor of the curse, I've come to make a proposal to you, the last generation of Glory Knights who can no longer inherit the curse. Duskbringer's amber eyes glittered with a sinister darkness. If you dislike the endings of being buried alive or beheaded as a monster, how about it? Will you listen to my proposal? After ending her proposal, Duskbringer left the room. I'm sorry about the side hair. Ahem. With just that, she left. As Hecate mulled over Duskbringer's proposal, she slumped back into the chair in front of the mirror. Junior, awkwardly standing behind the thoughtful Hecate, eventually took a deep breath and raised the hairdressing scissors again. Hecate, yes, now that it's come to this, I mean your hair, why not try something adventurous? Hecate looked at Junior in the mirror with curiosity. Junior rambled on. After all, that night, Lucas, he doesn't care how hard we try to look good. That's true. Then how about we do the opposite? Go all out. All out. Really bold, just try something new that you haven't done before. They were talking about hairstyles. But it was also about Hecate's curse. On the brink anyway, why not boldly seek another path? At least it's better than being buried alive or beheaded by comrades. Junior unwittingly added more. The world is ending anyway. The world might be doomed soon, right? Of course, we are struggling to prevent that, but still, it's the end of an era. When else to take such bold adventures, right? Hecate, who had been blankly listening, finally chuckled. That's true. Ha! If the world is ending anyway, why hesitate to try things we've never done before? Hecate closed her eyes and leaned back in the chair. Let's do it, an adventure. Please take care of it, Junior. Make it so bold that Lucas will have to open his eyes wide. Junior grinned and adjusted her grip on the scissors. Leave it to me. As Hecate felt the scissors touch her hair, she asked cautiously, But how are you going to make it bold? Snip, rustle. The already heavily cut side hair fell off in another bunch. Cold sweat trickled down under Hecate's chin. Junior. Just a moment. But Junior's eyes, reflected in the mirror, had already entered a state of magical concentration. Hecate watched her beige hair fall in small pieces, screaming silently inside. After the conversation with the Scalian, evening, I took the heroes from the Lord's mansion to a restaurant downtown because Evangeline had been whining about wanting to eat out. The world is ending. I am going to eat everything I want. Let's go out and eat. Really, using the end of the world as a cheat code to throw a tantrum, do I have to indulge everything? Of course, I was indulging her. Damn it. Once we sat in a cafeteria, chosen by Evangeline, she picked up the menu chattering. This place is delicious. They arrange new terra cuisine in southern style, and there's not a single bad dish. Basically, they make Seoul cuisine spicy like the southern style. Is there ever a dish you find unpalatable? Ignoring my quip, Evangeline called over a waiter and started ordering. A young waiter earnestly nodded as he took down Evangeline's endless meat orders. So how was it, my lord? Lucas, who had been satisfied watching Evangeline's meaty orders, suddenly asked me. You mean the talk with the Scalian? Yes, I'm curious if you got the answers you wanted. Yeah, it was enough. The Scalian had faithfully answered my questions. The strengths and weaknesses of the Ippian, hidden elements. Each of the three heads' personalities, the rare location of the Ippian, especially what to watch out for, and more. It matches the information in the game. No, it was even more detailed. Thanks to that, I could establish tactics for confronting the Ippian. The Scalian was definitely cooperative. However, I still couldn't trust the Scalian. Of course, it's foolish to trust a surrendered enemy commander right away. But more than that, I felt a certain eeriness from him. What is it? Naturally, we use each other as needed. If the Scalian proves helpful in the Ippian raid, and the Nightbringer raid, I'll milk him dry. But what are his true intentions? What really is his reason for cooperating with us? People are beings who strive to understand each other, Lucas suddenly uttered, and I quickly looked his way. This is the definition of a person you gave on this front line. Are you going to apply that rule to the monsters too? If Scalian truly tries to be on our side, would I see him not as a monster I need to kill, but as a person I need to protect? That was Lucas' question. How much darkness are you willing to embrace? I couldn't answer easily. Lucas was about to ask something more with a serious look on his face when, you were all here. Junior's voice came from the direction of the street. I exclaimed, oh, and looked over. The grand sorceress of water and wind has arrived. Good timing. Let's grab some food, Toge. I stopped mid-sentence. Behind Junior, an utterly transformed Hecate was approaching, not knowing what to do with herself. Hecate, your hair has changed. It used to be long and lush beige right after arriving at the front line. It turned into a bob cut reaching below her neck after being burnt in Wingian battle. Now it was a sharp, ear-revealing pixie cut as if drawn in a picture. Does it look strange? Hecate seemed awkward with her significantly shorter hair, and I gave a thumbs up. No, no, it suits you perfectly. Since I was partly to blame for Hecate's hair burning, I exaggeratedly raised my thumb. It actually looked quite splendid. Just then, Junior, raising her nose, chimed in, I did the cutting. It's not easy for a woman to pull off a short cut. That's true, it's not easy. It was one of my dreams, but I knew it wouldn't suit me. I wanted to see it look good on someone else. Fortunately, Lady Hecate was there. Hee, I took the chance to fulfill a personal desire. Good job, good job. But what mattered wasn't mine or Junior's opinion, but Hecate's and her object of interest Lucas's opinion. And surprisingly, no Hecate. Lucas was incredibly pleased. You look absolutely cool. Eh, oh, ah. A startled Hecate blushed. Lucas ran up to inspect Hecate's hair and nodded in satisfaction. A knight's hairstyle should be functional after all. Stylish as it is now, how about going even shorter next time? If you want, I'll shave it myself with a razor blade. Listening to this, we all swallowed hard. Could it be, this knight thinks Hecate looks cooler because her hair is shorter than before? You look totally cool, Hecate. This is the coolest look I've ever seen on you. With a smile, Hecate began to tremble, then clenched her fists. She spat out, even if the world ends. Ha! Even if the world ends, you're still clueless, you jerk. Hecate grabbed Lucas by the collar and started a scuffle, and the surrounding heroes rushed to intervene. The cafeteria instantly turned into a battleground. Junior, with a pale face, muttered softly, "Did I do something wrong?" No, no. I handed Junior one of the drinks the waiter had just brought out, took a sip from my own glass, and murmured, "It's because the world is ending just." Still, I secretly wished to see this peaceful scene last just a bit longer. Smiling wryly, I chuckled. A few days later, the equipment made from Wingian's magic core was completed. Simultaneously, the preparations for the Ippian raid were also finished. Chapter 646 Crossroad Downtown, the Smithy. Ha, hoo. Diarmuid let out a sinister laugh. Today, he was clad in the gear crafted from the newly completed magic core of Wingian the Old Phoenix. The robe, thick with dusky grey feathers, suited Diarmuid quite well as he stroked his long beard and stood confidently. It gave him the air of a villain from a martial arts novel. Something about him reminds me of the leader of an evil sect. He didn't look like a hero of the righteous path. It was more the other side. Maybe it was because of the color of the robe. The old mage seemed quite pleased with his new gear, spinning around in place and inspecting himself in the mirror. Truth be told, I've never mentioned this, but yes. Every time the other youngsters received impressive gear, I wondered when it would be my turn. I looked forward to it. You've been expecting this. I had no idea. I didn't show it, but I thought, why are they making me wait so long? What are they planning to give me? And just when my disappointment was about to reach its limit, you managed to deliver just in time. Hoo, Prince Ash, you really are perceptive. No, I'm not. I didn't realize you thought that. Of course, I didn't show my surprise outwardly and simply smiled. It took a while to find the right gear to present to you, dear Mudin. How do you like it? Good, very good. The gear crafted in our exclusive Ivory Tower workshop is already powerful, but this one is on another level. Then Diarmuid snapped his fingers. And this feature is amazing. With a snap flap, large wings unfurled from both sides of the robe. Onlookers ducked to avoid the spreading wings, all while expressing their amazement and alarm. It's like giving wings to a tiger. Diarmuid referred to himself as a tiger, but no one thought it was arrogant. After all, this old man truly deserved that title. With these wings, I can cast flight magic on all our allies in the vicinity. We'll be able to easily dodge even the dreadful dragon attacks. Diarmuid flapped the wings for demonstration and then flashed me a grin. Plus, it enhances sensitivity to wind attributes. With this, so you can use wind magic now. No, that's not my style. I'll use the wind to fuel even stronger flames. He was quite openly a pyromaniac, this old man, always looking to enhance his fire magic. Besides this special function, the robe, infused with a dragon's heart, also boasts impressive performance. Particularly, I was impressed by the built-in magic amplification feature. It works just like the artifact power amplifiers currently in use on the front lines. It can amplify magical power a limited number of times. It's truly a piece of equipment that gives wings to Diarmuid, who is already a formidable damage dealer, a nuker. For a mage, there might be no better equipment than this. I will make good use of it, Prince Ash. Holding a flame in his hand, Diarmuid muttered, "Now I can avenge those children even better. Having seen the other gear distributed to the heroes, you should know." I felt the need to remind him. That equipment is also a sort of nightmare slayer, imbued with the malice of monsters. Please be careful how you use it, Diarmuid. Don't worry too much. To have survived this long in such a position, one must befriend the darkness. Diarmuidin laughed ominously. No half-hearted darkness can bring me down. I silently nodded. Diarmuidin is the strongest offensive mage on the front lines, owner of the Ivory Tower, and as he says, a veteran of many battles. Naturally, I trust him. Meanwhile, several other pieces of equipment were being produced simultaneously. Some were custom-made for me. Here, this is that infamous cape you ordered, Celebi announced, waving a thin, red cape like a matador. You have no idea how hard we worked to pack defensive capabilities into this thin cape. Especially these past few weeks, we've been stoking the magical fire in the forge to the point of melting, even adding more firewood. At that comment, I suddenly looked around and saw members of the production guild, covered in sweat and black soot, scattered throughout the smithy. It wasn't for nothing. The production guild members were indeed dying. Carpenters and stone masons were deployed mainly for the assembly of the city walls, while blacksmiths and alchemists were busy with the production of equipment. Since magic construction techniques and assembly work were necessary for the city walls, blacksmiths and alchemists were also deployed there. The creation of equipment, likewise, required stone masons and carpenters to repair the existing forges, build new ones, and select stones that could withstand magical fire and the right kind of fuel to burn. With a shortage of labor, even individuals from the four major races with the necessary skills were drafted to lend a hand. Everyone was filthy, but continued to work silently. Thanks to this, both the repair of the city walls and the production of equipment were on schedule. I'm sorry for making you all work so hard. Celebi, who handed me the cape, grumbled sourly. Hey, we have it easier here than you heroes risking your lives on the front lines. Don't apologize. Everyone on the front lines is fighting with the readiness to die. My complaint was just, Celebi made a motion as if gulping down a mug of beer, asking for a refreshing drink now and then. Got it. Ha, understood. I'll make sure it's a top-notch drink. Right, right. Anyway, here's your cape. Celebi gestured to the cape in my arms and scratched his head. It should withstand a blast. You probably won't die, maybe. Were you just saying that, or did you really manage to do it? Just don't get hit on purpose. You might not die, but you could get seriously hurt. Understood. I'll think of it as for emergencies. Then I also received a suit of armor. This time it was specially crafted for me, fitting my body perfectly. I was emphatically instructed not to pass it on to anyone else. The heroes under my command all rushed in and forced me into it. I messed up, so just let me put it on myself. Considering your poor stamina, it's been made especially lighter. Thank you so much. It seems everyone in this city has memorized my poor stamina, I muttered as I finished putting on the armor. The armor, made of thin leather, was comfortable. Although not comfortable enough to sleep in, it seemed I wouldn't feel any discomfort while running or rolling around. As I dressed in the armor and cape, all the heroes around me sighed in relief. Was I really that much of a concern to them before? Other heroes were also receiving and donning new equipment. Dressed in armor, robes, and capes, all the heroes looked noticeably darker in appearance. It was inevitable, since the equipment was made using byproducts of the Black Dragon Legion. It felt like everyone had taken a step closer to the darkness, which didn't make me entirely happy. The raid on Ippian is scheduled for tomorrow morning. I looked around at the heroes, led by Diarmuidin, and announced once more, "Make sure to rest well, everyone." The heroes nodded solemnly in response. The Black Dragon Legion raid seemed extensive at first, but was now nearing its end. The battle with Ippian is tomorrow. After encouraging the heroes who would depart tomorrow, early in the night, I returned to the mansion and headed to the garden. That constellation over there is the lighthouse, see, standing tall at the entrance of the Milky Way, stretching out, illuminating other constellations like a lighthouse. In the garden, a lecture by Scalian on constellations was in progress. The dragon, more knowledgeable in human lore than humans themselves, was lecturing not only Violet and Perkian, but also other Gamblers' Club heroes and even the mansion servants, who were all listening intently to the night sky. Especially Perkian, who had initially been wary of his sibling, now stretched his featureless head long into the night sky, completely absorbed. Violet placed one hand over Perkian's head, showing him the night sky through illusion, while munching on cookies with the other hand. She seemed much more at ease. And that one is the claw, also known as the plow. It looks like a claw, but also like the end of a farming tool, right? So in ancient times, it was a constellation that both hunters and farmers prayed to for prosperity. When he mentioned the claw, Perkian stretched his neck even further upward. He was nearly standing on his spot. Wow, Claw, I'm falling, I'm falling. Violet couldn't maintain her stance and screamed, startling Perkian, who then slowly lowered his posture and gently enveloped her. That's right. Good, good. Violet, her hands greasy from eating cookies, casually wiped them on Perkian's head. Perkian, whether he realized it or not, submitted to her touch like a well-trained beast, assigning rules among the stars thrown into chaos, carving names and symbols, and giving them stories. Isn't human creativity truly amazing? Meanwhile, absorbed in his own tale, Scalia continued his lecture regardless of the surroundings, even though they don't know the true nature of the darkness beyond those stars. Ahem! The constellation talk was interesting, but the pressing matter wasn't this. As I cleared my throat and approached, the people in the garden turned to look at me. Your Highness, you've arrived, Your Highness. Yes, I have. Now, since we have a sortie tomorrow, let's all start wrapping up for today. Following my command, everyone began to disperse with sounds of agreement. Scalian, approaching the dragon, who seemed disappointed to be interrupted, I asked bluntly, are you really not planning to help in tomorrow's battle? I've told you, Ash. Scalian scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. I want to watch from the sidelines to see what measures you humans take and what heroic battles you fight. If I join in, the balance will be completely ruined. Are you expecting it? How you will defeat my elder brother? I considered using Imperial Edict to force him to participate, but if I had to drag this guy into the battlefield, it would be more fitting during Nightbringer raid, not the Ippian raid. What about Ippian? Isn't there any chance of persuading him? Avoiding battle, if possible, was the best course. I looked around at the two captive dragons in my garden and asked, I heard last time that if the world ends, you die too, right? Wouldn't Ippian also not want to die? It was a story I heard when capturing Scalian. If the world ends, these creatures die too. I thought they just planned to live peacefully among themselves after the apocalypse, but it seems the world that Nightbringer imagines after the destruction is different. We are but extensions and avatars created from a part of our father's body, tools to achieve his great deeds. Scalian stated calmly, it's natural for tools to be discarded once their use is over. After achieving the destruction of the world, we were meant to be discarded from the beginning. Initially, the destruction that our father envisions a process that returns this world to nothingness includes even his own death. After reducing the entire world to ashes, he even plans to erase his own life. Why would Nightbringer want to end the world to such an extent? You are immortal, aren't you? Eventually, your life will decline, and the ideals you hold will wither away and perish. Suddenly, the resonant voice that visited me at the end of The King of Flies echoed in my mind. The end is a given, so what kind of end do you wish for? Tell me, great ender. While fighting to prevent the world's destruction, what kind of death do you desire? I really want to ask. Nightbringer, what? What kind of death do you wish for? Chapter 647, Speak, Ultimate Sovereign. As you fight to prevent the world's demise, what kind of death do you wish for? As I recalled the question posed by Nightbringer, I clenched my fist. It was the same then as it is now. What I aim for, what I aspire to, is not death, not the end. It's life, the scene of spring that unfolds beyond the long, dark tunnel after the ending, when your modest hope is trampled and burnt. I gritted my teeth, trying to erase the words of the black dragon that followed. When vain hope disappears, and even your firm resolve is broken, and finally ruin stands before you. But his words stubbornly clung to my mind until the end. How delightful your tears will be. It would be enjoyable just to watch. Typical of someone who wouldn't be mistaken for anything but a commander of the Nightmare Legion. Every word he threw out was like a nightmare. That crazy, perverted, sadistic dragon. Swallowing my curses against the black dragon internally, I looked back and forth between his two sons. For beings that are parts and extensions of Nightbringer, you've sided with us, haven't you? I suppose. Born from the only scale on my father's body that grew in the opposite direction, I've always been the problem child who doesn't listen to my father. Scalian turned to look at Perkian with an expression of intrigue, adjusting his glasses. Perkian is also curious to me. This child, well, he used to be the one with the least sense of self among us. Now, though, Even after the constellation meeting had ended, Perkian continued to gaze up at the night sky. Among them, a constellation I learned about for the first time today. He kept staring at the Claw constellation. From behind him, Violet yawned lazily and tapped Perkian on the head, whining, "Let's go to sleep. Anyway, good luck in the battle tomorrow." Scalia gave me a slight smile with a nod. "There are still many mountains to cross. Don't break down just yet." He was right. Tomorrow's raid on Ippian is the last gateway to reaching Nightbringer. The real battle is just before us, to achieve a complete victory, and then head to the final battle with the Black Dragon, narrowly maneuvering through the tight strategies. That's all I have to do. The next morning, heroes who had gathered early completed their equipment checks and entered inside the dungeon of the Lake Kingdom. Zone 9 Dungeon Guardian Camp, where the royal guards of the Lake Kingdom once served, now a fortress in all but name. It is now a hideous ruin. Ghoul. At the far edge of Zone 9, a grotesque, crumbling fortress welcomed us. The presence of such a ferocious facility smack in the middle of the city was strange, and yet seemed utterly fitting for the current state of the Lake Kingdom. Truth be told, the refined and beautiful aspects that had been there before were even more peculiar. This city has been a submerged ruin under the lake for over 500 years. Perhaps this hideous and ominous side fits the atmosphere better, and near the entrance of this fortress, Ash, Nameless, was waiting. "Nameless," I greeted her warmly, while Duskbringer, walking at the forefront of our group, reached out her hand. "Hey, Sister Nameless. Welcome, little Dusk." I still can't get used to these two calling each other like that. Nameless also exchanged simple greetings with my subordinates and even noticed the two dragons trailing at the end of our group. The lineup has gotten quite diverse. Knowing that they were in my captivity, she didn't draw her sword, but her gaze towards the two dragons was anything but warm. Perkian seemed upset, rumbling like an engine within him, while Scalian sweated nervously. "Let me show you. This way." Nameless stretched out her hand, and the tightly closed gates of the fortress burst open upward, scattering dust in all directions with a clang. Leading the way into the old corridor, we followed, holding torches high above our heads. As we walked through the short, musty-smelling corridor, I was lost in thought. Among the children of the Black Dragon, Wingian, Scalian, and Ippian are of similar strength. However, there's something to consider here. Wingian's strength includes the forces of his subordinates. Wingian had mobilized a corps known as the Guardians, and they attacked in unison with his subordinates. Therefore, in the game, he was quite a formidable opponent. We had a way to counteract mind control, which is why we were able to win easily. In other words, excluding his subordinates, Wingian is clearly weaker than Scalian or Ippian. I almost died at the hands of that weaker Wingian. If we consider pure combat power, Ippian is far superior. It will be a difficult battle, but I've learned the strategy, and we've completed sufficient tactical training. I glanced around at the heroes under my command. The heroes who met my gaze nodded all at once. I smiled broadly. We can win. Definitely. Soon, the dusty corridor came to an end. The end of the corridor led into the interior of the fortress, which was much larger and simpler in structure than expected. The fortress, with its stone walls curved roundly, had no ceiling, allowing a clear view of the sky. At the end of the corridor, there was a stone building that seemed to have been used by the guard. From the end of the corridor stretched a vast dirt floor, completely empty. Nameless, who had stopped in front of that dirt floor, turned around to face us. "Once we enter the fortress courtyard here, he will burst out. Are you ready?" "Of course." "And Ash, you know this." Nameless gestured with her eyes. "If we can take control of the walls, we can fight to our advantage. There's a dungeon gimmick that can only be used during the Ippian raid, and only here in the Guardian Camp dungeon. Whether we utilize this gimmick or not will determine the outcome of this battle." Nameless was reminding us of that fact, so I was prepared, but a friend's advice is always valuable. "Thanks for the advice, Nameless." "All right, let's go in. 3, 2, 1. Nameless inhaled deeply and sprinted forward, followed by Duskbringer and the Vanguard heroes. The heroes, trained in order, quickly formed a grand dragon-fighting formation in the courtyard of the fortress. I slowly moved forward and planted a flag in the ground. Thump, a moment of brief silence. Then, whoosh, a dry wind blew from somewhere, making the flag I had planted flutter. Simultaneously, thump, 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 thump. Torches along the fortress walls lit up in succession, and finally, a huge beacon blazed on the rooftop of the Guardian camp building. The interior of the fortress, which had been engulfed in darkness, became brightly illuminated. In the center of the brightened fortress, a shabby chair was placed on the dirt floor, and there sat the man. With closely cropped black hair, armor covering his entire body seamlessly, and wearing long earrings as decorations. And this man was asleep, regardless of intruders breaking in or lights brightening, completely unconcerned with the surroundings. He was deeply asleep. The man had 3 eyes, with an elongated vertical eye in the middle of his forehead. The middle eye and the left eye glared at us, wide open, while the right eye was tightly closed, continuously nodding off. His body was sleeping, but his mouth alternated opening, spouting words. "Wake up, right side. We have guests. Damn it, why do I completely lose control when I sleep?" The middle and left eyes looked at each other, trying to wake the right eye. "Let's revert to our true form, then the right side will wake up." Damn, what a disgrace. Flash. A fearsome wind poured out from the man's body along with light. A fierce whirlwind swept through the fortress courtyard. Despite our cloaks and hair being wildly disarrayed by the wind, we did not move and kept our focus straight ahead. And then, swoosh, a gigantic winged figure, stirring up that whirlwind with huge membranous wings, seemed to soar into the sky. Thud. It landed on the stone building of the guard at the far end of the fortress, opposite the corridor we had entered. It was a gigantic black dragon. Covered densely in black scales like well-forged armor, its sleek body topped with 3 heads, each spewing out a fearsome golden glow from its eyes. A malevolent dragon with 3 heads. A 3-headed black dragon, the eyes of the black dragon, Ippian. Stretching out 3 long necks, the 3 heads quietly looked down at us. The middle head opened its mouth with a solemn voice. "You've come this far, far beyond my expectations, guardian of humanity." Immediately after, the left head screeched. "Is it time to acknowledge such a wretched creature? We should burn, kill, and devour him quickly, then present him to our father." Following that, the right head blinked its sleepy eyes. "Just let me sleep. If you're going to kill, do it quickly and let's rest. My eyelids are so heavy I could die." Then, indeed, the right head began to nod off. Thus, the 3 heads glared at each other, berated each other, and fought among themselves. It was a maddening sight, completely lacking the dignity befitting an enemy leader. Nevertheless, I swallowed my saliva. A dragon, Ippian, performing a literal triumvirate with each of its 3 heads possessing its own personality. The most powerful in combat among the children of the Black Dragon had finally appeared before us. While we were tensing up, the middle and left heads of Ippian continued to bicker. These are the champions who have defended humanity, turning the tides. It would raise the dignity of this fight to death if we show each other respect before battling. Are we in a position to talk about dignity now? That bastard has killed all our siblings. The fiercely growling left head then noticed Perkian and Scalian standing idly behind us. "No, not scales and claws. You were alive. But what are you doing there?" Scalian adjusted his glasses and replied honestly while sweating. "I came to watch, brother." Jiang, Perkian only emitted a low, unintelligible engine noise. "Oh, is that so?" The left head laughed menacingly. "Let's hear the full story later. For now, just watch carefully, you disgraceful siblings." Kiang. The golden light drained from the eyes of the right and middle heads, and the left head's eyes burned even brighter. It meant the dominance was now in the left head. "There won't even be time to watch. I'll finish this instantly." Thump. Ippian kicked off the stone building it was standing on and soared upward. The mere recoil cracked and started to crumble the building, and Ippian, rising above the collapsing structure, plunged right above our heads. "Ground attack. Dodge." As I shouted, Ippian's massive body crashed down on us, followed by its gigantic tail sweeping across the ground. A sudden melee. A tail swing that utterly demolished the area. But thanks to our tedious training on ground attack responses, all our heroes kicked off the ground and soared easily, dodging the attack without a scratch. A smile unwittingly formed on my lips. Seeing it, Ippian asked with an irritated voice, "Why do you laugh, guardian of humanity?" "How can I not laugh when things are going so perfectly?" I shouted spiritedly, pointing at him. "The opening move of the battle has been ideally set." It wasn't just because we had dodged the first attack well. Ippian, sensing something, frantically turned its head to the side and saw, thump, 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 a series of our heroes leaping over the fortress outer wall, climbing onto the ramparts. Leading them was Dirmudin, with silvery grey wings on his robe spread wide, his long white beard fluttering as the old mage laughed menacingly. Yes, our mages and ranged fighters, along with the reserve party that had been with Perkian from the start, hadn't entered through the main gate. They had been waiting outside the fortress and had taken flight collectively using Dirmudin's new equipment, Old Phoenix. Jumping over the outer walls, they had taken over the fortress ramparts, and this dungeon's unique gimmick-ancient mana cannons lined up along the ramparts. Ha! Preparing to take flight again, Ippian scoffed. Do you really think you can target me with such ancient relics as mana cannons? Setting aside their power, are there even humans left who know how to fire them? That's precisely the point. I grinned, revealing my teeth. That's the driving force that has led me to the front lines. The heroes atop the ramparts grunted as they lifted the cannons, turning the barrel switch had been facing outside the fortress inward. It's been a while. Damien placed his hand on the trigger, glanced roughly at the sight, and then slammed the trigger down. Boom! The fired mana shell traced a beautiful and smooth arc in the air. Then, as Ippian scoffed, attempting to dodge, it took an eerily guided trajectory towards the left head of Ippian. Ippian couldn't dodge. Quagwagwang. The dragon's head was engulfed in a fiery explosion. Chapter 648 in the game. The Eye of the Black Dragon Ippian Raid unfolded in a quite classic Dragon Raid format. As soon as the battle started and Ippian landed in the fortress's courtyard, the vanguard heroes who had been waiting captured and held him. While they held on, wizards and ranged dealers took positions on the fortress walls, deploying every device installed there, including various gimmicks, to pour out firepower. How well the vanguard heroes could hold on to Ippian. And during the time the vanguard heroes held on, how effectively the dealers on the walls could pack their attacks within the limited time. If the vanguard heroes failed to hold firm, the dealers on the walls would be exposed to Ippian and become endangered. Conversely, if the dealers on the walls failed to deliver proper damage, the vanguard heroes could not endure for long and would be annihilated. All the heroes involved had to perfectly execute their assigned tasks for the battle to proceed smoothly. This could truly be described as a classic MMORPG-style dragon raid. There was a particularly advantageous point in this battle. The dungeon gimmick installed on the Walson ancient mana cannon in the game, it wasn't actually that great a gimmick. Fitting for an artifact used by the guards of the ancient Lake Kingdom, its power was decent, but it was hard to hit the target. Even if a hero among our allies with a high accuracy score served as the gunner, the cannon's crude aiming performance meant the accuracy rate wasn't high. Missed, a bad miss. I had to spit blood seeing such phrases filling the screen. But now that we have him, the universally acknowledged cheat character Damien, bang, bang, BRR bang. On the walls, the reserve party led the charge, turning the cannon's direction inward to the fortress. A beat later, Damien followed, pulling the trigger, and the mana cannon repeatedly spewed fire. And the mana bullets fired traced an intricate trajectory hitting right on Ippian's head. What is this? Struck by the relentless bombardment, Ippian let out a flustered groan. Of course, there was no time to overload the mana core like during the tutorial stage, so it wasn't as powerful as that mana cannon, but it was fully loaded, and at least it definitely inflicted damage on Ippian. You insects, I will handle this. Ippian's left head snarled, and the middle head squinted its eyes, seizing control. The middle head opened its mouth precisely while being bombarded, preparing to shoot its breath. But our side was not idle either. The vanguard heroes had already clung tightly to Ippian. I shouted, "It's the breath, block it." "Leave it to me." Responding to my cry, Duskbringer sprung from the forefront, kicking off the ground shshshshsh. The chain armor enveloping Duskbringer, Lord of the High Tower, transformed in her hands into a giant greatsword. The crimson magic-infused greatsword swung upward from below, striking Ippian's lower jaw. Blaze. With immense heat, a magic-charged sword strike burst forth. Even this attack did not severely damage Ippian, who ultimately released its breath. However, Duskbringer's powerful sword strike slightly lifted its jaw upward boom, and forcibly redirected the trajectory of the breath upward, protecting the heroes on the walls. The black flame breath shot into the air, burning the sky. It narrowly missed, but the heroes on the walls screamed and collapsed to the ground. As the middle head's breath missed, the left head regained control and glared menacingly at Duskbringer. "Do not interfere, you half-dragon." The left head's mouth opened wide. There was no magic reaction. Instead, the wind was rapidly sucked into its mouth. "This pattern," I quickly planted the banner in the ground and yelled, "It's the dragon roar! Take cover!" The next moment, Kairara, an ear-splitting, overwhelming roar filled the inside of the fortress. It was far beyond a simple shout in volume. The roar created wind pressure that fiercely dug up the surrounding ground. But our side's vanguard heroes were all safe. They had worn earplugs treated with magic beforehand, and hidden behind a magical barrier I had raised on the spot, they avoided the sound waves and wind pressure. As the dragon roar ended, the magic barrier crumbled with a rustle. From behind it, the heroes calmly got up. These bastards, my roar. How can they react so quickly?" As successive attacks were thwarted, the two heads seemed slightly flustered. Then, finally, the last head, the right head which had been dozing off, grumbled and took control. "As always, these idiots. I'll handle it." Kidding. The right head, still half closed its eyes, scrutinized our vanguard heroes, and geometric magic patterns appeared in front of it. Of course, we were prepared for this pattern too. I shouted, "It's magic! Dear Mudin, now's the time. Leave it to me." Meanwhile, the mages who had been waiting on the walls placed their hands on each other's shoulders and prepared a joint magic spell. Dear Mudin, Junior, Bardibag, Chainer Frontland's most seasoned mages, and King Poseidon, a merfolk king whose mana had become virtually infinite since becoming an avatar of the race guard. Besides these five, there were two more parties of mages. A total of 15 mages formed a line with their bodies and resonated their magic. The right head, rank 9 flame magic in preparation. "Starting with a rank 9, you sure are lavish, Lord Dragon." Junior recognized the content of the magic, and Dirmudin laughed, his beard fluttering. To be able to directly confront magic used by an ancient legend as a mage, could there be a more glorious moment? Sure. Above the heads of the mages preparing the joint spell, a huge magic circle was instantly drawn. It was as if reflected in a mirror, remarkably similar to the magic circle used by Ipian's right head. Seeing this, the right head's half-opened eyes widened. "What? The same technique? How? It's a bit tacky to say it myself," Junior blurted out. "I'm good at observing and copying. Don't talk nonsense. How could a human possibly? Sure, your magic is sophisticated, but it's too old-fashioned. It's not so hard to use on the spot." Ipian's right head and our mage party almost simultaneously completed their magic. "Don't be so angry, Mr. Dragon. Next time I write a paper about this incident." Dirmudin looked ecstatic as he extended his staff forward. "I'll mention you in tiny letters at the very bottom." Thwack. The fire pillars shot by the evil dragon and the humans collided in midair. Ipian's right head, which had been dozing until just recently, unleashed magic wrapped in fierce rage and hatred. And our 15 human mages gritted their teeth and followed suit with their joint magic calculation. What happens when two magics of the same attribute collide? Looking up at the two fire pillars antagonizing each other in the sky, I quivered with excitement. We thoroughly tested this in Stage 4. The higher level, the stronger side gets absorbed. So what if the levels of both sides are equal? They cancel each other out. CRR. In midair, the two clashing fire pillars, after a struggle, suddenly vanished as if they never existed. Ipian's right head let out a voice of disbelief. "Such a thing. It's absurd. The Black Dragon Legion's magic attributes are fire and wind, and on our side, there are mages who counter both attributes. The mages combine their powers, adjust their levels to be equal through joint magic, and King Poseidon supplies the mana for casting. In the game, it was much simpler to cause cancellation just by filling up the number of mages. In reality, more complex theories, principles, and implementation processes are needed. The minute and difficult parts are for the practitioners to handle anyway. We completely neutralized the magic. Ah, we did it. Ah, boy. The mages staggered from a collective overload in their magic channels. Ipian, too, had its magic flow temporarily halted, and its entire body stiffened. The magic counterattack caused both sides to simultaneously stun each other. During this time, our vanguard heroes clung to Ipian's body and slashed with their swords, while Damien on the walls continuously fired the mana cannon, accumulating damage. "Things are rolling properly," I nodded my head. Ipion's three heads alternately use patterns, mainly breath, dragon roar, and magic. Among these, the middle head specializes in breath, the left head in dragon roar, and the right head in magic. The pattern we need to actively counter is the magic. Breath is merely to be dodged, and dragon roar to be blocked, but with magic, we can use cancellation to exchange stuns. We could counter with elemental disassembly, but that would be too much for Junior to handle. On the other hand, calculations show that everyone can manage to continue countering with joint magic cancellation throughout the battle. Though it's a lengthy explanation, it ultimately boils down to this: void or block the other patterns, and only the mages cancel out the magic pattern to exchange stuns. And when Ipion is stunned and reveals an opening, the other heroes consistently accumulate damage. Thus, the role of the mages in this battle is crucial, and they are indeed putting themselves through hell. By cancelling out each other's magic and recovering, the next magic pattern arrives, and the process of cancellation and stunning repeats endlessly. I'm getting dizzy. I'm starting to feel dizzy, Prince Ash. Is this covered by workers' compensation? Of course, it's covered, so keep enduring and push through. Once more the pattern cycled, and once more the mages groaned as they blocked the magic. But what can we do? If the mages fall, this raid is over. Of course, there's a limit to how long they can endure, so we need to decide the battle as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the other heroes were doing their jobs very diligently. The vanguard heroes clung desperately to Ipion's body and began pounding away with their weapons. How dare you lay hands on my body? Ipion, bursting with rage, attempted to unleash large-scale attacks on the close-range heroes. But bang, bang, boom. With ghost-like timing and insane accuracy, a succession of mana cannonballs flew in, landing incredible headshots one after the other. As the barrage continuously shook the head, even the mighty evil dragon could not withstand the continuous rigidity. Thanks to that, its wildly swinging claws and tail were either easily dodged by our heroes or leisurely blocked by Evangeline and Torkel. It's light. Not light at all, actually, Evangeline boasted as she blocked a claw, and Torkel groaned as he blocked a tail. Like annoying gnats. Finally, thoroughly infuriated Ipion aimed at Damien, but this time the vanguard heroes rushed in and planted their attacks in its body. Quillan. I got it, sir. Lucas, who charged ahead, jammed a blade of light between the scales, and right there, Quillan struck it with a clenched fist. For the first time, a crack wide opened on the armor-like hard scales. The eyes of the vanguard heroes gleamed like those of a predator spotting a weakness. Chapter 649. As the vanguard heroes rushed in like panthers, they continuously struck at the gaps between the scales. Thump, thud, whoosh. Although Ipion's skin beneath the scales was extremely tough, preventing fatal injuries, there was no doubt that wounds were forming, blood was splattering, and damage was accumulating. Ah! Unable to bear it any longer, Ipion spread its wings to flee by flying, but thunk, thunk. Immediately, another mechanism installed on the city walser net of iron chains flew out, tightly binding Ipion's wings. It was Damien who had skillfully fired the net launcher located between the mana cannons. The wings were bound only for a moment, but the other heroes were not so naive as to leave them unattended. The wings were targeted and attacked, rendering the flight ineffective. It's working perfectly. Whenever Ipion tried to attack the dealers on the walls, the vanguard would interfere, and when Ipion tried to crush the vanguard, the dealers would interfere. I blocked the area attacks, including the dragon's roar, with a magical barrier, and our mages neutralized the magic. How annoying! I'll wipe them out in one go. And the breath, horror, Duskbringer was on mark. Boom! As the middle head tried to breathe out again, the risen Duskbringer, wielding a sword as good as a club, smashed it into the creature's jaw. However, the middle head stubbornly resisted, preparing to shoot out its breath. This time, it was aimed at the vanguard heroes inside the fortress courtyard. Just in case, I hurriedly prepared defensive measures, but Duskbringer loudly shouted, "Hey, we can use that here too." As Duskbringer's mouth slightly opened, a current of magical power gathered, firing a counter breath. Thunk! The breath shot by Ipion's middle head clashed in the air, spreading dazzling light and immense heat everywhere. And that was enough time. The other heroes quickly dodged the path of the breath, and Duskbringer, now wrapped in Lord of the High Tower, withdrew. Boom and more boom. Ipion's breath turned one side of the fortress courtyard to ashes, but that was all. Ouch! Ah! except for Duskbringer, who was clipped by the breath and rolled away. Frustrated by the continual thwarting of its attacks, the middle head incredulously stopped its breath and stood momentarily with its mouth open, right into which Damien fired a mana cannonball. Blam! It hit the mark. It was a clean, effective hit. Thick smoke billowed, and black blood dripped from the creature's gaping mouth. With both their bodies and pride wounded, Ipian's three heads glared menacingly through the smoke. Presumptuous vermin! I'll sweep you away, you bug-like creatures. I'll kill you, dare to counter my magic. The three heads equally shared control, and the malevolent aura emanating from the wicked dragon grew even more toxic. I swallowed dryly. Phase 2. From now on, the three heads would simultaneously launch attacks. Growl. This time, the left head prepared a breath, the right head a roar, and the middle head magic. Phase 2 proceeded in such a way, each of the three heads simultaneously using breath, dragon, roar, and magic. Without knowing the countermeasure in the game, this phase often led to annihilation. However, this time we had a countermeasure. If we interrupt the motion of one of the heads, the other two will also be stunned. In other words, by continuously neutralizing the magic, we can also cancel the other two heads' attacks. The middle head is preparing 9th rank wind magic. Although it's 9th rank, its output is weaker than the right head's, so let's stick to it. Our mages once again caused the neutralization of magic. CRRRunch. The middle head's wind magic, and our mages' counter wind magic collided, and soon neutralized each other, leaving the heads preparing breath and roar also stunned and reeling. If we can keep neutralizing like this, Phase 2 might actually be easier than Phase 1. That's why we took magic neutralization as our strategy. Skipping patterns and striking with damage is now possible. Whenever the magic was neutralized, Ipian staggered in place, unable to move, while the vanguard heroes and the attackers on the walls could comfortably deal massive damage. A giant enemy beast just stands there showing its vulnerabilities. What better prey could there be? Bang, bang, boom. The mana cannons fired by Damien exploded consecutively on Ipian's head, and the vanguard heroes climbed over its body, embedding their attacks. Even the incredibly tough scales couldn't withstand the continuous accumulation of damage, and began to split and fall off one by one, and the wounds engraved on Ipian's body gradually increased. Thus, covered in blood and continuously beaten, Ipian, Og, finally, truly enraged. As if hair were standing on end, the scales covering Ipian's entire body bristled like dry ice, sublimating and emitting white steam. Dark energy poured out through the gaps in the scales. I shouted upon noticing the change in its state. It's Phase 3, everyone defensive positions. Immediately, the heroes retreated en masse. I erected a magical barrier to block the pouring dark energy. SSSSS. The magical barrier began to corrode upon contact with the energy released by Ipian. This isn't just malevolent energy anymore. It should be called venomous gas. By the time the entire courtyard was enveloped in the mist of this venomous gas, thunk like a missile soaring through storm clouds, Ipian, with its wings fully spread, spiraled up into the sky. Hovering in the air, Ipian's appearance had changed slightly. Rustle, rustle. The scales on its head had all fallen off, and in their place, thick venomous energy was billowing out. The face was hardly visible due to the venom, but the golden gaze fiercely shone through the dense black energy like headlights. I intended to capture you alive and present you to Father, but I won't do that. And then a violent magical current surged into each of its three heads. I'll tear you to shreds and turn you into ashes. I'll report to Father that you were too young and frail, and I ended up killing you. Whoosh, the atmosphere churned, and the next moment, kaboom! The three heads of Ipian simultaneously exhaled their breath. The three streams of breath targeted not the interior, but only the outer walls of the fortress. The ancient walls, characteristic of the Lake Kingdom's royal guards, withstood for a moment, but eventually began to melt away. Boom and more boom. The beast rotated its body, exhaling breath from its three heads. The intense black flames shot out, burning down the entire outer wall of the fortress, and the walls crumbled into ashes all at once. Despite the considerable distance between where I stood in the center of the fortress and the walls, a burning sensation stung my cheeks. Thump, thud. As I lifted my head at the sound of the walls collapsing, hovering over the swirling black flames, floating on the black smoke it had emitted. Ipian's true form, transformed into a rampaging wicked dragon, was visible. It flashed its evil gaze from within the dark energy, enveloping its face. Just by its appearance, it could be a candidate for the final boss. I smirked, trembling slightly. Phases 1 and 2, to put it extremely, were just a taste. This state truly represents the real monster, worthy of the eldest son of Nightbringer. Yeah, it would be a shame if the Black Dragon Legion fell too easily. At that moment, our mages and long-range dealers returned from the walls. Lord, I thought we were going to die. We were prepared, but it was truly terrifying. The mages, covered in soot, trembled as they flew and landed behind me. At the start of Phase 3, Ipian always began by demolishing the fortress walls with its breath. We had prepared in advance. As soon as it began to emit its malevolent energy, those on the walls had avoided it using Dirmudin's flight magic. Thanks to that, everyone was safe, but it seemed they were still in shock. They all trembled. "Are you okay, Damien?" "Of course, Your Highness," I asked Damien, who appeared calm, and he smiled, setting up his new equipment, a giant slingshot on the ground. "It was just a warm-up." Smiling back, I scanned the surroundings once more. Where the walls had completely crumbled, now stood a giant wall of black flames, towering like a new barrier. It would be unwise to think of escape, guardian of humanity. The three heads of Ipian simultaneously let out a low sneer, since it's impossible from the start. The destruction of its own lair's walls by Ipian was partly to counter our dealers who had been attacking from above, but it was also a ritual marking its hunting grounds. This wall of black flames signifies that either it or we must die. It's essentially a room you can't leave unless you win. With Ipian in a berserk state, its attack power increases within its hunting grounds. It's different from before. Assume that a mere brush is lethal and move safely. Upon conveying this to the heroes, they all swallowed hard. Until now, we had managed to weaken its attacks by consistently applying stuns and rigidities through various gimmicks, allowing for easy dodging or defense. But in Phase 3, with the walls gone and all gimmicks blown away, Ipian itself has boosted its attack power. No exaggeration, now even a scratch could be deadly. So, our approach too must be swift and decisive. I pointed at Ipian and shouted, "Junior, elemental disassemble." Yep. Junior had prepared the elemental disassemble spell and cast it on Ipian. Clang! A white halo appeared in the sky, followed by a distortion as if space itself was shattering. The magic had undoubtedly hit. However, Junior's expression was not bright. As expected, one shot of elemental disassemble isn't enough. It was the same as with Perkian. Ipian was also countering elemental disassemble by increasing its magical output in real time. Moreover, its magical power was overwhelmingly higher than Perkian's. Even Perkian, the least magically powerful member of the Black Dragon Legion known for extreme martial prowess, could only be gradually worn down by applying elemental disassemble several times. This ancient dragon had lived playing with magical elements since the distant past. Hoping for elemental disassemble to fully affect Ipian was unrealistic. Indeed, it easily countered, snorting derisively. "Is that all the resistance you've prepared? Then let's finish this." Thunk, Ipian spun in midair and shot towards us like a jet. At the same time, a fierce current of wind gathered in its wide-open three maws. Since it just used the breath pattern, it seems the three heads are simultaneously issuing a dragon's roar. With the three heads' enhanced attack power simultaneously roaring, my magical barrier could no longer hold. Then before that, I just need to prevent them from using it. I smirked. Elemental disassemble clearly hadn't taken full effect. Despite being a supreme mana burst skill, Ipian's magical power remained intact, but undoubtedly it had been diminished somewhat. This was what I was aiming for. The planned operation begins now. I turned to the heroes with a smile. The situation was fraught with tension, but the thought of unveiling the new trick we'd prepared. As one who strategizes against formidable foes, I couldn't help but feel exhilarated. I call it Operation Hairstyle Change. Hecate, who was closely guarding me, somehow looked perplexed, and right behind me, Damien grunted as he loaded the ammunition into the giant slingshot. The ammunition let out a bewildered voice. "Are we really doing this?" That ammunition was none other than the head of the Dullahan Legion commander. Chapter 650, Dullahan are headless spectre knights, severed at the neck. These monsters obsessively fixate on beheading their enemies and possess a rather intuitive hierarchical system within their legion. The lower-ranked Dullahans are knights who have lost their heads, left with only their bodies. The higher-ranked Dullahans, although decapitated, do not lose their heads and carry them around proficiently. In short, the possession of a head is a quite significant matter for them. What if a high-ranked Dullahan loses their head? They are immediately demoted to a low-ranked Dullahan without question. Here lies the problem. What happens if a high-ranked Dullahan loses their body but keeps their head? How would that Dullahan fare? Since their bodies and heads are already separated, they wouldn't die, but what would they attempt to do? The answer is, they try to decapitate others and steal their bodies. It's horrific but fitting for a monster. By merely making contact with a headless body, a Dullahan can usurp control of that body. Then, carrying their old head, they continue their merry Dullahan life as if nothing happened. Therefore, in the game, when a high-ranked Dullahan is left with only a head, one could frequently witness the terrifying spectacle of them seizing the bodies of low-ranked Dullahans to resurrect. No matter how elite the foe, if they steal the body of a lower class and rise again, they prove to be a rather troublesome legion to contend with. Let's think about this. Facing the Dullahan Legion commander, head loaded into a giant slingshot, I nodded thoughtfully. After cutting off the neck of that dragon and then attaching this friend's head to it, then, wouldn't it be possible to wrest some control from that three-headed dragon's body? Theoretically, it's possible, but does that even make sense? The Dullahan Legion commander muttered uncertainly, but I paid no mind. I had calculated that this would absolutely work. Even if we can't take full control, we can at least cause some confusion within Ippian. There's no loss, even if it doesn't work out. At that moment, Evangeline, standing in front of me with her shield raised, broke into a cold sweat. Isn't this plan a bit too bizarre? I knew you were like that, Senior. It's not that I'm bizarre, it's that this guy has such a bizarre special ability. I'm just trying to make use of it. As I made this not quite an excuse, I swiftly stretched out my hand. All right, let's start Operation Hairstyle Change. Hecate awkwardly adjusted her shortly cropped hair. Hairstyle change. To think it meant this. How do you plan to cut off Ippian's neck? With the slingshot's string taut, the Dullahan Legion commander inquired. I grinned and looked up at the sky. Ippian's massive form was drawing nearer. Just watch. Ippian was in a frenzy. In other words, while his attack power had increased, his defense had decreased. By the third phase, the scales on his head and neck had all fallen off, and in their place he exhaled venom that shrouded his face like dark clouds. Moreover, with elemental dissolve applied, even his magical defenses were reduced. His once sturdy defenses were now noticeably weaker, the perfect timing for us to attack. Great job, Violet. You can end the illusion now. At my command, Violet behind me, panting heavily, cancelled the illusion. SSSHHH. With the invisibility dispelled, the figure of an elf princess riding on the back of the three-headed dragon became visible. Verdandi, with her long, flowing teal hair, was once again mounted on Ippian's back. Just like the last raid, using Violet's illusionary domain for stealth, she had descended to the fortress courtyard and climbed onto Ippian's body, having been hidden on the dragon's back all along. Reusing an old tactic, that's so unlike you, Senior. If it works well once, I'll use it 10 or 20 times more, just like boiling down bone broth. These bastards don't even exchange greetings or texts among siblings. It's certain they haven't seen each other's faces, even during holidays for the past 500 years. Using the same method his brother died by, and without any shared information, he fell for it just as helplessly. There's no rule saying I can't use an unbeatable tactic more than once. Why take the long way around when there's a proven formula? I shouted, swinging my fist. Now, Verdandi. In Verdandi's hand, the dagger Isegam flashed with a dazzling green magical glow. Surprised, Ippian tried to dodge belatedly, but it was futile. Emitting green flames from the tip of the dagger, Verdandi swung Isegam with all her might cling. A dazzling green flash split the air. Dong. And the next moment, Ippian's massive right neck pillar was cleanly severed. Q-Huck. Blood poured out like a waterfall, and one of the three-headed dragon's heads separated into the air. The right one. No. What is this? Startled, the remaining two heads stopped their charge and hastily braked in midair. Then they violently twisted their bodies trying to shake off Verdandi. As Verdandi made her escape, I repeatedly swung my arms forward. Damien, fire! A white flash sparked within Damien's brown eyes, and then whoosh, The slingshot fired. How can you do such crazy thigh-eyings? With the fading cry, the Dullahan Legion commander's head flew away. The head fired by Damien drew a beautiful arc across the sky, and thud. It stuck perfectly to the severed right neck stump of Ippian, as if replacing it with a new head. The remaining two heads were absolutely horrified. What the hell is this? A Dullahan Lord's head. Then could it be? As previously explained, a Dullahan can usurp control of any body it touches with its head, and my captured monster is the strongest among such Dullahans, the Dullahan Lord. It's possible. The eyes within the Dullahan Legion commander's helmet flashed menacingly with murderous intent, and then Ippian's right half stiffly flailed like a wooden puppet. It works. It really works. I've taken over this damned dragon's body. This lowly spectre knight, what is he doing now? If you don't want to burn away with your soul, you better back off now. In midair, Ippian and the Dullahan Legion commander began a fierce struggle for control of the body. Evangeline, who had been staring blankly at this scene, muttered nervously. A Dullahan head attached to the severed neck of a dragon. It's starting to get a bit scary. It is quite grotesque. As I prepared for the next stage of the plan, I chuckled lightly. Still, isn't this better than the truly frightening scene? Evangeline's shoulders twitched as she recalled the recently witnessed, terribly crumbling scenery of Crossroad. Yeah, compared to that scene, this level of grotesqueness is almost cute. Evangeline inhaled softly and signaled me with her eyes. What's the next step, Senior? If the hand you're dealt is useful, you might as well play it all right. I turned my head to the side. There, as expected, was the Banshee Legion commander I had captured last time, gaping at Ippian. The crying elf, the Banshee. This monster can inflict a unique status ailment called depression on its victims, and while the victim is depressed, possess their body. Using the stolen voice of its victims, it emits a chilling wail, spreading depression around it. Such a mental status ailment monster. In the game, it was a real headache. The possessed ally hero would continue to cry until the Banshee's body was defeated, spreading the depression debuff all around. Whether to endure the spread of depression and hunt down the Banshee, or to prevent the spread of depression by killing the afflicted ally hero with your own hands. It was a damned monster that forced such a terrible dilemma. This time, I have unyielding commander, so there's not much to worry about, but in the game, it was one of the creatures I hated the most. But now, it's on my side. My captured monster. It can be very useful. When was the last time you had a good cry, Fairy of Sorrow? Pointing at Ippian's left head, I commanded the Banshee Legion commander. Hey, cry! The left head of Ippian's three heads, the one with the roughest mouth, is the most emotional. In the game, its resistance to mental status ailments dropped each time another head died, embodying its sentimentality. That means, ahaha, kahaha. With the right head dead at this timing, the Banshee's depression took effect. As the Banshee Legion commander mournfully wailed, she inflicted a mental status ailment on the left head, soon filling its eyes with sadness. Ah, my sister, I never treated her well. And the other siblings, all dead. That guy on the right, he didn't deserve to die like this. Quickly succumbing to the depressive state, the left head drooped downward. This works, the Banshee Legion commander muttered in disbelief and immediately possessed Ippian's left head. The possession was successful, and the left headno, the Banshee Legion commander lifted its head triumphantly and laughed heartily. It does work. Then, using the original tremendous volume of the left head, it began to wail. Huk 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 kriangisikia, huk 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 bastard. Though only the crying sounds changed, this violently loud wailing was no different from a dragon's roar. Oh no, left side, snap out of it. If you go down too, the middle head desperately yelled, pummeled by the dragon roar pouring from its side. But for Ippian, the situation had already escalated to the worst. The right half, stolen by the Dullahan, was tearing its own limbs apart, while the left half, taken over by the Banshee, was shooting dragon roars at itself, causing self-harm. Quoo. Eventually unable to maintain flight, Ippian crash-landed in the fortress courtyard. Then, amidst the thick dust, I've been with you for ages, but I'm truly sick of it. The middle head, with its eyes turned coldly golden, surveyed its left and right necks. My patience ends here. The next moment, the middle head unleashed its breath, directly at its own left head. Perboburb, the fiercely sharp black flame breath precisely burrowed into the mouth of the left head, which was gaping as it roared. The left head tried to resist using its roar, but soon, before the powerful force of the breath, the entire head grotesquely burned and melted. Phew! After confirming the death of the left head, which it had completely burned and crushed, the middle head stopped the breath and then sharply turned its head to the right. And then it bit into the neck where the head of the Dullahan Legion commander was hanging and forcefully tore it off in a swift motion. Pewhack, blood sprayed in all directions. As if to ensure that it would never allow a Dullahan intrusion again, it completely ripped off the neck. Middle, you. At that moment, the head on the ground's right head opened its mouth. It had held on thanks to the dragon's tough vitality even after being severed. Coughing up blood, the right head muttered, "How could you? Even go as far as to kill directly?" Crack. Before the right head could say more, Ipian's massive hind foot crushed it. Brain matter and blood splattered messily on the fortress's dirt floor. How long has it been since my head was this quiet, drenched in the blood of his brothers and his own? The last head, having fully seized control of the body, twisted its blood-soaked massive mouth into a smile. I should have killed you both much sooner. Chapter 651. The lone head of Ippian remained in the center. Creak in the center of its forehead, a new golden eye slowly opened. Facing that opening eye, I twisted my mouth bitterly. Finally, it's the last phase. When two of Ippian's three heads were taken down, the hidden eye opens in the last head like this. Lucas, who was watching, swallowed hard. That eye is. Yes, it's the same eye as his father's, Nightbringer. The reason his epithet is Eye of the Black Dragon. In the myths, it said that Nightbringer plucked out one of his eyes and threw it into the Milky Way, and from there, Ippian was born. That plucked out eye of Nightbringer is exactly this one. It's the Eye of Darkness. At that, Damien fumbled around, then held his forehead with his hand and lowered his voice. Keek. I can see the darkness well, too. Yeah, that's right. Leaving aside Damien, who at that age, he's 20 now, is still endearingly afflicted with second-year middle school syndrome. The Eye of Darkness is a powerful magical eye that can generate darkness simply by focusing its power. This fight will serve as a rehearsal for the upcoming campaign against Nightbringer, which is going to be a nauseatingly tough opponent. The handling of that magical eye aside, what's more important is definitely that, as the new eye of the beast finished opening. At the same time, the scales covering the eye emitted a white light. I pointed at those scales and said, "Those scales covering the eye are precisely Ippian's reverse scale." The heroes tensed up, staring at the brightly shining reverse scale of Ippian. Yes, up until now, Ippian had no reverse scale. It only becomes exposed when this last eye opens. 1. Remove 2 of the 3 heads. 2. Find the reverse scale that appears when the last head opens its eye. 3. Destroy it to defeat the beast. This is the Eye of the Black Dragon Ippian. The real raid process is inconvenient and complicated. Anyway, we've arrived. Ippian, having brought out its strongest means of attack, also exposed its weakest vulnerability. This raid, it's time to decide the battle. SSSSSSSS. From where its left and right heads had been, now a dense darkness poured out instead of blood. Now I see. Now I understand. While engulfing the surroundings in a fog-like darkness, and now, with faces unseen within that darkness, only 3 dazzling golden eyes flashed like car headlights. Ippian growled. Now that I have opened my eyes, I finally understand what path my father sought to walk, and why he chose that path. Really, I'm curious too. Tell me, why is your dad doing this? As I teased him, the eyes of Ippian moved slightly side to side. It seemed as if it was shaking its head. You mortals will never understand. The creature's middle eye tightly closed, and the next moment, thump, the eye popped open, and its magical eye attacked us. Whoosh! Suddenly, the lights went out. A viscous darkness, like thick ink, enveloped us, and all the lights held by our side's heroes simultaneously lost their light. The wall of fire that surrounded this battlefield was a black flame emitted by the beast. This magic fire burns black with heat, but emits no light. Thus, in an instant, the whole world was plunged into darkness, the eerie darkness that enveloped the Lake Kingdom. The sound of insects nibbling filled my ears. Soon enough, those now familiar voices began to emerge. Die, perish, explode. Deeperish explode, deperish 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 explode. While it's unclear why the curse always repeats the same repertoire, suddenly, I wondered. What words is this darkness whispering to my other companions? What wounds within the hearts of other heroes is this darkness tearing at? Whoosh! In the next moment, the darkness lifted. The curse's words disappeared all at once, and the cold sweat that had formed on our backs evaporated and vanished. Someone in the center of our camp was emitting light. I turned my head to examine the source. It was Nameless. From the old iron sword she held aloft, a dazzling light burst forth, pushing back all the surrounding darkness. Light! With a gentle smile, Nameless raised her iron sword even higher. Turn the lights back on, brighten the light. Stirred by her words, the heroes hurriedly switched their backup lights back on and set them up. The area brightened, and then it became visible. Through the thickening darkness, the figure of Ippian, which had stealthily walked closer to us, emerged. Was it an illusion due to the intensifying darkness? Its body seemed to have grown even larger. Until now, I was merely an accessory to my father. With a low voice that resounded through the area, the creature that had drawn near used the Eye of Darkness again. Now that I understand my father's great enterprise, I have truly become his legitimate heir. Thump! Once again, a viscous darkness engulfed us, and all our lights shattered and lost their glow. Woo! But not Nameless. The pillar of light she emitted continued to push back the darkness without faltering. Light! This time I shouted. Turn on the light. Illuminate the path. I focused my will on the ceremonial sword part of my standard, light and shadow. Then, from the top of the standard I held aloft, dazzling light also began to pour forth. Lucas used divine descent and emitted a golden aura, while Evangeline summoned a spirit of fire and wrapped it around her spear. One by one, the heroes under my command emitted light in their own ways, resisting the darkness. Whoosh! A warm sunset light also joined the array of lights. It was Dusk Bringer, emitting the magic power of a red dragon from her whole body. She stood next to Nameless, pushing back the darkness with the sunset light pouring from her greatsword. Resisting the waterfall-like descending darkness by emitting light, I commanded, Nameless and your highness. I raised the standard forward. Please open the way. The darkness had now become too thick. Ippian was no longer visible. Its third eye, its reverse scale. The form of the creature we must slay, nothing could be seen. It was hiding in the darkness, preparing its next attack. That's why we must find it. The heroes emitting light must dive directly into the darkness. Tired, Nameless and Dusk Bringer, as if they had been waiting, stood in front of the darkness, raising their weapons. Break through! Dusk Bringer swung her greatsword powerfully first, and the sunset light burst forth, parting the darkness ahead like a curtain being drawn aside. Ha! Through the path that opened, Nameless projected the light of her old sword. A pillar of light shot down this path, where darkness could not encroach, and at the end of this illuminated path, a slow-moving dark figure appeared. Assembly, temporary party name, Night Dancer. I called the name of the elite vanguard party I had instructed beforehand to break through and run in the last phase. Go! Following the path illuminated by Nameless and Dusk Bringer, 5 heroes rushed forward. Lucas, Evangeline Quillan, and the vanguard priest Zenis, and lastly, the blind swordsman Nobody. It's an honor to be called up among such distinguished company. Leading the way at the front was Nobody. In such dense darkness, where other heroes were severely restricted in movement due to their limited vision, Nobody, being blind from the start, was less affected. Since I can't see anyway, whether it's inside or outside the darkness, it's all the same to me. Nobody dashed forward, almost flying, followed by the other 4 heroes. The light shot by Dusk Bringer and Nameless created a path, but as they moved further from us, the amount of light began to diminish. As the 5 heroes advanced, the amount of darkness pouring from all directions increased. However, the heroes emitted light in their own ways and carved a path through, and in the dense darkness, they located the position of Ippian. This way. Nobody, who had heightened his senses to the maximum in the darkness, quickly pinpointed the position of Ippian, and as the heroes rushed forward and shone light on it, the half-melted form of Ippian in the darkness was revealed. It was a bizarre sight. The right neck from which it had been pulled had a massive magic circle, and into the burnt and smashed left neck black winds were gathering, and the middle head was gathering its breath with all 3 eyes tightly closed. Among them, the burnt and smashed left neck, which had been accumulating black wind, unleashed it toward the 5 heroes who had drawn near. There was no head, but it was undoubtedly a dragon roar. Quah! An enormous roar combined with darkness poured out. The blast of air whipped around the area, making it hard to see what was happening on the other side. But soon I saw it. Evangeline, who had activated Final Fortress, was at the forefront, holding up a shield against the dragon roar. Whack! With a peculiar scream, Evangeline was ultimately flung backwards. But thanks to Evangeline's shield and the effect of her ultimate skill, the other heroes managed to hold on safely. Go! Xennies provided the remaining three with divine power armor, and they dashed towards Ippian as if flying. Cheek, the morale, or perhaps the venom, or perhaps the darkness that Ippian emitted, whatever it was, just being close caused the heroes damage. The divine power armor boiled up and took the damage instead, but it couldn't last long. It's okay. The reason these heroes were dispatched was not to defeat Ippian, but to scout for the location and condition of the creature. Ha! Lucas raised his sword of light and delivered a strike of will. Then, with an explosion of light, the magic circle formed above the pulled-out right neck became clearly visible. Junior, who had been analyzing the shape of that magic circle from this side, screamed. Oh, dark magic. It's not fire or wind attribute, and my god, it's a 10th tier. This is cursed. It's beyond what we can neutralize. Diomudin was sweating. This is not the time for jokes, nerds. Looks like it's a magic system we don't know how to use here, but its power is damn strong. Then we just have to force it down a tier, Junior. Yes. What do you mean, yes? You know. Target that magic circle with elemental disassembly. But, we've already tried. Ippian's magic power is too high. It will respond by increasing its output. But we should at least be able to rank it down from 10th tier to 9th tier. Junior then flinched and nodded vigorously, raising his Lord of Crimson. Indeed, definitely. With that, by forcefully interfering with that magic circle using elemental disassembly, we could overlay our own magic circle on it. I don't understand what he's saying, but it seems possible, technicians. But still, neutralization is impossible, Prince Ash. We do have users of dark magic on our side, but... Diomudin glanced over, and Chain looked gloomy as he shouted. 9th tier what? I barely manage 5th tier, and even that's incomplete. Dark magic itself is from ancient times, so the whole system has been practically phased out. There's no need to neutralize it anymore. It's the end of the raid. What's important now is to block their attack and hold on. It doesn't have to be the same attribute. Use the strongest attack magic we can against their magic. I turned to look behind. Just hold on with the magic. Then our sniper will. Damien, who had deployed the Black Queen in railgun form, was targeting Ippian with his eyes flashing white. I smirked. He'll land the finishing blow. Chapter 652, the wizards responded quickly and successfully carried out my orders. As Junior cast elemental disassembly, she interfered with Ippian's spellcasting, forcibly downgrading his 10th tier magic to 9th tier. After aligning their power levels, we countered with Diomudin's specialty, fire magic. Qua. From Ippian's severed right neck erupted a fearsome scream, along with dark magic. It collided head-on with the fire magic jointly cast by our wizards. The two magics appeared to antagonize each other momentarily, but soon Ippian's dark magic began to aggressively push forward. Look out, it's swallowing us up. The wizards gasped in horror as our pillar of fire seemed to be contaminated and engulfed by the darkness, pushing the point of collision backward. I urged the wizards on. Keep it up no matter what. But the output difference is too great. Damn it, all magic users join the joint magic. We have to hold out. Following my command, all heroes with magical talent participated in casting the joint spell, just like adding RAM when assembling a computer. Connecting several people also increases efficiency, or so I understand. I'm no expert in computers or magic, but they seem roughly similar. While we hold out, we just need to destroy his critical point. Meanwhile, the vanguard heroes had climbed onto Ippian, reaching the forehead of his middle head. HRGH, Lucas, wrapped in the golden aura of divine descent, delivered an enhanced strike of will with all his might. Crack! With a dazzling sword light, a crack formed across the scale light, covering over Ippian's closed eye. Huilan! I know. As Lucas stepped aside, Huilan, having regained his posture in midair, wrapped himself in a crimson aura and plunged downward. First heartbreaking storm wolf. Crack. For a moment, the space seemed to distort, and then swiftly returned to its original form. Huilan, currently the strongest on the front lines simply by his specs, had used his ultimate move, drawing on the divine powers of his race. Moreover, this form was that of the first-generation Wolf King Lunard. The tremendous force caused numerous cracks to spread across the scale. However, the scale did not shatter completely. Kulan pulled back his fist and stepped aside as he shouted, "Nameless, tat-a-tat." With agile steps, Nameless ran up the slanted body of Ippian and, finding her footing in midair, clenched the handle inside her sword sheath with her right hand. "If you keep emitting such evil energy like this." She dove towards Ippian's middle eye and drew her sword in a swift motion. Tuskaak, her decisive slash, capable of cleaving anything in two, sliced through the scale without hesitation. Or so it seemed. What? Suddenly, Ippian's middle eye opened, and from it burst forth darkness, enveloping the scale like a shield, preventing it from being fully split. "It's no use." Flash. The next moment, a golden light erupted from the middle eye. Cough. Choke. Lucas, Kulan, and Nameless were thrown back, spitting blood. Lucas and Kulan managed to regain their posture in midair and landed with difficulty, while Nameless, unable to stabilize, fell downwards. Safe, fortunately, Evangeline was there to catch her, and Zennies was seen casting a healing spell. Ippian no longer paid any attention to the heroes on that side and stared straight in our direction. The darkness has gathered enough. The darkness emitted from his three wide-open eyes condensed into a sphere in front of his gaping mouth. At the same time, the magic power accumulated inside his throat began to bubble fiercely. Ippian's most powerful attack, imbued with darkness, a breath. He seemed about to use it. "I will plunge you into the deepest night." And this was the moment I had been waiting for, the perfect chance to take him down. "Damien," I called out to Damien, my sniper in preparation behind me. "Finish him off." "Yes, your highness." Calmly, Damien prepared his shot. Already transformed into a railgun, the Black Queen's barrel was loaded with 7 magic bullets that had merged into one in midair. Ippian's critical point had already been damaged. Since he had resorted to his dark shield as a safety measure, that was his last line of defense. At the very end, on top of his final shield, we would slam in the strongest bullet we had. "Grind it," as I swung my fist forward and shouted, "My eyes!" Damien muttered softly, staring straight into Ippian's eye. "I see better than your eyes. Why am I feeling this weird sense of competition?" Boom. With a sound like a cannon firing, Damien shot the Black Queen at full power. The recoil knocked Damien back, rolling, and the other heroes who were waiting caught his body. The magic bullet, shot like a ray of light, flew straight and accurately thwack. Thwack, thwack. It shattered the darkness-made shield, tore through the last resisting scale, and pierced right through the middle eye within Ippian's scale. Boom. It penetrated the center of Ippian's forehead and exploded out the back, flaring up. Cough! Ippian let out his death throes. The sphere of darkness gathered in front of his mouth disintegrated vainly. With the loss of his middle eye, the eye of darkness, Ippian lost control over the darkness. Damien's magic bullet had pierced through the center of his forehead, stirred his brain into mush, and left a giant hole in the back of his head. He swayed, unable to control the breath he had been gathering, vomiting it out as if it were refluxing. Ah, 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 clang. The magic circle floating above his right neck flickered and eventually shattered like breaking glass. The dark magic that had been pushed right up to our wizards disappeared instantly, and in turn, the fire magic launched by our wizards pressed forward toward him. Boom! Ippian's huge body was instantly engulfed in tremendous flames. Considering the fierce flames, I worried if the heroes who had approached too closely had been hurt. Fortunately, 5 of them were seen hastily moving away from the spot. They seemed safe. "Oh," Diarmuidin murmured softly as he watched the pillar of fire burning down the collapsing black dragon. "In my life, I've never seen such beautiful flames. To create such flames, indeed I am. Impressive. Isn't this the time to praise everyone's combined strength, will, cooperation, and collective effort?" Anyway, we had shattered Ippian's greatest weakness, his critical point, and even penetrated the eye of darkness. In doing so, we destroyed his brain by penetrating his forehead and burned the rest of his body with maximum output fire magic. The darkness that had been emanating from various parts of Ippian's body gradually faded. Thud. Engulfed in flames, Ippian's huge body staggered and then fell forward. The wall of black flames surrounding this guard division camp also began to die down. Without realizing it, I smiled. Finally, we had defeated him. Everyone did great. He was a persistent one, wasn't he? But we took him down impressively. I paused mid-sentence. Suddenly, I remembered the incident with Wingian. Normally, the breath that should have been cancelled was sustained and finally released solely by his transcendent hatred and will. A chill ran down my spine. No, everyone, don't let your guard down. If this were a game, Ippian would definitely be dead. It was already a confirmed overkill. But however this is reality, the transcendent will of the evil dragon could far exceed my calculations. Do not relax your guard until his death is confirmed. Maintain battle readiness. And my caution was justified. Lying burnt, the two golden eyes on Ippian's face suddenly opened wide. I hate you, thump. He reached out with his burning forelegs. Being that watches over the universe, a father cursing fate, us his imperfect children, we dreamed the forbidden dreams against heaven, defying the natural order, yet ultimately our legion's dream perished. Thump, 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 even as he fell forward, his entire body burning, his head riddled with holes spewing blood, brain matter, and darkness. Ippian dragged his ash-turning legs, starting to crawl towards us on the ground. Memories of the Milky Way, the burning earth, warmth I've never felt, the split me, the spread me, the torn me, killing and killing and killing, dying and dying and dying. That's all there is. Spewing unintelligible words without pause, even though he was certainly Diingno, perhaps already Deadeye Pine crawled toward us with terrifying momentum. Don't play with me, don't rejoice over my death. I have lived to destroy this world with my father, because it's the only way to ruin your fun. I gritted my teeth and raised a wall. The vanguard heroes raised their weapons and shields, while the rear heroes unleashed all kinds of restraining attacks, including magic and gunfire. Boom, boom, boom. Ippian's body, already having lost all its normal defensive power, crumbled in an instant. Yet he continued to crawl toward me with a thunderous rumble, crushing and breaking. Why do you keep interfering without understanding the great will of my father, who stands against the beings above in the sky, mortals? The vanguard heroes in front of him stabbed their weapons into his eyes and slashed his burning scales with their swords. But like a broken tank, Ippian ignored all the attacks and forcibly pushed through. I will definitely, right here, kill you. Bleeding blood and darkness from his empty, torn eye socket stared straight at me. Guardian of humanity. Suddenly, my magical wall had crumbled, and the vanguard heroes who had been protecting me fell, unable to stop his blind charge. In a panic, the Glory Knights grabbed me and dodged to the side. But Ippian, now a veritable corpse dragon, didn't stop chasing me. He's already dead. As the Glory Knights escorted me, I ran desperately thinking, this is just his last bit of stubbornness. Just hold on a bit longer, and he'll collapse on his own. I was only half right. It was true he was already dead, and this was the evil dragon's last flailing. But the problem was the premise that just holding on a bit longer was possible. That was not the case. Flash. His burning jaw gaped open, and the magic power turbulence gathered inside was aimed at me. A breath. I thought it had all scattered earlier. During the gathering, Ippian had fallen after being penetrated in the brain by Damien's magic bullet. Most of the breath he had been gathering in his throat had dispersed, but some remained intact. If you're going to die anyway, you could die more gracefully, really. Cursing, I spread out the cloak given by Kellaby like a shield. It was supposed to block a breath at least once, so I was planning to somehow hold on with it. Then it belatedly occurred to me, even if I use this cloak to stay safe, what about the Glory Knights guarding me, and the other heroes behind me? Could they survive a direct hit from this breath? Right behind me were the core dealers of the World Guardian front. If I lose them here, there's no way to fight the Nightbringer. Ah, damn this game. I cursed sincerely, spread Kellaby's cloak, and threw myself forward right in front of Ippian's mouth. Your Highness! Hecate's voice sounded in alarm from behind, but this was the best I could do. Trusting in the protective performance of the cloak given by Kellaby, I was the one to block the breath at the forefront. I thought it was a gamble worth taking. If I'm lucky, the cloak will completely block the breath, and if I'm unlucky, I'll suffer a serious injury. The other heroes needed to defeat the Nightbringer would be safe. I gritted my teeth. Better I suffer the pain than them. Flash. That's when it happened. Someone darted like lightning between Ippian's mouth and me, reaching out their hand toward me. The moment their hand touched mine, CHRRRRRRRRRK. The chain armor wrapped around their body disassembled and transferred onto me. This armor was the lord of the high tower, and of course the owner of this armor was. Really? Duskbringer gave a wry smile towards me. Don't you know how precious your body is? You're not a child left by the water. I had no time to respond. The next moment, a sunset-colored magical power like a curtain sprang from behind the Duskbringer, who had stirred up their own bloodline, and enveloped us, and over it poured the breath that Ippian had emitted in his last desperate struggle. Chapter 653 110 years ago. In the capital city of the Bringer Duchy, Solar Queen, the streets were vibrantly decorated with colorful flowers, and the city was abuzz with excitement. Songs could be heard from every corner, and the sounds of merry drunkenness filled the air from early in the day. The smells of alcohol, cooking food, cosmetics, perfume, and burning bonfires mingled together autumn festival. The city celebrated one of its few annual festivals with high spirits. Crowds packed the streets, drinking and dancing, reveling in the atmosphere. In the heart of this jubilant city, at a fountain in the bustling square, a woman ascended the platform set up there. Her appearance drew cheers filled with joy from the citizens filling the square. Long live Duchess Bringer! Glory to the Dragon Lady! Long life to the Solar Queen! Welcomed by the citizens, the ruler of the Bringer Duchy Day, Bringar waved her hand. Her dark skin and tall stature were accentuated by her intricately braided hair that flowed long down her back. Her form-fitting ceremonial military uniform highlighted her impressive figure, and the blood-red cape tied around her waist reminded everyone of her lineage. The artistically ornate rapier at her hip announced her as a supreme military commander and distinguished warrior. Above her head a crown. The silver crown, symbolizing the authority of the Bringer Duchy, gleamed brilliantly atop her braided hair. Day Bringer, beloved by all citizens of the nation as the Dragon Duchess, gave a bright smile and shouted, "You have waited long, my subjects. This is the autumn festival we have all eagerly awaited for a year." The crowd erupted in cheers. Day Bringer winked at them, saying, "I too have waited for this day. Even after experiencing it over 100 times, every year feels freshly delightful." At the king's words, the crowd cheered again. Day Bringer dramatically gestured to the side. "Let's skip the long speeches. Everyone, drink to your heart's content, dance, sing," and Day Bringer grinned broadly. "Love, love, my subjects." The citizens raised their arms in response. "We will drink, dance, sing, and love. By the name of Duchess Bringer, I bless this year's festival. Have a wonderful time, everyone." With these words, Day Bringer, her cape fluttering, descended from the platform. With resounding cheers, the official festival began. People dispersed throughout the city, starting to drink, dance, and sing. And, amid this festive atmosphere, there was a girl who watched the street crowds with cold eyes. Sigh, hidden in an alley beside the main road, the girl watched the thronging masses and muttered to herself, "It's okay, I can do this, I can do this." The grimy girl was sweating profusely. She appeared to be barely 10 years old. Her emaciated body was clad in what looked like nothing more than tattered rags due to malnourishment. She stood out starkly against the lavishly dressed festival-goers. Her messy black hair framed her large eyes, which scanned the crowd for an easy target. After a while, she spotted a suitable victim. It was a middle-aged man, heavily drunk since midday. He was arm in arm with a friend, singing loudly and staggering, with a wallet temptingly sticking out of his back pocket. Good. Emerging from the alley, the girl naturally stepped onto the main road and quickly positioned herself behind the middle-aged man. Her thin arms trembled with tension, but her decision was swift, and she hesitated not in her actions. As the girl stepped out of the alley into a side street, the wallet she had targeted was securely in her possession. Pant, pant, pant. Her breath came out in gasps, her heart pounding. The girl watched as the middle-aged man continued singing boisterously down the street and then carefully opened the wallet. Her face, initially filled with anticipation, soon fell with disappointment. Inside the wallet were only a few coins, no valuable items. She shook the wallet a couple of times before letting out a faint sigh. But this is something at least. With these coins, she could buy some snacks at the festival stalls. Just then, a delicate growling sound came from the girl's stomach. Thinking of food, her hunger, exacerbated by days of starvation, reacted first. Holding her hungry stomach and suffering, the girl staggered forward. She wanted to eat something quickly. However, As she entered the next alley, the girl stopped abruptly, startled. A woman covered in tattoos was smoking a cigarette. Noticing the girl, she smirked and gestured with her hand. Well, well, congratulations, our little one. You finally succeeded in your first theft. Now you're finally pulling your weight. Come here. Let big sister give you a pat. Come here, can't you hear? Hesitantly, the girl approached the woman. The woman flicked her cigarette to the ground and stomped it out, then extended her hand toward the girl. Give it here. Pardon. Hand it over. Our little sister's first earnings. Let's take a look. As the girl hesitated, the woman's expression turned fierce. Ah, this is starting to upset me. Little one, you know how much I've struggled to raise you, don't you? Then the girl's mind flashed with memories of the abuse she had endured at the hands of this woman. Merely because they were both street orphans, she would steal food and often beat her. This woman was the leader of all the female street orphans in this area. That was the big sister standing before her. That was why she couldn't refuse. Trembling, the girl pulled out the wallet she had kept hidden and handed it forward. Thump! The woman snatched the wallet, looked inside, and let out a sound like tusk. What kind of business starts with being broke? You really are unfortunate, Tusk. The woman nonchalantly pocketed the wallet. Ah! As the girl made a dismayed sound, the woman's eyes flashed menacingly. What's this, ah? Don't have eyes to see. You can't even bring in enough for your own street tax, too young to work as a prostitute, and I've taken care of you for years. Right. Shouldn't you be repaying my kindness then? Isn't that right? She knew she should agree, but for some reason today, those words wouldn't come out of the girl's mouth. Whether it was the festival's atmosphere, her first successful theft, or the persistent hunger gnawing at her stomach. For the first time, the girl chose to resist. Can't you give it back? What? I'm so hungry. I'll steal another wallet and give it to you, but can I have those coins? Please. What came back was not an answer, but the woman's strong grip. Snap. Struck by a slap, the girl collapsed against the alley wall. Dazed, she could only clasp her hands and plead as the woman repeatedly slapped her face. Ah, ah, ah. After beating the girl until she was satisfied, the woman spat on the ground, panting. Raising rotten brats like you is why I live in poverty. It's all because of you. Don't you pity me? Ruining my life and living like this because of you. I'm sorry, sister. It's my fault. If you're sorry, then hurry up and go pickpocket some more. It's a festival. Big crowd today. You'll make more in one day than you have in your entire life. And from now on, you bring everything you earn to me. I'll give you a share. Got it? Yes. Then get going. The girl hurriedly fled the alley. Tesk, watching her go, the woman flicked the recently acquired coins into the air and glared toward the central square. Drink, dance, sing, love. Such bullshit. Mulling over the ruler's words, the woman scoffed. All four are stories we have no part in. The girl, emerging from the alley, plunged once more into thievery. She boldly picked out an old, portly, and amputee veteran and attempted to pickpocket him. Had she even half the strength she usually possessed, she would have succeeded without a hitch. But she was too famished, and the beating she had taken in the alley left her body uncooperative. She was caught while pulling the wallet from the pocket, and before she could flee, her hair was seized. Ag! Realizing the situation had gone awry, the girl quickly knelt and began to plead, knowing it was the safer way out. I'm sorry. Please forgive me just this once. Why me? But the other was not in a normal state. The old veteran growled menacingly. Still holding her hair, the girl asked with a trembling voice. What? Why me? Why did you try to steal my wallet? Well, it's just that. I looked easy to you, right? The veteran roared and swung his hand. You thought because I'm like this, I'd be easy, you fucker. The girl was beaten to death. She was battered until her body was covered in blood and bruises. And in the back alleys of the city hosting the festival, no one paid any attention to a parentless, starving little thief being beaten nearly to death. The veteran continued his assault until he felt his anger had subsided, then limped away. The girl, beaten black and blue, lay discarded with the trash in a filthy alley corner. She was hungry. Really, simply just that. In a city where even begging required paying others for a spot to do so. It was a festival. The streets overflowed with abundance and festivity. Food and drink were plentiful, but all of that was a distant story for the girl. The girl regained consciousness as dawn approached. The festival was over for the day, and the city was cold in the dead of night. Limping, she got up and staggered towards the street of stalls, hoping to scavenge some leftovers from the shops that had closed for the night. However, where do you think you're going, you filthy thing? Can't you just go away? Don't spread your disease, go back to the sewer you live in. Everywhere she went, the girl was chased away. Bloodied, her clothes, which were already like scraps, had turned into rags, and rolling in the dirty back alleys had made her smell foul. Even during a normal festival, she wouldn't have had to starve. If she had just pretended to be pitiful, she might have received some food out of pity. If she hadn't gotten greedy, hadn't tried stealing, she wouldn't have ended up in such a horrible state. Staggering, the girl suddenly stopped. In the middle of the night, there was a house brightly lit. As if drawn, she approached and peeked through a slight opening in the curtains at the window. Ah! She saw the warmth of a cozy family home in contrast to the cold autumn night outside. Warm air poured from a burning fireplace. A young couple was elegantly sharing a glass of wine in the kitchen, with a browned turkey dish between them. The couple's young children, who had been asleep on the sofa with their new toys from the festival beside them, murmured in their sleep and turned over. The parents shared a loving laugh as they looked towards their children. How nice! The girl watched the scene, her emaciated hand clenched into a fist. If only I could have lived like that. If only she could have grown up happily in such a nice home. No, even if it were poor and lacking, if only she had a home to shelter her from the wind and rain. No, even without a home, if only her parents hadn't abandoned her. Countless meaningless fantasies flashed before her eyes. The enviable life she could never have continued to flow past her. And then the fantasy broke. Snapped. The couple, belatedly noticing the girl, approached with cold faces and adjusted the window curtains. With the curtains drawn, the interior of the home was no longer visible. Even from her fantasies, the girl was chased away. She stumbled backward, tripped, and fell. She no longer had the strength to stand, let alone to continue living. The girl collapsed on the spot, her consciousness snapping. In a darkening world, the girl wished, rather let this life end here. May I never open my eyes again, to escape from this hell forever. Your Grace, it's time to return to the palace. Daybringer's loyal adjutant and Dragonblood Knight, Leighton, urged her. Daybringer, who had been mingling with the citizens and drinking in the central square, shook her head calmly. Don't be so strict, Captain Leighton. It's only once a year. Let me enjoy it a little longer. I'm not even drunk yet. Your Grace, if you stop drinking now, we can clear this place. That way the citizens can also go home and sleep. It's already dawn. The day will break soon. Sigh, okay, I get it. Always nagging. Finally, after continuous nagging, Daybringer surrendered and waved her hand grandly. That's it for today's drinking. Those who haven't finished their drinks can continue tomorrow. The warriors, who had been pushing themselves to the limit to drink with the queen until the end, cheered all at once and then simultaneously collapsed. They had all been forcing themselves to stay awake just to share this glorious drinking session with the queen. Leaving the devastated drinking scene behind, Daybringer left the area with a clean appearance. Following her, Leighton shook his head. His dragon lady was an excellent ruler in all respects, but her excessive love for festivals and enjoying mingling with the citizens was a problem. Every festival was utterly exhausting for him as an adjutant. Shall we have a quiet drink together when we return, Captain Leighton? Please refrain, Your Grace. I'm already exhausted to death. You really do exaggerate. Don't you? Daybringer, covering her mouth and chuckling, suddenly spotted a shadow lying on a road shrouded in darkness. Captain Leighton, what is that, child? Excuse me. Leighton looked in that direction too, and soon he could see it. The figure of a young girl lying bloodied and dying. Chapter 654, Bringer's Grand Palace. The girl, still lying on the bed after being treated, gasped for breath, unable to regain consciousness. Daybringer sat by the girl's bedside, looking at her condition with a dark expression. Just then, the captain who entered the room, Leighton, reported to Daybringer. The investigation shows that not only is there no family register, but no registered personal details at all. She likely comes from the slums. Why is she so injured? It is common for children from the slums to get hurt and die, Your Majesty. Carmen! Daybringer raised his voice in anger and turned around, to which Leighton coldly replied without changing his expression. Your Majesty, a nation without poverty and crime does not exist. You know this, don't you? Even with your benevolent rule, someone in the shadows is starving or getting stabbed. You are a great person, but not a god. These things happen. I know, Captain Leighton, I'm a flawed queen, and this country is not perfect, but still. Daybringer quietly looked at the girl's unconscious face. While there are festivals in the sunlight of my country, children like this are dying in the shadows. Leighton, glancing at the girl on the bed, sighed softly. It's too late for this child. She has been hurt too much in her weakened state. She probably won't survive the night. Leave it to me, your majesty. I will ensure she is buried well. No. Daybringer rejected the idea outright and slowly got up. This child's starving and getting hurt to death is and this country's responsibility. Daybringer's calloused hand moved towards her mouth. Her dragon blood lineage's distinctive sharp teeth were visible. I have misruled the nation. It is my responsibility. Your majesty, surely. I will save her. Leighton opened his mouth in shock. Daybringer declared earnestly, I will make this child my vassal, my dragon knight, Captain Leighton. Daybringer bit her little finger, drawing blood, and brought the dripping droplet to the girl's lips. No objections. Your Majesty, that's not pass. Leighton had no time to intervene. The droplet of dragon blood lady's essence fell into the girl's lips. When she opened her eyes, the girl thought she had died and gone to heaven. Sunlight poured through a gap in the curtains. The feather pillow was soft, and the blanket was warm. Her body, freshly washed, smelled of nice soap. The girl truly believed she had died. Could she now live in a world without pain or hunger? Gurgle. But it wasn't so. This was reality, and though clean, her body was still hungry. The girl groaned, sitting up. I'm starving. As she clutched her aching stomach and looked up, she noticed something. On the small plate on the bedside table were bread and fruit. Unconsciously swallowing her saliva, a voice came from the other side of the bed. It's all right. It's yours. Eat up. Startled, the girl looked in that direction, seeing a woman in uniform dealing with paperwork, wearing reading glasses. The woman Daybringer smiled kindly at her. You must be very hungry. Eat comfortably. Hesitantly, the girl reached out her trembling hand and picked up the bread. She bit into it desperately. The scent of the grains she hadn't eaten in so long filled her mouth. Tears unknowingly flowed down the girl's cheeks. She couldn't even think about swallowing as the tears streamed down. I guess I must be dead, huh? She murmured. If it's not the afterlife, no one would treat me this warmly. This is certainly reality, and Daybringer grinned slightly. From now on, many people will treat you warmly, my child. The queen gently stroked the girl's hair. Then the girl finally managed to swallow the bread in her mouth. The tear-soaked bread tasted incredibly sweet. The girl's name was Soot. It meant soot. It's what I've been called, though I don't know since when. When she was an infant, the girl who was found in a mining village and grew up roaming the back alleys spent her life amidst soot, ashes, filth, and trash. Thus, wearing such clean clothes and getting dressed up was a first in her life. The tightening ribbon around her neck made her feel uncomfortable, causing her to twitch repeatedly. Soot, Soot. That's a good name. Daybringer, who had personally adjusted the girl's clothes, smiled with her full lips. Let me say this first, Soot. From now on, you must live with me. Although it was a joyful and surprising thing to say, Soot could not understand. She had realized it late, but surely the other person was the dragon lady, the queen of this country. Why would she want to live with someone as insignificant as herself? I have fed you my blood, the dragon blood, and transfused it to you. Now dragon's blood flows in your body. Startled, Soot watched as Daybringer, as if making excuses, scratched the back of her head. Surprised, but you were so weak, I had no choice but to save you. Even then, you lost consciousness for a few more days. How fortunate it is that you have woken up like this. What shocked Soot was not understanding why Daybringer would do such a thing for someone like her. She no longer had the courage to ask, afraid that if she asked and Daybringer couldn't find a reason, she might be driven away. So am I becoming a dragon now? Thus she changed the subject. Daybringer kindly explained. You've acquired part of the qualifications, but no. To become a dragon, you need the dragon's heart, the dragon blood, and one more crucial thing. One crucial thing. Not having any idea what that could be, Soot cocked her head. Daybringer, finding Soot's reaction adorable, stroked her head, then led her deeper into the palace. The audience hall. The place, large but modest without a single jewel on the throne, was where Daybringer entered. She sat on the throne, and Soot hesitantly stood beside her. Then she noticed something a beat later. In front of the throne, two people were bound and kneeling. A young woman with tattoos all over her body, and an old veteran with one of his legs replaced by a prosthetic. Following the great dragon lady's command, we have caught the culprits, reported Leighton, Day Bringer's loyal captain, who had scoured the city like hunting rats for days to find the perpetrators who had brought Soot to death's door. Please dictate their punishment. Day Bringer's eyes emitted a cold light. Since they dared to touch my vassal and dragon knight, they deserve a proper punishment. Both the woman and the veteran shook like aspen trees. It was nothing new in the slums for a poor kid to be beaten to death, a common occurrence day in and day out. But unfortunately, they had caught the Queen's eye. If they had remained unseen, it might have been ignored, but once noticed, they must be dealt with. That was the Queen's duty, and the two criminals knew it well. Now, Soot. Daybringer turned to Soot and said, "These are the people who did this to you. I have received the investigation results. They exploited you and beat you to near death. What punishment do you wish for them? I will dispose of them as you desire." Daybringer was anticipating how harshly Soot would respond. Dragon blood turns its recipient aggressive. This is why dragon knights are also called berserkers. Regardless of their previous personalities, those who receive dragon blood come to enjoy fighting and become more aggressive. Soot too had been bestowed with dragon blood, and with it she was destined to become a dragon knight raised by Daybringer herself. She would have to take up arms and slay enemies in due time. Daybringer wanted to observe how Soot would exact revenge. Depending on this, she could guess what kind of dragon knight this girl would become. And after hesitating for a long time, Soot finally spoke. "I can dispose of them as I wish, your majesty." "Yes, what do you wish?" "Then could you release them?" Surprised by the unexpected response, Daybringer blinked. "That woman has exploited you for years, and on the day you almost died, she brutally beat you. And that man punched you until you were almost dead. A few more hits from him, and you would have died on the spot. And yet you say to just let them go." Soot spoke with a trembling, stuttering voice. "But my big sister here provided me a place to stay all this time, and in that soldier I stole his wallet first. If you're going to punish these two, please punish me too for pickpocketing." Speaking clearly but with a trembling voice, Soot tightly closed her eyes. Silence fell in the audience hall. After a moment, Daybringer let out a long sigh. It seems I am the one who should be punished." Daybringer looked deeply at the people gathered in the audience hall. "Leaving a child like you to survive only by pickpocketing, letting children gather in the slums to exploit each other, and allowing a veteran who served our country to struggle through life. I, as the Queen, am the greatest sinner." Then Daybringer gestured. "Release them." "Yes." The soldiers untied the woman and the retired veteran. They stood up, bewildered. "Keep in mind that my knights and sheriffs will be watching. Make sure I don't see your faces here again for this reason. There won't be a second time." The two people walked away the way they had come. They kept bowing repeatedly to the Queen and Soot. Soot couldn't bear to meet their eyes and kept her head bowed low. Daybringer turned to Leighton. "Captain Leighton, at your command. Have the knights, sheriffs, and the treasurer patrol the slums to assess the situation and organize both short-term and long-term welfare for the poor. Look into the welfare of the veterans again too, not just pensions, but in multiple aspects. Your command is received. Also, strengthen the reporting system to reduce areas outside the law. Make sure there are no children in my city starving or being beaten to death. Understood?" "Yes." After issuing several other commands to Leighton, Daybringer turned to Soot. It seems you might not make a good knight after all." At Daybringer's words, Soot flinched, but then took a deep breath and bowed her head. "I'm sorry for disappointing you. Are you going to send me away now?" "What? Ha ha ha, what are you talking about?" Daybringer laughed heartily and stood up from the throne. "The essence of a person can't be hidden, even if it's covered in soot." She then bent down in front of Soot, meeting her eyes. "You are a good child, Soot, and I have always been waiting for someone as good as you." Soot blinked her large eyes in confusion as Daybringer smiled warmly at her. "Let's live together." Soot stared blankly at that smile, as warm and dazzling as the midday sun. At that moment, the girl did not know that she would long for this kind, warm smile for over 100 years to come, and that it would be over 100 years before she would meet a boy who wore a smile of the same warmth. At that time, the girl had no idea. Chapter 655 Tap Tap. Tap tap, the sound of Daybringer's military boots echoed clearly as she walked along the corridor inside the palace. Behind her, the girl, Soot, tried to follow as quietly as possible. However, due to the difference in their strides, she eventually had to close her eyes and run to keep up with the pounding sound of her footsteps. With a grin, Daybringer eventually stopped walking. Soot, catching her breath, stood beside Daybringer and looked up at what the queen was observing. It was a wall adorned with several portraits. Pointing at them, Daybringer explained, "These are the portraits of the previous Daybringers of our duchy." Ah! Flustered, Soot hurriedly bowed deeply towards the portraits. Daybringer covered her mouth and laughed. "You don't need to bow next time." "Oh, okay. Here, this one is the founder of the Bringer family." Daybringer pointed to the highest and oldest portrait. "The last red dragon, Daybringer." In the portrait, a tall woman with flaming hair and a bold smile was depicted. As Soot stared mesmerized, Daybringer's explanation continued softly in her ear. She defeated J.R. Amunganda, the serpent of the world that was advancing towards the Everblack Empire, and through that connection, she married the human emperor of Everblack and had descendants. She essentially founded our Duchy of Bringer. Wow, to think that a dragon and a human had a child, that's amazing. Ha ha ha! Daybringer burst into hearty laughter at Soot's naive and perhaps impertinent remark. She really laughs well, Soot thought to herself unknowingly. And this one is her descendant. Daybringer pointed to the next portrait. The first half-dragon, half-human, the first dragon-blood Duchess, Dawnbringer. Depicted there was also a tall woman, her short red hair fluttering about. She was fully clad in armor, her eyes cold and her skin pale, which somehow made Soot shrink a bit in intimidation. Ha! Then, Soot thought, Daybringer and her descendant, Dawnbringer. They didn't look alike at all. Did she take after the emperor she married? Then Daybringer pointed to another portrait. And Dawnbringer passed the dukedom to the current Daybringer me. Don't you think the real thing is better? The real thing and the portrait, both are splendid. In a clearly recently painted portrait, Daybringer was smiling brightly. With her dark skin and braided hair tied in several knots, dressed in a white uniform, she looked very gallant and impressive. Yes, gallant and impressive, but we don't look alike, do we? Daybringer suddenly hit the nail on the head. Startled, Soot slowly nodded. Right. Neither the ancestral dragon Daybringer, nor her descendant Dawnbringer, nor the currently living Daybringer next to her. They didn't resemble each other at all. They seemed completely unrelated. If one were to search for similarities, maybe the red-tinged hair, the reptilian vertically slit pupils, and the sharp teeth. But they were too different to be considered parent and child. We're not related by blood. Really, the House of Bringer is a lineage tied by purpose, not by blood. Surprised, Soot listened as Daybringer slowly explained. Daybringer and the Emperor of Everblack loved each other, but they couldn't have children. Instead, Daybringer adopted one of the loyal dragon knights, passing on the dragon blood and dragon heart. This nominal descendant was Dawnbringer, qualified as a dragon, but also bearing the essential limits of a human. Half dragon, half human. That's why it's crucial to find the right person to inherit the dragon heart, dragon blood, and the purpose, continuing the legacy and will of the ancestors. That was the House of Bringer. Dawnbringer, too, chose one of her following dragon knights to pass on the dukedom. That's me. Ah, I will do the same. When I find the right person, I will give them my heart and blood, and hand over this country and our lineage to them. Daybringer gazed at the empty space next to her portrait. My successor will once again carry the great ancestral dragon's name. They'll be called Duskbringer. Does the name repeat? Yes, it's the red dragon naming convention. The names signify times of day, repeating in a sequence: dusk, dawn, day, and back to dusk again. It continues like that. Soot recited the name of the next Duchess Bringer without really thinking. Duskbringer, while contemplating how burdensome it must be to inherit the name of the great progenitor, now that you've seen the faces of the former dukes. Daybringer smiled wryly at Soot and extended her hand. You must also train hard to become a knight worthy of your title, shouldn't you? Soot hesitated, but Daybringer reached out first and took the girl's hand, leading her forward with large strides. The Duchess's large hand was so warm that Soot found herself breathless. It felt almost like the first time she had felt another person's warmth. Daybringer didn't have many vassals. She had only 2 dragon knights under her command. Captain Leighton, the Queen's right hand, who managed both domestic and foreign affairs of the country, and the newly adopted orphan girl Soot. There used to be more, but as they aged, they either retired or passed away. Day Bringer pointed casually to the side with a serene smile. Just Leighton and I were left, all alone. Even when I try to take in new ones, Leighton always opposes it. That's because your excellency keeps bringing in those of uncertain identity or those who can't be trusted. Sitting next to Day Bringer, Leighton sent a stern look towards Soot. Soot flinched and curled up a little. The two of us will teach you everything you need to know to become a knight. Leighton will handle combat, and I will. Day Bringer slammed a stack of books she had picked from the library onto the table. Culture, manners, etiquette, things like these. Not exactly necessary, but truly important for life. Swallowing hard, Soot bowed deeply to both of them. Yes, I'll work hard. Soot was a bright and perceptive child. However, her body, never properly nourished, was frail and lacked strength. Even with dragon blood infused, her limits were clear. The first day, sword training. Kayak! Unable to balance herself, Soot rolled across the ground. The girl couldn't control the great strength housed within her small, frail body. Leighton was strict and cold, but a fine instructor. His expression unchanging, he coldly assessed the situation. First, you need to gain some weight. I'm sorry. No need to apologize to me. Leighton crossed his arms and sighed. Listen, Sword Stain, I'll tell you up front. I don't like you. If you truly want to keep your position as a knight, earned through luck, do it properly. To not bring shame to her excellency, to not tarnish the name of the glorious Duchy of Bringer, and for your own life. As Leighton continued, Soot swallowed hard. If you don't do it right, I will kill you myself and recover the dragon blood infused in you. That's what's best for the Duchy of Bringer. If you understand, go eat something now. Until the next lesson, just repeat basic physical training. That's it. Leighton left the training ground, and in the empty training ground, Soot clenched her teeth and started the training over from the beginning. While combat training didn't yield immediate results, Soot quickly excelled in other studies. She was smart, just lacking opportunity. Like a sponge absorbing water, she soaked up everything Day Bringer taught. Once practically illiterate, the girl quickly learned to read, her hunger for knowledge burning as fiercely as her physical hunger, and she learned rapidly. Teaching such a receptive child was a very enjoyable task. Daybringer gradually became sincere in her dedication to Soot's education. In the library, in the office, in the bedroom before sleep. Like reading bedtime stories, Daybringer taught Soot many things, and Soot eagerly read, wrote, and learned. Our Soot is also so smart. When the Queen praised her like that, stroking her hair and giving her praise on days she did well. She couldn't have been happier. She wanted to do even better, to be more adored by the Queen. She didn't want to be abandoned, so Soot strived desperately. She reduced her sleeping hours to study, and she trained until her mouth was bitter every day. A year later, you passed. Soot had barely managed to pass Leighton's test in the combat test she took as a knight. There's nothing left for me to teach you. That's what Daybringer told her. Starting next week, I'll call in tutors for various subjects. Let's start some more advanced studies. At the breakfast table, Soot, who had gained a healthy amount of weight over the year, and Daybringer were having breakfast together. While chewing the food she had greedily stuffed into her mouth, Soot blinked. Why starting next week? What about this week? Daybringer chuckled, wiping Soot's mouth with a napkin, and answered kindly. This week is the festival. What? It's already the autumn festival, Soot. You should have fun at the festival. Soot's eyes widened in surprise. It was during the autumn festival that she had been taken in by the Queen, and before she knew it, a year had passed. And Daybringer hesitated for a moment before saying carefully, at this festival, it will be announced that you have been chosen as my successor. What? Startled, Soot choked, and even Leighton, who was serving the meal, looked at Daybringer in surprise. Having managed to swallow her water and calm down, Soot stammered. Me, am I your successor, your majesty? Yes. Then, does that mean I will become the next Duchess Bringer? I will hold this position until you come of age. After that, it will be so. Soot, who always ate heartily, could not think of eating any more in front of the Queen's bombshell announcement and set down her utensils. But how am I qualified to dare to be your majesty's successor? You've been with me for the past year. You might not have known, but there were various tests besides martial arts and academics. You passed them all. Daybringer reached out and took Soot's hand. Soot, no, I guess I should call you Dusk now. Looking gently into the trembling girl's eyes, Daybringer smiled softly. Will you officially become my daughter on the day of the autumn festival? Now familiar with dressing herself, the girl, Dusk, thought as she fastened her dress collar and tied her ribbon. Dusk, Dusk. My name has become Dusk Bringer. Like the formal dress that was uncomfortable to wear each time, the new name Dusk was also unfamiliar and awkward for the girl. But she would endure it if she could become her daughter. As she recalled the word daughter, her heart pounded fiercely. Hugh, the girl Dusk, lightly slapped her cheeks to focus. Today, as Day Bringer's daughter and the successor of the Bringer Duchy, she was making her first appearance before the citizens. She needed to be mentally prepared. After adjusting her low-heeled shoes several times, Dusk took nervous steps towards the office where the Queen would be. Knock, knock after knocking, she cautiously opened the door. Your Majesty, ah no. After swallowing her breath and gathering her strength, still feeling like she was in a dream, Dusk uttered that word and looked ahead. Mother, I am ready. And what Dusk saw in the office was Leighton's sword piercing through Day Bringer's back and protruding from the front of her chest. Chapter 656. Daybringer's white military uniform was stained with bright red blood. Unable to dodge when her trusted confidant stabbed her from behind, Daybringer clutched the blade that pierced her body and spat blood. Leighton, Captain, what in the world is this? Leighton, readjusting the sword that had struck the Queen, coldly spat out. It is for the sake of the country, Your Excellency. What are you talking about? Your Excellency, you govern the country too emotionally. Daybringer turned around painfully, spitting blood. Leighton continued. You mingle with the citizens emotionally at festivals, you waste the scant budget on emotional indulgence in welfare for the poor, and you have emotionally decided on your successor. Although beloved by the citizens, under your Excellency's reign, the Duchy of Bringer has always been in peril. As someone concerned about the future of this country, I can no longer stand idly by. Leighton clearly revealed the ambition he had concealed all along. The next duchy title is mine. A lowly street rat who doesn't know her place, do you think I would hand over the country I have built over a lifetime to such a person? For what reason have I eliminated other dragon knights until now? Daybringer's voice trembled with panic. Captain Leighton, what are you saying? Surely not. Yes, that's right. All the dragon knights who have died or retired, I've been manipulating behind the scenes to ensure that I am the only option left for your excellency. Leighton's mouth twisted. But your excellency refused to consider me as your successor until the very end. Leighton would never understand. Apart from his competence, it was this glimpse of ambition within him. Daybringer had not considered him as a successor because of it. And yet she had trusted his loyalty, knowing of this flame of ambition, which was also her fatal mistake. I am also a dragon knight. I have rights too. Indeed, who else could govern this country better than I? Leighton's voice, initially cold, gradually filled with fervor. I can govern this country better than your excellency. Only I can. Dare you stab the Queen and think, cough, you can safely win the support of the citizens. Who do you think has been the de facto ruler, handling both the internal and external affairs of this country all along? Daybringer underestimated how thoroughly Leighton had prepared his coup. From long ago, the military has been completely in my grasp. I'm currently subduing other government departments. After your excellency passes, the real power of this country will be entirely in my hands. There's no need to worry about the citizens' support right now. That can be gained slowly over time. Captain Leighton. Daybringer gathered her strength to throw off Leighton and escape the situation, but her body wouldn't respond. This is the ancient dragon-slaying sword prepared for this day. Even the great Duchess of Bringer will find it hard to survive after being stabbed so deeply. Leighton slowly twisted the blade he had thrust in. Although Daybringer instinctively twisted her body, and the sword barely missed her heart, it was a fatal wound nonetheless. The floor was already soaked with the blood spilled by the Duke. Rest assured and pass on, Your Excellency. I will govern this country efficiently after consuming Your Excellency's heart and blood. Ugh! The very moment Daybringer sensed her end. Suddenly, Mother, I'm ready, the young dragon knight Dusk said as she entered the office. Silence flowed briefly among Daybringer, Leighton, and Dusk. Dusk was a clever child and grasped the situation immediately. It was not an unusual sight to her. Even in the back alleys where she grew up, adults constantly stabbed and betrayed each other for the throne. Swish, Dusk, who had trained in swordsmanship over the past year and never separated from her wooden sword, drew and threw it straight at Leighton. The wooden sword flew directly at Leighton's face. Leighton dodged it by tilting his head lightly, but his attention was briefly disrupted. Ah! Daybringer seized the moment, grasping the sword blade embedded in her chest and pushed it backward, dispersing magic power all around. Ah! Swept away by Daybringer's magic power, Leighton was thrown far. Daybringer collapsed in place, vomiting blood, and Dusk hurriedly supported her. Mother, are you all right? Dusk. Daybringer held back the blood pouring from her chest with her own hands. The internal injuries are not healing. Although the dragon power manifested and healed the torn skin and stopped the blood, the inside ravaged by the blade did not recover. Even her magic power, which would normally bubble like lava, was now chillingly cooling. It seemed there was a special curse on the ancient dragon-slaying sword. Do not make this difficult, Your Excellency. From a corner of the office, Leighton had already neatly regained his composure and readjusted his grip on his sword. Think carefully about what path truly serves the country. Without just Your Excellency and that young girl, this country can become much stronger. I am capable of it. You know my competence better than anyone. Daybringer managed a blood-soaked smile. Had you only aimed for my neck, I might have passed on my heart and blood to you. But I cannot do that now, not when you aim to kill this child as well. Daybringer stretched her arm and tightly embraced Dusk's small shoulder. If the prosperity of this country requires the sacrifice of such a young child's life, it would be better for it to perish. And with her other hand, she reached out and pressed against the wall. Boom! The burst of Daybringer's magic power created a large hole in one wall of the palace, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Gritting his teeth, Leighton ran forward with his sword, scanning the area. But by the time the dust settled, there was no sign of Daybringer. Release the soldiers. Officers of the military, who had been waiting in silence outside, rushed towards Leighton. He commanded fiercely in a cold voice. She won't get far. Find her. As the city was beautifully decorated with flowers and ornaments for the festival, soldiers were now sprawled everywhere. The festival was cancelled, and martial law was declared in the city. The citizens were alarmed by the sudden events, but they had no way to resist against the soldiers, who aggressively pushed forward with spears and swords. Everyone had to raise their hands and return to their homes. The sunlit spots of the city were already under Leighton's control. Over here. However, there were still hiding places left in the shadows of the city, and Dusk knew the back alleys better than any soldiers. Dusk, wearing a shabby robe, supported Daybringer and headed deep into the back alleys. Help, please! Entering a dirty lot used by no one but the underbelly residents, Dusk cried out. Help, please! Is there no one? Although there were hidden people around, no one showed themselves. The rumors spread quickly. A coup had occurred at the palace, and Leighton and the military quickly seized key points in the city. Leighton had been the Queen's right hand for a long time. Every citizen knew how accustomed he was to wielding power in this country. The scent of fresh blood indicated that power in this country was shifting to a new ruler. In such a situation, who would dare help a dethroned queen dying on the run and face the consequences later? Both the poor and the rich valued their lives equally. People shrank back and held their breath, trying not to get involved in this affair. Please, the Queen is dying. Someone help! Dusk cried out desperately, but no one appeared. How could this be? Unable to believe the people's indifference, Dusk clenched her teeth. It's okay, Dusk. Supported by the girl, Daybringer spoke with a pale face. Maybe Leighton was right. Mother, I was only emotional, not a competent queen. I might have gained popularity among the people immediately, but I failed to build a prosperous nation. Daybringer laughed weakly as she looked around at the emptiness. So this is the citizen's choice. That was when someone appeared at the other end of the back alley. Startled, Dusk looked and recognized the familiar face. It was a young woman covered in tattoos. Sister. It was the leader of the vagrant group that used to extort and abuse her under the guise of protecting her when Dusk grew up in these back alleys. Help me, sister. The Queen is. But as soon as the leader woman made eye contact with Dusk, she shuddered, clenched her teeth, and ran away. Ah! A desolate sigh escaped Dusk's lips. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of soldiers' boots grew louder from afar. It seemed that word had quickly spread that the queen had fled here. Feeling the encirclement tightening, Daybringer slumped to the ground. Dusk knelt before her, bowing her head. I will protect you, mother. I am a dragon knight too. After staring into the young girl's determined eyes for a long moment, Daybringer spoke. Dusk, the world's darkness is this deep. Ha! And the darkness of people is even deeper. Leighton, blinded by power, betrayed the sovereign he had served all his life, and the citizens who turned their backs on the queen, frightened by that power. People who easily forget the kindness they've received, the time spent together in the face of their immediate self-interest. It was an ugly, cruel, yet true facet of the beautiful Duchy of Bringer. Daybringer grimaced as she laughed. Ugly, cruel, and pathetic, that's the world and that's people. But love, Dusk. Even in such circumstances, Daybringer said this. Don't hate, but love. You are capable of that. What did it mean to do so? Dusk could hardly comprehend the queen's true intention, but Daybringer's gaze was so earnest that she nodded in agreement. Just then, Leighton's soldiers poured into the alley. We've found the Duchess. Close the circle and report to Captain Leighton immediately. The soldiers rushed forward, brandishing their spears. Dusk hoped that Daybringer could break through the encirclement, but the Duchess did not prepare to fight. She just pressed one hand against her chest, took a deep breath, and looked inward. Dusk clenched her teeth and raised a piece of wood she had picked up along the way like a sword, ready to die protecting the queen until the last moment. For the only person who had ever shown her warmth in her life, that was when. A retired soldier with a prosthetic leg limped from the back of the alley and stood in front of the queen in Dusk. Ah! A bewildered sound escaped Dusk's mouth. It was a familiar old man. Indeed, it was the same old man who had attacked her at the festival a year ago. The old man glanced at Dusk, then silently stood firm. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, people emerged from various parts of the alley and blocked the soldiers' path. They were disabled or elderly veterans, all wearing old military uniforms. They were retired soldiers living in the slums. Suddenly appearing, they formed a circle around the queen, using their bodies to block the soldiers' encirclement. The soldiers were taken aback. What's with these old folks? What should we do? They're unarmed. We can't attack civilians at that moment, a cold voice cut through. Are the weapons in your hands just for show? Leighton appeared behind the soldiers. He looked coldly at the retired soldiers and then at the queen and girl hiding behind them. Make way. A few casualties will clear the path. But the soldiers hesitated to swing their weapons, looking at each other, and Leighton, frustrated, stepped forward. These cowards! Move aside. I'll do it myself. Slish Leighton's dragon-slaying sword was drawn with a menacing sound, pointing forward. But the veterans stared straight ahead with empty eyes, unmoving. Leighton advanced without hesitation, raising his sword. And the queen is still alive. Suddenly, from above, such a shout was heard. Everyone looked in surprise toward the direction of the shout, and on the roof of a building forming the back alley, a woman was shouting towards the city. Duchess Bringer is here. It was the tattooed woman, the leader of the vagrant group. Led by her, the children of the slums on the roofs and rooftops screamed as if in agony. The Duchess is here. The Dragon Lady is surrounded by rebels. The Sun Queen is in peril. You cowards! Are you even the Queen's subjects? As the children screamed, several soldiers quickly climbed the building to capture them. These brats, what are they doing? Disperse immediately, otherwise you too will be dealt with. The soldiers, who were aggressively threatening the children with weapons, gradually trailed off their words. Oh, my God. This is triggered by the children's cries. The sight of citizens surging from various parts of the city looked like a tidal wave. Chapter 657, the situation had turned strange. Leighton, who had initiated the coup, and his soldiers were now unexpectedly surrounded by retired veterans and civilians. Weapons began to drop one by one from the soldiers' hands. It had been a coup without justification from the start. Due to the nature of the military organization, it was only that the reins had long been handed to Leighton, who had been the real power holder. Cuck! Feeling the situation turn against him, Leighton gritted his teeth. The coup, which should have been resolved swiftly, had been delayed to this point, and much had already gone awry. It's not too late yet. If I kill the Duchess and seize the dragon heart and dragon blood, the legitimacy of the Bringer ducal family ultimately stemmed from the power of the dragon. Lady Bringer was currently helpless against the dragon-slaying sword, unable to exert her original powers. If he could steal the remaining dragon heart and dragon blood from her, then becoming the dragon, as well as the next Duke of Bringa, was still possible. The resistance of the civilians, such things could be crushed with absolute power. Don't worry about what's behind, break through the front. Despite Leighton's command, most soldiers hesitated and were reluctant. However, Leighton didn't care and charged forward. A few loyal knights and soldiers followed him. It was a situation of riding the tiger after already participating in the rebellion. Rather than laying down their swords and giving up, they decided to fight it out with Leighton. The retired veterans formed a wall in front of the queen with their bodies, but were quickly slaughtered, spilling blood. Leading from the front, Leighton brandished his sword to clear a path and dashed towards Lady Bringa. I will rip out your heart and devour it. Then I will this country. As Leighton cleared his last resistance with blood and finally reached Lady Bringa, Guo. Already there, her flaming crimson hair fluttering upwards, the girl who had inherited the name Bringa stood there, eyes tightly shut. When she was first stabbed with the Dragon Slayer sword, Lady Bringa was already on the verge of death. Since escaping the palace, she had felt death looming behind her. She should have started the succession ritual and passed on the dragon heart and dragon blood to Dusk immediately. But she gritted her teeth and endured death. Before the succession ritual, she tried to control the rampaging dragon heart and dragon blood inside her, and her emotions. The rage of being betrayed by a trusted subordinate surged to her head. She felt an immediate urge to transform into the form of a dragon and destroy everything. But she endured. She couldn't pass her angrily pulsing heart and blood to Dusk to ensure that the girl's small body and soul and her future life were not destroyed. It had to be passed on whole and precious. Dusk. And finally, peace came. The surging anger and grudge subsided as she looked into the girl's eyes, vanishing like a lie. Realizing she was ready, Lady Bringa smiled gently. Take my hand. Dusk, as if enchanted, took the queen's hand. The next moment, the girl's consciousness moved not to reality, but into Dusk's mental world. This place is. Dusk looked around in surprise. It was a land where fires blazed on the ground. Everything was burnt to ashes, and still the ground radiated heat from the flames. On this charred earth, Lady Bringa smiled as usual, but only then did Dusk understand why Lady Bringa had often appeared to be smiling. She had always smiled to endure the boiling rage inside her. This desolate scene was truly the real mindset of the queen who had lived as a monarch for over a century. To become the Duchess of Bringa, you must first acknowledge, Lady Bringa slowly began, that you are a monster. That you possess physical abilities far superior to ordinary humans, enjoy a lifespan several times that of ordinary humans, and govern while looking down on ordinary humans. Becoming a dragon from being an ordinary human makes you feel this difference even more. Everything was burnt, ashes whirled to the horizon of her inner world, which Lady Bringa slowly scanned. You might not think it now, but once you stand atop a high tower, atop a high castle, your perspective changes. A sense of superiority and a chosen people mentality can emerge at any moment. So Dawn Bringa had one criterion for selecting future dukes, she said, and towards the girl who had obtained that qualification, Lady Bringa smiled faintly. A strong heart that will not give up on living as a human. That is exactly what is necessary for a human to become a dragon. The qualification to become a descendant of the Red Dragon. Lady Bringa, kneeling on one knee before Dusk, took the girl's hand and placed it over her own heart. True strength is not in this heart or the magic power flowing in this blood. Then, it's the heart you showed me, the courage not to hate, that is truly strong. Dusk's eyes widened. The courage not to hate. There is always a reason to hate someone, but you have decided not to hate even those who almost killed you. That's remarkable. Lady Bringa nodded. It is because of that courage that people have saved you again. Us. But such miracles don't happen often. What you have to protect as a queen in the future are not the weak and the good, but the weak, cowardly, petty, and very occasionally good, ordinary people. Just like you and me, Lady Bringa said with a smile. They will sometimes please you, but mostly they will use you, betray you, and hurt you. Many trials will come your way. Lady Bringa pressed the small hand that came to rest on her chest. Anger and hatred will burn inside you. You will continuously face times when you want to give up living as a human. But love, Dusk, in her own heart's world, burnt black. even if your heart burns black as soot still. Do not hate love. Do not give up on living as a human. Looking at a successor who must now inherit this burnt world, the former Duchess whispered so. I transfer this crown and this blood to you because you are a child who can do it. I am sorry for giving you such a heavy burden. Slowly, Dusk nodded. I'll show you, mother. For a very short time, the girl smiled at the woman who had been her mother. Because I was born blackened by soot from the start. Even if I burn a bit more, it won't show. Watching the girl with tender affection, Lady Bringer suddenly grabbed her hand and pushed it into her own chest. After a while, Dusk grasped something inside that chest and pulled it out. It was a blazing red flame. The flames that burst forth burned the girl's entire body. Gritting her teeth, she thrust the flame with all her might into her own chest. The consciousness that had entered the mental world resurfaces into reality. Sutno, Duskbringer, opened her closed eyes. Her amber dragon eyes shone in the swirling flames. Duskbringer slowly lowered her gaze. Coo, cuck! Leighton was already bloodied and collapsed, with Dusk's foot on his head. The dragon-slaying sword, broken in half, was embedded in Leighton's stomach. Being a deadly weapon even for a dragon knight like him, Leighton trembled in pain. Save me, please. Fury filled Duskbringer's amber eyes. The mortal enemy who killed the first person to ever show her love, not even worth chewing up. With just a little force on her toe, she could easily evaporate this man's life. Duskbringer was engulfed in a fierce impulse. Dusk! But when Lady Bringer's weary voice came from behind, she snapped back to reality. Breathing heavily, Duskbringer looked around. The soldiers, realizing the situation was over, had all knelt and surrendered, and the citizens were tying them up. All eyes were on her. Duskbringer slowly began. I am Duskbringer, who has officially inherited the dukedom from the great dragon lady, Lady Bringer. The girl's voice trembled, but she did not hesitate. As the Duchess of Bringer, this is my first command. Imprison the criminals, and let them face the strict judgment of the law. Priests rushed over and extracted the sword from Leighton's stomach and administered first aid. Duskbringer spoke coldly to the gasping Leighton. This is not the place where you should die. It should be on the execution ground, in front of all the citizens. Until that moment, I will certainly hold on to your life. The bound Leighton was dragged away, and Duskbringer turned around. She saw Lady Bringer leaning against the collapsed stone wall. As Duskbringer approached hurriedly, Lady Bringer smiled faintly with a pale face. It's regrettable, our first autumn festival together. Lady Bringer slowly took off her silver diadem and placed it on Duskbringer's head. I was looking forward to the days ahead with you, to part like this. Don't cry, my child. We shall meet again. Lady Bringer gently stroked the weeping Duskbringer's head. Legend has it that the red dragons at the end of their lives gather at the coast at the world's end, waiting together for the last sunrise. I'll wait there for you, so take your time. You understand? Yes, mother. Now blind, Lady Bringer lifted her fading eyes and asked in a fading voice. It's quiet around here. It's the autumn festival. Are the citizens enjoying the festival? The citizens surrounding the dying queen were sobbing quietly. Duskbringer, wiping her tears, lied with a smile. Yes, mother, the whole city is filled with laughter and song. Ha ha, as it should be for an autumn festival. And what else? People have gathered in the squares like clouds with food and drink, praising you for this year's good harvest. When I ordered the dam construction, everyone grumbled. See, things go well when they do as this old lady says. Ha ha, what else do you see? Duskbringer looked up at the clear sky. Fireworks are lighting up the sky. I told them only on the last day so many times, but these people, they never tire year after year. The sky is blooming with fireworks of various colors. Look, that one resembles a flower bud, and that one looks like an umbrella, and that one. As she described the non-existent fireworks, Duskbringer tightly grasped Lady Bringer's cold hand. The citizens are now waiting for your words, mother. What have you prepared to say this year? Please go ahead. Then Lady Bringer, with cracked lips, faintly smiled and said, To all the good people of this country, to all the citizens who fought against the soldiers to save her, she once again delivered the words she repeated every year. Live every day like a festival, eat, dance, sing, and love. The queen's voice slowly faded. Love, my children, love. Those were her last words. Lady Bringer's head dropped. She breathed no more. Amidst the citizens turned into a sea of tears. Duskbringer, who had been facing her deceased mother, also slowly lowered her head. A vast amount of time has passed since that day. Had she lived as kindly as her mother had advised? Duskbringer thought she had not. The crown suddenly placed on the young girl was too heavy. The citizens continuously compared her to her predecessor. Neighboring countries underestimated the young queen, and swindlers tried to manipulate her. Governing was arduous, and wars were incessant. She was merely struggling to survive. Mired in inertia, she struggled painfully, thus surviving over 100 years. The courage not to hate had long been burnt away. Duskbringer had come to hate many people. Many nations had come to hate Duskbringer. She had killed many and lost just as much. "I'm sorry, Mother." Suddenly, she surveyed her mental world, now as black and grotesque as her mother's, if not more so, and muttered softly, "I did not live as you had wished." She had been trusted and had tried to live uprightly. But looking back, only her long, crooked ash and soot-covered footsteps remained. Looking down at her own hand, stained black under her nails, Duskbringer clenched her fist tightly. So, at least, she must protect that child, who held the same warmth as you. Duskbringer suddenly opened her eyes. A cool breeze entered through the gap in the curtained window. The feather pillow was soft, and the blanket was warm. A fresh fruit scent wafted from somewhere. Having dreamt a long dream of the distant past, she couldn't tell if this was reality or an illusion. "What is this? Have I finally died and gone to heaven?" As Duskbringer murmured blankly, "With such a handsome angel flying around beside you, I suppose it would be questionable whether it's heaven or not." A familiar voice came from beside her. Duskbringer, startled, looked in that direction. "Unfortunately, Duchess, this is still the Earth." The young man with jet-black hair sitting beside the bed ash closed the book he was reading with a thud and smirked playfully. "How was it sleeping for so long? Did you have any nice dreams?" Chapter 658. Duskbringer, who had been staring blankly at me, suddenly sat up. "Ash, are you hurt anywhere?" "No, it's the Duchess who's injured the Duchess. You have serious injuries, so please lie down." What are you?" "Ah." As she tried to get up, Duskbringer moaned in pain and fell back onto the bed. Only then did she notice the bandages wrapped around her entire body. "Ah, so this is. What is this? Do you not remember wrapping me up and taking the breath attack in my stead?" "Ah." It seemed she recalled the final moments of the battle against the eyes of the Black Dragon, and Duskbringer's voice faded weakly. "Right, I remember now. I was about to do something dangerous again, and without thinking. I at least had the minimum protective gear when I did that." I was a bit sheepish, but still spoke sternly. "The Duchess even put her armor on me, and then took the breath attack bare-bodied. If you were going to do that, you might as well have worn the armor." "Your safety was my top priority," Duskbringer murmured in a voice still heavy with sleep. "The life of the commander of the front here is at stake. How could I spare my armor?" I clamped my mouth shut. My recklessness in not taking care of myself is ultimately causing my heroes to get injured. If I don't change this, more heroes will die trying to protect me. But what can I do if the difficulty itself is screwing with me? I scratched my head with a sigh and then explained what happened next. Thankfully, right after that, Nameless beheaded Ippian, stopping the breath attack in its tracks. A few seconds longer and you could have suffered much more severe injuries. That's typical Sister Nameless for you. Hee. This sister fixation. How did the ranks here at the front get so twisted? Anyway, to finish explaining the situation. Nameless had shaken Ippian's head, and the battle ended. But the last few seconds of the breath that Ippian unleashed, with all his dying strength, scorched Duskbringer's body. Even though I deployed a shield with the rampaging power of the Red Dragon, it melted instantly, and even the heroes standing behind suffered minor burns. Afterwards, returned to Crossroad. Spent a few days recovering from injuries and repairing equipment, waiting for Duskbringer to regain consciousness. Just today, Duskbringer finally opened her eyes. I was honestly scared she wouldn't wake up at all, so I'm relieved. I picked an apple from the basket beside her bed and peeled it myself. My skills aren't great, so it wasn't peeled very nicely, but still, this dragon lady needs to eat something. It's strange, the elders here at the front keep dramatically throwing their lives away. Shouldn't they be aiming for retirement? I do not permit it. Right, as long as no one is seriously hurt, that's what matters. No, you were the one seriously hurt. As I handed her the apple I had peeled, Duskbringer took it without complaining and nibbled away. "So what day is it today? And what time is it about? It looks dark, so it must be night. I stopped peeling the apple. I looked Dusk Bringer in the eye. Unaware of what was happening, she blinked her pumpkin-colored eyes. Phew, I wasn't keen on spilling everything to a patient, but I had to tell her the truth. The current time is noon, Duchess. What? Dusk Bringer, startled, gestured towards the window. What are you talking about? It's this dark. Ah, is this some kind of joke? The jokes these young people make nowadays are so hard to understand. It's no joke, Duchess. With a sigh, I stood up and drew the curtains aside. Dusk Bringer widened her eyes and suddenly sat up from the bed. Together, we looked up at the sky. It has been getting darker over the past few days. And now, even at what should be the brightest time, it has come to this. The day has disappeared from this world. Outside, the sky stretched out pitch black. It was as if covered by an artificial veil, stiflingly dark, with the sun shimmering faintly and distantly in the center like a full moon. I reiterated to Dusk Bringer, who clenched her fist. Night is coming, Duchess. Night Bringer, as his name suggests, had finished preparing to descend, and he draped the world in the veil of night. Dusk Bringer, her face gone pale, bit down hard on her pointed teeth and suddenly turned to look at me. Just as she was about to speak, Your Excellency. You're awake, Your Excellency. Her 4 personal dragon knights rushed into the room in a flurry. Originally, they were nursing Dusk Bringer around the clock, and I had just taken over for a moment so they could rest. But it just so happened that Dusk Bringer woke up at that time. The dragon knights, their eyes rimmed with red, clung to the Duchess like children. Dusk Bringer, though flustered, soothed the dragon knights and scolded them for recklessly throwing themselves into danger. Watching this from a distance, I slowly moved and left the hospital room. I didn't want to interrupt the time being shared by the sovereign and her subjects. There's no need to precisely inform her of the remaining time right now. Once outside the hospital room, the long corridor of the temple stretched out before me. Despite it being midday, candles and torches were densely lit in the corridor, and standing there, I looked up at the dark sky again, truly facing the swiftly approaching night. I unwittingly clenched my teeth. The final battle is just around the corner. Stage 40. The invasion by Night Bringer. Only 7 days left. Woo, the cold wind slices through the ears. Although it's still autumn, as the veil of darkness fell over the sky and the sunlight weakened, the temperature dropped rapidly, as if it might start snowing at any moment. As if night wasn't enough, it had to bring winter forward too. Why cause such a nuisance even before making an appearance? Lord's mansion. Office. Having returned, I grumbled as I threw a few more logs into the office's stove. Irritably pushing the fire poker into the stove and stirring it, I continued to grumble. He can't be satisfied without advertising his arrival everywhere. He enjoys seeing people panic and struggle because of him, just like a brigade commander visiting the troops on a holiday. Wait, hold on, am I talking about myself? I suddenly reflected on my own actions, as I had a habit of intruding into the hero's quarters whenever I felt bored. But hey, it's fun playing with the troops, right? You guys agree, don't you? This veil of darkness has emerged from the Black Lake and is gradually covering the skies in the area. And to entertain the brigade commander on his day off, the main party members had gathered here in this office. Among them, Junior reported to me with a serious face. At first, it was just above the lake, but it has gradually expanded and now has engulfed Crossroad in its domain. And if it continues, within a few days the entire South. Eventually, it is expected to cover the skies of the entire world. That's one hell of a scale. Stop the show of power, you damn dragon. You're breaking the balance of the world by yourself. But I'm curious, how do people in this world perceive celestial bodies like the sun and the moon? Ha! You know, like the geocentric theory or the flat earth theory, those kinds of things. I asked out of curiosity, wondering what people in this world thought of this phenomenon that made the sky dark. What was their astronomical view? Junior then glanced at me as if I were talking nonsense. Of course, the heliocentric theory is the accepted view. The Earth isn't flat but spherical. What? Why do you know this so well? Became a heliocentric genius in a geocentric worldview fantasy world. I had been fantasizing about introducing a new astronomical view and getting reactions like, wow, Prince Ash is amazing. It turned out that the heliocentric theory was naturally accepted here. I had unnecessarily gotten my hopes up. Oh well. Phew, but still, the Earth moves. Excuse me. Never mind, just the usual nonsense from the prince. But really, does it make sense that magic could cover the sky this much? I tried to recall the earth science knowledge I'd almost completely forgotten from high school, but Junior calmly answered again. The opponent is a mythical dragon who rules over night. There's nothing it can't do. Ah, I see. There's nothing it can't do. This darn fantasy world. It seems like common sense matches that of Earth, but then it doesn't. Ah! I swept my fingers across my forehead. It wasn't a time to deny reality, whether scientific or magical. There was a real situation unfolding right before my eyes. The sky was covered in darkness, the temperature was dropping sharply, and an early winter was approaching. Right now, it might only be over Crossroad, but a week from now when Nightbringer makes his move, the day might truly disappear from the entire world. If we fail to subdue Nightbringer, that night will continue forever. The world will freeze over and ultimately drown in an unending darkness. The soldiers are anxious, my lord. Lucas, noticing the mood, cautiously spoke up. Evangeline followed suit. Not to mention the citizens. The whole city is in chaos. I see. Both the soldiers and the citizens. The next moment, we looked as if by agreement at the last member of our main party. Click, clack, clank. Damien was quietly maintaining and checking the condition of his magan. His expression was calm and his hands steady, but the problem was that we had never seen Damien do this in the office before. He was anxious. Even the heroes who fought monsters at the forefront. It would be stranger if they weren't anxious. If they woke up to a world that was still dark, what could be more terrifying than that? Up until now, the word doom had hovered around us like an invisible atmosphere, a blurred air. Although unsettling, it had been a dull sensation. But now, with the day erased, doom had become a clear reality hanging over our heads. No one could be unafraid. The end of the world was, truly, just around the corner. Prepare winter clothing that we had ready for the season and distribute the stockpiled firewood. Start distributing it to the citizens as well. That's why I directed practical measures, to keep the minds of those floating in anxiety grounded. As instructed beforehand, continue doing what we can, as we have been doing. The magic cores from Ippian we had reclaimed, as well as the stockpiled high-quality cores and materials, were all put into equipment production. People worked day and night, and the southern wall was nearing the end of its construction. Everyone was putting in a death-defying effort in preparation for the final battle against the Black Dragon Legion. From Plan A for the Black Dragon subjugation to Plan F in reserve in case of failure, all were prepared just for Crossroad. Military advisors from various countries gathered worldwide, brainstormed, and devised strategies. Under the directives of my father, Emperor Traha, Crossroad too was nearing the end of its preparations for the final battle. Of course, if Plan A, direct subjugation, fails, then any subsequent measures from that point are merely desperate floundering. But it's better to try than not to. Those struggles might just work. I've said it many times, but the heroes who will go directly into Black Dragon subjugation take some more rest. I looked around at the main party members and smiled gently. Tactics against the Black Dragon had been briefly briefed beforehand. Detailed tactical orders would be given again soon. But still, I wanted to give the heroes a proper rest, to fully recover from injuries sustained in previous battles, and to muster all their strength for the last confrontation with the Black Dragon. And perhaps this might be the last peaceful time we could spend together. Until I call for assembly, take time to rest. You can ponder alone, spend time with loved ones, or even just lie down and sleep. I grinned. Let's each endure this long night in our own way. As soon as I finished speaking, the four exchanged glances. My lord, then I'll take a nap here for a bit. I stayed up all night and am tired. Ah, me too, me too. I want a nap. Move over, uncle. Let me use your knee as a pillow. Then, your highness, I'll just finish up the memo I was writing. This room is so warm and easy to breathe. I'll stay a little longer too, prince. Thus, all four naturally took their places on my office sofa and lay down. Oh well, that's how it is, huh? I dragged my chair from behind the desk and placed it between the sofas, then sat down on it like lying down. After that, there was no further conversation. We spent the time quietly in front of the dying fireplace, listening to each other's breathing. Looking into the flickering little flames, I hoped. I hoped that this long night before the final battle would be peaceful for everyone. Chapter 659. Why have you never felt like that? Dreading the arrival of morning. The forge, Celebi's workshop. Hannibal had been infusing a spirit into the equipment when he suddenly blurted out such words. Beside him, Celebi, who had been enchanting the equipment with magic, looked over at his little assistant, wondering what he was talking about. Because I don't want to leave the warmth of my bed, because I don't want to go to work, because I just want to lie around all day and sleep, wishing that morning would never come, that I could stay in bed for about a week. You've thought about that, you rascal. Hee hee. Honestly, hasn't everyone thought this at least once or twice? No. Is it just me, wishing that morning would never come? Wishing that the world would just end? While living through the cruel reality, many people have imagined such scenarios at least once. But no matter how much one prays under the covers, the sun inevitably rises, and the world brightens. Hannibal looked up and gazed at the dark sky outside the forge. Even though it was around noon, the sky was exceedingly dark, with only a blurry silhouette of the sun trembling beyond a curtain of undulating darkness. But to think that the morning really doesn't come, and the world is actually ending. It's unbelievable, really. Watching his assistant's stunned expression, Celebi made a gesture with his chin. How old are you again? You've lied so much about your age, even I'm confused. Me. I'm exactly 14 now. To see the end of the world at 14. A clicking sound came from the mouth of the old dwarf. Instead of working like this, shouldn't you be out playing somewhere? It's completely dark outside. Where would I go to play? Besides, who knows? Maybe one of the spirits I've enchanted will play a crucial role in saving the world. Oh, such grand nonsense. Celebi grumbled and then noticed a customer approaching the entrance of the workshop, snorting disdainfully. Hey, your dad's here again. Go eat lunch and come back. Hannibal, startled, looked toward the entrance of the forge where Zennies awkwardly stood, smiling sheepishly while waving. In his other hand, he held a basket with lunch. My son always causes trouble. Then, the woman priest who had come with Zennies rose to scolded him. Why are you so nervous? Want to earn more heretic points again? Stand tall and speak your mind. Well then, ahem, listen, this forge doesn't function properly without our son. We're going to feed him now, so you all better understand that. Any complaints? In front of his overbearing father's roar, Hannibal covered his face with both hands. Oh, father really is too much. Celebi couldn't help but laugh heartily. That's still good, right? Awkwardly twisting his body, Hannibal nonetheless grinned and removed his work gloves. Then I'll go have lunch. Please eat as well, master. All right, have a good meal. Hastily wiping the sweat on his face with a towel, Hannibal hurriedly ran to the two priests. The three of them chatted amiably as they left the forge, Celebi silently watching them go. The image of his deceased son seemed to overlap with the shadows of the cheerful trio. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Celebi shouted into the forge. Let's all eat lunch too. Take a break. Yes, the blacksmiths, eagerly awaiting lunchtime, responded in unison, even as the end of the world approached, and they busied themselves preparing equipment for the final battle. It was essential to eat and rest properly to maintain efficiency. Lunchboxes were distributed by the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Celebi picked up his sandwich but couldn't bring himself to eat. He had no appetite. Kellison, still, the apparition of his dead son lingered before his eyes, refusing to fade away. Wait for me. I'll join this final battle too, if the opponent was the king of all monsters. No matter what, he was determined to strike a blow with his own hands, with his hammer and spirit. Even if it didn't serve as a requiem for his dead son, even if it only cleared the cobwebs in his mind, it didn't matter. The hatred and frustration that wouldn't disappear just by hammering equipment were gradually growing within him. Before it swelled enough to burst him, Celebi decided to charge toward the enemy leader. Whether I die or live, this battle will decide it all. If death brings peace, then that would be a decent ending in its own right. Even though he had no appetite, Celebi tried to muster the energy to eat the sandwich when... Celebi, there's trouble, a dwarf came running in from outside, exclaiming loudly. The airship, the wreckage of Geronimo, has been found. It was found far south from the epicenter of the southern plains. It seems it was blown away by the explosion. They are now recovering it and bringing it to Crossroad. Geronimo. A long time ago, Celebi had personally built this airship, which served as the flagship of the World Guardian Front, carrying the corpse of the Goblin Guard King intended for a kamikaze attack. The airship Kellison had piloted until the very end. Celebi threw the sandwich on the ground and ran out of the forge. The recovered wreckage of Geronimo was already being brought into the city of Crossroad on a cart. Celebi stood in front of the cart with trembling legs. Most of the wreckage was meaningless fragments and pieces, but one part retained its complete form. The figurehead shaped like a siren, installed at the prow of the ship. Unbreakable myth. An artifact, a nightmare slayer cast from the magical core of Bernard Poker, the eighth-ranking commander of the Nightmare Legion and the Ghost Fleet captain. This was the only piece that, due to its unique property unbreakable maintained its original form even amidst the tremendous explosion, including part of the bow that was within the area of effect. Celebi touched the remnants of the ship, which was like a child to him, with trembling hands, while thinking of the child who had been aboard. He had thought it had vanished without a trace, to think it remained. In this front, in this world, we still need you, Father. Suddenly, the last voice Kellison had left echoed in his mind. Survive, and please take care of our race. No, this world. Celebi's strong hand gripped unbreakable myth tightly. Why return now of all times? Celebi closed his eyes tightly. It makes me weak, damn it. The old dwarf blacksmith's emotions took a while to settle, watched over with concerned looks by a mix of human and dwarf blacksmiths. After officially joining the World Guardian Front, Verdandi, leader of the Holy Grail Seekers, began living in Crossroad. But after her sister, Queen Skuld, died, Verdandi found staying in Crossroad uncomfortable. Living in this city where her sister died was distressing, like sitting on pins and needles. So Verdandi stayed alone in a former dwelling prepared in the dungeon below the lake. Today was no different. After training with her companions in Crossroad, Verdandi returned alone to the hideout in the dungeon. The space between sectors 5 and 6, where the sewers connected. In this place, where a stream of water leaked from a broken pipe and seeped into the shattered stone wall. In this narrow passage, where clear water rarely flowed in the dungeon, unnamed grasses and mosses were abundantly sprouting. Next to the watercourse, there was a small patch of dirt. Verdandi carelessly sat next to it, and with sunken golden eyes, she stared into the void, coldly honing the hatred burning within her. After Skuld's death, Verdandi became noticeably less talkative. Her expressions of emotion also gradually disappeared. She wanted to become a single dagger. She wanted to become a very sharp blade for the impending final battle with the Black Dragon, and to exterminate every last one of those hateful monsters. Verdandi took out the dagger Isegam from her bosom and glared at it. From the dagger made from the tooth of an enemy, a black aura was rippling. SSSSS. The aura escaped from the dagger, climbed up her arm, and burrowed into her body. Verdandi did not stop it. To kill darkness, one needs to get close to the darkness. It was just a part of the process. That was when Verdandi's eyes widened slightly. Her gaze was directed toward the patch of dirt next to the watercourse. Ha! With a bewildered sound, Verdandi carelessly sheathed the dagger. The darkness that had been seeping out was also sucked back into the sheath. Verdandi hurriedly approached the patch of dirt on her knees. This patch of dirt had been cultivated over the past 100 years while exploring the dungeon for the Holy Grail. As if unable to give up on the elusive Holy Grail, just as one plants seeds waiting for sprouts that never grow, it was a place of such persistence. Even knowing there was no hope, I continued to plant seeds, knowing that sprouts would not emerge. It was the embodiment of such foolish persistence. And then, in that patch of dirt, a sprout. Tiny, delicate sprouts were pushing through, their pale green shoots emerging. The last thing planted were the sunflower seeds given by Ash. It had been almost 2 years ago, and now the seeds were sprouting. Now, after all this time, why, how? Suddenly, a possibility flashed through Verdandi's mind. Leaping to her feet, Verdandi ran desperately. After entering the base camp, she teleported to Crossroad and raced through the city shrouded in the darkness of broad daylight. She arrived at the nearly restored South Gate, gasping for breath. Ha ha ha! What Verdandi was looking down, it was the very spot where her sister Skuld had died. Her sister had summoned the roots and trunk of the world tree and died becoming one with the tree, and only the stump of the dead tree remained where her body had been cut down. At that tree stump, there it was again, a bright green sprout. Ah! With a sigh filled with emotion, Verdandi knelt in front of the stump. Skuld had sacrificed her entire life to summon the roots of the world tree, scattering its immense life force throughout the entire southern continent. That influence had spread and reached even beneath the lake, causing the seeds that had not moved for years to sprout. And here at this stump as well. Even from the tree where the elven queen herself had fallen and died, robust life was pushing forth sprouts, even in a world where the sun does not rise, even as winter approaches. Why? As the cold wind blew, she instinctively reached out to cover the sprout, and Verdandi murmured softly, "Why? Why does it strive to live like this? Why does it try to survive like this? It is unknowable, because life is impermanent, because nature is indifferent." As if embracing the stump with her body, Verdandi murmured with a choked voice, "You were really terrible, Skuld." The sprouts that emerged at the spot where her sister died, and those that sprouted in the abandoned patch in the dungeon. Verdandi would nurture them. She would ensure they grew fully, because they were the last legacy left by Skuld, and to do that, Verdandi herself must also live. "Really, you were terrible." Emotion, long absent, vividly returned to Verdandi's face. Mostly it was sorrow, but there was a slight relief as well. Swoosh! A massive silver fist cut through the air. In the training grounds of the barracks, Qulan was practicing alone. Under the dark sky, his silver fist streaked through the air, spreading a faint glow like a light aura. To others, it might seem like a solo practice, but in reality, Qulan was not in a situation to be at ease. "Is that all you got, 44th?" Illusions of werewolves made of darkness attacked Qulan from all directions. Qulan scattered punches and kicks into the air, fending off the illusions. With that level of murderous intent, with that level of fighting spirit, what do you think you can kill? Is that all your hatred amounts to? The illusions shouted as they surged from all around. Qulan clenched his teeth. If talking big one, our ancestor might as well have been the Demon King. The nightmare slayer made from the magical core of Lunard the Wolf King, Full Moon's massacrer. Whenever there was a crisis, this damned cloak whispered in his mind to surrender his body to it. Then it would take care of the situation for him. He had ignored it all along, but the situation had been too critical during the last encounter with the Goblin Guard King, and he had reluctantly reached out his hand. In exchange for borrowing its power, the cloak had clung to Qulan's body, and ever since then, these illusions had been harassing him like this. Their purpose was singular. "Your flesh is perfect now, so hand it over to me. I can make much better use of it than you. Then I'll blow away the black dragon and whatever else. It wouldn't be a bad deal for you, right?" Maybe, just maybe, it was true. If he surrendered his body to this nightmare, he might be able to land a clean hit on the black dragon. The problem is that this nightmare doesn't only intend to attack the black dragon. It would undoubtedly strike at the same allies as well. Not only that, it might even try to destroy humanity, just as Lunard the Wolf King had originally intended. Ultimately, whether this creature or the black dragon, both were enemies of the world. So far, I have managed to hold on. Gradually, the frequency and intensity of the illusion's attacks were increasing. Fending off each illusion, Qulan felt increasingly drained. How much longer can I last? A few more days. Or perhaps months. Whenever it happened, Qulan was determined to confront this battle before his body was taken over by the leather cloak, and the nightmare sleeping within it. To subdue the nightmare and make it entirely his own, or else to end my life before it completely takes over. Whoosh! After sending the last attacking illusion flying with a back kick, Qulan steadied his ragged breathing and adjusted his stance. Wisps of pale steam rose from his muscular back. My fists are gradually taking the same form as the illusions. Fighting the illusions, Qulan's fists were reverting to their original form of primitive and violent boxing. Though he hated to admit it, his immediate power was increasing. And what was needed in the fight against the Black Dragon was precisely this immediate power. As Qulan sighed deeply and steadied his breath, "Captain," a subordinate from the penal squad rushed in breathlessly. Turning in surprise, Qulan listened as the subordinate exclaimed urgently, "Sir, Princess Yun. Princess Yun has regained consciousness." Chapter 660. Yun opened her eyes with a start. Her blurred vision gradually cleared, and soon she saw a familiar middle-aged man before her. "Father!" "Yun!" The middle-aged man with the same lush, copper-toned hair joyfully called out. It was none other than King Miller Aryan of the Northern Aryan Kingdom, who had come down to see his youngest daughter. "Yun, you've come to. Your father was worried sick that something terrible might have happened to you." "Father, how did you come all this way?" When I heard that my beloved youngest daughter had fallen gravely ill, of course, I had to come, didn't I? The king smiled, but Yun frowned in displeasure. Her father, King Miller Arian, was a good king, but hardly a good father. He was a man who could easily throw his children into the political arena if needed. Was it not just 2 years ago that he had pushed for an engagement between Yun and Prince Ash without so much as asking her opinion? In front of his daughter, he might shed tears of love, but behind her back, he could let his own children die if it benefited the nation. Such was the political figure of the king of the Aryan kingdom. For your healing, we've used our kingdom's treasure, the tears of the apex. Thus, when Yun heard that her father had used such a precious national treasure to heal her, she felt apprehensive first. Then the clergyman next to him cautiously spoke to the king. Your Majesty, although the relic is working, it hasn't fully healed the princess's injuries. What? How can that be? Do whatever it takes to cure her. The tears of the apex is a condensed body of divine power. It has no effect on injuries that divine power cannot heal. It's a miracle that the princess regained consciousness at all. The king furrowed his brow. So you're telling me not only will my daughter not recover, but she'll soon lose consciousness again. Is that what you're saying? It is with regret that I must confirm, yes. Oh, what a tragedy. King Miller Arian tugged at the hair beneath his crown and lamented. My most beloved youngest daughter, to suffer such a fate at the distant front lines. Oh. Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. She was beginning to understand why her father was overreacting. Our Aryan kingdom has not only lost the airship Aryan Bear, but also our beloved youngest princess and brave warriors have either died or been injured. Even the use of the national treasure, Tears of the Apex, couldn't heal my daughter. The loss is overwhelming compared to other nations, isn't it, Yan? Her father intended to use even this for political purposes. To all the kings gathered here, and to the leader of the World Guardian Front, I will demand appropriate compensation, and I declare that our Aryan kingdom can no longer afford to bleed. Therefore, Yan, explain how much you have suffered, how much pain you have endured. Then leave the rest to your father. Though the Aryan kingdom participated in the World Guardian Front, it had always been under Yun's lead as the king's proxy. The king had never come down from the northern homeland and had always been reluctant to join the war, to avoid helping the south and expose the critical losses our north has suffered and to secure just compensation. And we must withdraw from this affair. So, Yun, for your father, for the country, speak now. Right? Yun turned to the side. Were the scribes ready to record her words before she lost consciousness again? Her father would use every word she uttered for political purposes. Yun sighed deeply. Father, the world's end is near. Even now, do you have to do this? Yun, you are a smart girl. The king, holding his daughter's hand, smiled gently. There's no way the world is actually coming to an end. This is just a monster outbreak in the south. It happens every year. It's the southern fools who don't want to bear their losses alone, trying to drag us into shared responsibility. It's the same old trick of the empire. This is purely a political battle. Everything I do is for the nation, for you as well. So, Yun clenched her mouth shut. It was then. The guard shouted from outside, announcing King Kulan of the Beastmen has arrived. King Arian furrowed his brows. A king of the Beastmen? Since when did they have a king? Who? Bang. The door swung open forcefully, and Kulan stormed into the room. The appearance of the towering werewolf startled everyone from the Aryan kingdom who had just arrived, but Yun greeted him with a smile. Kulan, wow, you've become very handsome. Yun. Ignoring the others around, Kulan strode over and carefully sat beside her bed. You're the first to say I look good in this form. Everyone else is too busy being scared. Your muscles have gotten bulkier, and your fur looks fuller, doesn't it? Handsome is as handsome does. A faint smile crossed Kulan's wolfish face. I'm glad you're conscious. Ha, sadly, it's not because I've gotten better. They poured divine power from our national treasure into me just to momentarily revive my consciousness. It seems I'll soon be asleep again. That's... Kulan swallowed his words as Yun looked him straight in the eye. Kulan, I have a favor to ask. Anything if it's within my power. Before you go into battle, please make my will public. Let everyone in the World Guardian Front know. Surprised by the unexpected request, Kulan's eyes widened. A will, you said it was embarrassing. It is embarrassing, but it's necessary. Yun extended her dry hand. Kulan firmly grasped it. Will you do it, if that is your wish? He, thank you, I trust you. The effect of the relic seemed to be fading as the light wrapped around Yun began to diminish. Yun's eyes slowly closed again, and a faint smile crossed her lips. I'm not sure if I'll ever wake up again, but you will wake up. Then I hope it's to a peaceful world. It will be peaceful. Kuilan. Just before closing her eyes, Yun whispered, just in case I'm saying this, don't wait for me. Kulan was about to respond, but Yun had already lost consciousness again. After laying Yun back down on the bed, Kulan slowly got up. The king of Arian, who had been standing behind, cleared his throat. Well then, King Kulan of the Beastmen, nice to meet you. I am Yun's father. You have Yun's will, don't you? Would you return it to me? I refuse. Kulan turned around after flatly refusing. King Arian's eyes widened in anger. By what right do you refuse? Why do you even have my daughter's will in the first place? I am Yun's comrade-in-arms. You're planning to steal my daughter's will just because you were comrades at the front. You have no right to do that. Give me the will. And, Kulan growled softly, I am also Yun's lover. King Arian's mouth fell open. The warriors and priests who had long observed Kulan and Yun covered their mouths in shock at this werewolf's declaration. If you want to hear the contents of the will left by your youngest daughter, king of the Aryan kingdom. Kulan strode past the soldiers and left the room. How about participating in the upcoming deployment ceremony of the World Guardian Front? The deployment ceremony. To honor the heroes setting out to slay the Black Dragon. The ceremony is scheduled soon. According to Yun's wishes, I will read her will there. Listen then, if you have the courage to stay at the front until then. No one stopped Kuilan, and he walked out of the barracks. As he looked out at the streets of the city, darkened by the night, Kuilan took a deep breath. Just in case I'm saying this, don't wait for me. Yun's last voice echoed in his mind. Kuilan closed his eyes and then opened them. A golden glow surged in the wolf's eyes. Winter Silver Merchant Guild, Crossroad Branch. This place, brightly lit as always, was bustling. Workers hurriedly loaded materials to rush to various parts of the city, and messengers from different regions organized espionage and information. And in the office of the guild leader, Serenade, unusually stopping her work, was making a request to her bodyguard dressed as a maid, Elise. Please take good care of Prince Ash, Elise. Holding Elise's hand firmly, Serenade repeated the words she had said several times before. Please protect him. He is the one who always rushes into the most dangerous places. You are the only one I can trust and ask. Tell me you can do it. Elise glanced up with her deep blue eyes and faced her mistress. Serenade's face was calm, but a faint anxiety was swirling around it. I will accomplish it, my lady. Elise bowed her head deeply as she responded. Honestly, it wasn't a statement made with confidence. Elise was certainly a skilled swordswoman. She knew very well that her talent and skills were exceptional. Among humans, there were not many who could match her. But this time, the opponent was the Black Dragon. Although she had been selected for the Black Dragon extermination expedition, Elise honestly wasn't sure. What could she possibly do? Against that powerful evil dragon, would her sword dance have any meaning? She knew just as well as she knew her own talent that the caliber of her opponent far surpassed her own. Can I really protect Prince Ash in front of such a being? But she had no choice but to answer in front of her mistress's trembling silver gaze. Serenade likely didn't truly believe that Elise could protect Ash either. She must be clinging to any hope she could find. The last night had fallen on the world, and destruction was imminent. A catastrophe that could not be averted with all the wealth in the world was approaching. Elise had to silently watch as Serenade's slender hand, firmly gripping hers, trembled. It was then. My lady, a visitor has arrived. A servant spoke from outside the door. Serenade, who had been holding hands with Elise, hastily adjusted her appearance and asked, Is it him? It is. The Mer-King has arrived. Ah, please bring him in. The door opened, and the Mer-King, King Poseidon XIII, with his deep blue long hair fluttering, entered. Elise walked behind Serenade and stood at attention, while Serenade greeted him with her usual business smile. Welcome, your majesty, Poseidon. Countess Serenade. King Poseidon in front of Serenade gave a sour smile. Sorry about that. Ever since I inherited the divine power, my senses have become overly sharp. I unintentionally overheard the conversation inside the room. Oh, you were worried about Prince Ash. Serenade's face turned bright red. Even in a soundproofed room, the Merking's physical abilities were strong enough to hear such faint voices. Heh, don't be embarrassed. It's natural to worry about a lover. But don't worry too much. The desire to protect him is shared by all the heroes who are part of this front. King Poseidon gave a friendly smile. Everyone will throw themselves into protecting him. If the hunt, the expedition, is successful, the commander will return safely. Of course, if the hunt, the expedition fails, no one would return alive, but no one dared to voice such thoughts. I came here not only to inform Prince Ash in advance, it seemed necessary to tell you as well. King Poseidon's expression became serious. Serenade, having composed her face, looked back at him. It might seem ridiculous to talk about what happens after this battle already, but we always have to prepare for the unexpected. Taking a deep breath, I will not survive this battle, King Poseidon declared. Serenade gasped in shock, to which King Poseidon calmly continued. Therefore, I came to discuss with you the future of the merfolk after my passing. Chapter 661, when the heroes had taken their breaks and Duskbringer regained consciousness and stabilized. It was 5 days before the start of the stage. I had summoned all the heroes. The final battle is upon us. I surveyed the heroes, huddled together in the drawing room of the Lord's mansion. Surrounded by the knights, I confirmed the presence of Duskbringer and then smiled faintly. You might be tired of hearing this, but I want to go over the strategy for this subjugation once more. The better you understand, the better. I leaned on my staff, pointing at the scribble of a black dragon on the chalkboard, though it looked more like a wriggling worm I had drawn. It was somewhat gigantic for a worm, with several wings and tails attached, and not to mention, it had 7 heads. First and foremost, I took a deep breath and then said, as if to confirm, the black dragon cannot be felled by conventional means. Despite hearing this multiple times, the overwhelming statement made the heroes shudder again. This creature is an anomaly even by the standards of the King of Flies. It's virtually impossible to bring down with the ordinary raid tactics used against dragons of the Black Dragon Legion. Conventional means, that is, the typical boss monster raid tactics won't work. Not that the tactics used in the game disappear. Tactics in the game, in essence, a gimmick, that's all there is, because there's only one path, it's clearer even if it's narrower. I will explain about it once more. I lightly tapped the chalkboard with my staff. Night Bringer of the Black Dragon Legion. A being that can be considered the main body, having all the unique characteristics of every monster we've faced from the Black Dragon Legion. In other words, Claws Perkian's hard body mobility, Fangs Tustivian's massiveness, breath, Wings Wingian's flight, feather bombardment, mind control, Eyes Ipian's dark magic eyes, and multiple heads too. It's a total collection of the patterns we've faced from the evil dragons. It's actually more than that. The last two, Collision and Scalian, have rather subtle characteristics. Blood drop Collision's vitality, pure scale Scalian's cunningness. What even is this creature? Anyway, it is all that too. The main issue, aside from the intuitive abilities, is the dark magic eyes and the multiple heads. I randomly poked at the 7 heads drawn on the chalkboard with the tip of my staff. You all know that it's called the Sept Dragon. The middle head is Nightbringer himself, and the other 6 heads, I gestured across my neck with one hand, Nightbringer beheaded them himself. Ah! Evangeline, always expressive, stuck out her tongue in disgust. That's a good reaction. I nodded and continued my explanation. The necks were annihilated, and only 6 heads were left. Usually, they're attached around the middle neck, and during battle they wake up to assist him. That's really a bizarre taste. Just as Evangeline said, it's a grotesque sense indeed. Nightbringer is such a dragon. It's a sept dragon, but the middle head completely dominates, and the other 6 heads float around the main body like drones, assisting in battle. These 6 heads are already dead, so they have no will of their own. They're just artifacts that do as the leader commands, breathing fire and casting spells. Evangeline tilted her head in confusion. But how do the floating heads breathe fire? Don't make me explain. If we start picking it apart, none of it makes sense, this bastard. The floating heads are connected to the main body by darkness, probably supplying whatever through that dark conduit. Up, I flicked my staff in my palm and concluded. So to sum up, it's an incredibly vital creature, extremely tough, incredibly huge, moves incredibly fast and flies, uses breaths, dragon roars, magic, feather bombardments, mind control, dark magic eyes, and whatnot, and 6 floating heads that assist the main body too. Sighs erupted from the crowd. I felt like sighing too. At this point, how on earth were we supposed to kill it? No, it seems like it was made so we couldn't in the first place. Moreover, the typical weakness of a dragon, the reverse scale, is absent. Precisely speaking, its entire body is made up of reverse scales, with no vulnerable part. It is said that every scale composing the body of the true black dragon Night Bringer is a reverse scale. True to a dragon that defies the heavens, even the direction of the scales is completely opposite to that of ordinary dragons. And just as a typical dragon harbors a single reverse scale in its body, Night Bringer harbored just one scale of the correct orientation. This single correctly oriented scale, the pure scale, is speculated to be its only weakness, but he ripped it out and threw it away. And that's how Scallion was born. I wonder how it could be used, still unsure of its full potential. It might turn out to be an advantage for the enemy, so let's set this creature aside. We'll have to use the same strategies that we used in the game. If that's all you hear, it sounds hopeless. I chuckled and looked around at the heroes. But if there really were no answer, I wouldn't be so relaxed, would I? They all smiled nervously as they met my gaze. I nodded emphatically. What I'm aiming to exploit is the only thing that darkness is inherently weak against. Yes, light, just like in the game, the sole weakness of darkness. I intend to actively use the gimmick known as light. In the game, as the battle with Night Bringer drew near, new research could begin in the production workshop. This research pertained to light, the natural predator of darkness. I was aware of this research in advance, so I had instructed it to be carried out long ago, and it has already borne fruit. This is the result of the past 2 months of work by our production guild and many mages, diligently researched and created. I took out a special device from my cloak and placed it on the table in front of me. It's a magic condenser. Wow! The heroes who saw the real thing for the first time exclaimed in admiration. It was a long, hexagonal, pristine white artifact worn on the arm. Its effect is simple. It converts the wearer's magic power into light. Watch, but be careful with your eyes. As a demonstration, I injected magic power into the device, and immediately a grey light that mirrored the color of my magic shot forth from the end of the condenser. Ugh, it's blinding. Lord, you should have warned us about the bright flash. I did warn you, you brats. Everyone except Nobody, who was blind, and Damien, who had already covered his eyes, screamed and collapsed. Didn't I tell you to be careful? Even though I emitted it gently with reduced output, maybe it's more intense because it's dark around. Magic condensers will be distributed to everyone. You'll see when you use it, but it's not very fuel efficient, so only use it when necessary. I turned off the light and nodded towards the priests. Ordinary magic power can produce enough light, but divine power systems are particularly effective. That means, priests, you'll need to work extra hard. And the good efficiency of divine power means those who wield the power of gods especially will be very effective. I'm counting on your performance. The powers of other gods also have similar efficacy. The representatives of the different species nodded their heads. I gestured to the side. This is the first means by which light can counter it. And the second is this. Lily and the alchemists, who had been waiting, pulled a cart loaded with 3 artifacts into the room. We'll also use darkness. The heroes swallowed dryly. The 3 artifacts were all shaped like black glass spheres. This is the dragon, a nightmare slayer made from Ipion's magic core, artifact shining dark. Its ability is darkness generation. Ipion had inherited her father's dark magic eyes and the ability to emit darkness. This artifact can replicate that ability. There is substance to the darkness of the Black Dragon Legion. Ordinarily, darkness is said to be the absence of light, but the darkness emitted by these evil dragons, and the darkness under that lake is different. Honestly, it's questionable whether it can even be called darkness. This malicious darkness has substance, and the fact that it has substance means that it can be countered. Using our light to counter it is one way, but there's no need to go to such lengths. We've painstakingly extracted the enemy's eyes and heart. I thumped the artifact with my hand. Well, that was a long premise. Now let's discuss the strategy. It's simple. When Nightbringer spews darkness, we will activate this artifact and counter it with our own darkness, while blocking darkness with darkness. In the meantime, using the condensers issued to each of you, Emit light to sever the connections between his other 6 heads and the main body. Cutting off the darkness between the drone heads and the main body will shoot them down. Every time a connection to another head is severed, Nightbringer's main body is also temporarily stunned. We'll use this to sever all head connections, and then fire all our light at the middle head simultaneously. The beings of the mythic era can be said to embody the natural order that living creatures fear. The natural order that Nightbringer represents is night. Therefore, by its very nature being infinitely close to darkness, it must be vulnerable to light. That was the case in the game. When the heroes concentrated and shot their light at him, Nightbringer initially resisted, but after reducing the darkness gauge sufficiently, he struggled and exposed vulnerabilities. The scales in the area where the light gathered peeled away, forcibly creating a weakness that wasn't there before. At that moment, we shove in all the offensive means we have. Nameless's light slash, Duskbringer's maximum output breath, Damien's sniping, the combined magic of the mages, and so on. We'll unleash all our firepower in that instant. Evangeline, who had been rubbing her eyes from my previous flash of light, asked cautiously, "What if it doesn't fall with that?" "We repeat," I said calmly. "We repeat the entire process, until he dies." I didn't need to say it, but they all understood. The entire process includes enduring the breaths, magic, feather bombardments, mental control, melee, and aerial attacks he launches, and the fact that we, too, will suffer tremendous damage during the process. We have to kill him before we are all wiped out. This battle is a kind of chicken game. This is the basic framework for this black dragon subjugation. It was also the only tactic I established in the game. Of course, it won't be easy. But even if it's like a camel passing through the eye of a needle, if that's the only way, we have no choice but to charge through. So, the code name for this operation is, since we all have to emit light hard, I scribbled something on the chalkboard with chalk and shouted powerfully, Operation Firefly, in other words, the Firefly Operation. If we were to call it in a down-to-earth Korean way, it would be something like Operation Firefly Larvae. Don't go, don't go. Please don't leave. Sing a song just for me. As I broke into song, everyone made a dumbfounded expression. Evangeline murmured with a pitying look on her face. Senior, you've gone off the deep end again. No, this is a classic. You wouldn't understand. If we leverage all our past battle experiences, I believe we can certainly do it, I said forcefully, returning to a serious expression. Just as we have overcome Perkian, Tustivian, Wingian, and Ippian in the past. Just as we have deciphered their patterns and methods of attack. No, not just that. Over the years, we've survived 35 defenses, including the tutorial, that's 36 defenses. I truly believe we can overcome this. Sincerely. The magic condensers will be completed and distributed to everyone by tomorrow, and we will immediately begin training to fire the light. I looked around at the heroes and smiled lightly. Wait comfortably. Then I clapped my hands sharply. All right, that concludes today's strategy meeting. Everyone take a break, have some food, and then head out. The heroes responded in unison with a yes, and began to gather in small groups to discuss among themselves about the Black Dragon Legion they had faced, and about Nightbringer, stronger than all of them combined. As I watched my fellow comrades discuss, "You've never even met Father, yet you've planned this far." "Player," a voice came from beside me. "But, are you really sure it'll be okay?" Turning around, there was Scalian, who had willingly allowed itself to be captured, smirking meaningfully. "If this strategy doesn't bring down Father, what will you do?" Chapter 662. "If this strategy fails to bring down Father, what then?" Scalian said this meaningfully, idly waving a large fan in hand. On the opposite side, Perkian had attached a fan to one of its 6 legs and was also gently waving it. The recipient of the fanning was Violet, who sat in a fancy wheeled chair, sipping through a straw connected to a drink, fanned from both sides. With her eyes fully relaxed, Violet suddenly made a strange sound like bleh. "So good." "Violet, what are you doing?" She's categorized as reserve in this Black Dragon subjugation, so she won't be on the front lines. But why is she so utterly relaxed? "Ha!" A beat later, Violet snapped to her senses and flailed her limbs. "Help, your majesty, these dragons are coddling me too much. Before I knew it, I was indulging every whim. No matter how I look at it, you shouldn't be so broken down. Even a real princess wouldn't end up like that, geez." I clicked my tongue. "Come now, Miss Violet. No need to think about other bothersome things. Just leave it all to us and relax. There. Oh no, I am. The leader of the Gamblers Club, Violet. With those words, Violet spaced out and even began drooling from the corner of her mouth. She's completely gone. Ignoring the severely pampered Violet, I turned to face Scalia. Scalia, do you feel this plan is lacking? No, I think it's well crafted. You've probed into Father's only weakness as much as humans can, using your only known method. Scalia narrowed his eyes and smiled. But will that be enough? Do you think your best will be enough to bring down Father? I don't think so. If our best isn't enough, then what should we do? I've said it before. I initially believed you wouldn't be able to bring down Father. Scalia looked down at Violet, still fanning her, seemingly with affection. More than your best. Perhaps something combined with chance, luck, and a miracle might be necessary. I know that the tactics from the game alone are no longer enough to fully defeat these monsters. This was proven with the King of Flies and became clear while facing the Black Dragon Legion. The transcendent will of these monsters had already torn through my playbook and escaped. So, what can I do, beyond preparing diligently based on the information I have? What else am I capable of doing? As promised beforehand, I will fight faithfully in this battle as you have directed. Scalia said, brushing back his long bangs. Yes, instead of fighting and killing each other, Scalia had promised to fight his own father on our side. Scalia's special abilities are focused on defense and evasion. They will be crucial in preserving the lives of our allies in this Black Dragon subjugation. How you will fight, Father, and how it will end. I want to see it up close. I had always wondered, so I just asked. Scalia, if we do manage to bring down your father, you would enjoy watching that process, right? Of course. Where else would you find such a thrilling story? A tale of humans defeating an indomitable evil dragon, huh? Then, what if we utterly fail and are horrifically annihilated? Would that also be enjoyable for you? There was a brief silence. Scalia hesitated as if caught off guard, sending a sheepish, nerdy glance over his glasses. To be honest, that would be much more to my taste. When the noble history of humanity, their dignified will, is shattered into pieces and trampled like insects before overwhelming violence. Listening to him, I clenched my jaw. If my beloved heroes despair, cry, and eventually die trembling in fear, oh, what could be more entertaining than watching that right beside them? Even imagining it made Scalia shiver. I didn't hide my disgust as I spit out my words. You're a pervert just like your father. Ha ha ha, it can't be helped. I've been holed up in the Lake Kingdom's library for hundreds of years, and I've seen too many stories end happily. I'm sick of them. This hipster, nerdy kid, Scalia shrugged. Defeating the evil dragon and living happily ever after is too click and boring. I find fresh and cruel tragedies much more entertaining. You're clearly not on our side. I never said I was on your side. Didn't I tell you? I'm part of the Black Dragon Legion. I wish for the world's destruction. Scalia scratched the back of his head awkwardly. However, while you fight my father, I want to watch that battle from the closest VIP seat, so I'll stand with you. So, Ash, if you don't want your long fight to end in tragedy, it would be wise to prepare more variables. The gap between my father and you humans is still vast. My prediction is that it will end too easily with a bad ending. Scalia winked, and then dragged away the chair Violet was sitting on. Perkian followed him closely. As I watched the captured beasts move away, I turned to the side. Duskbringer looked up at me with a worried gaze, still not fully recovered and wrapped in bandages. Are you okay, Ash? Your Highness. Are you really okay, considering your injuries? Is it really not too much to go into the next battle? Those kind thoughts swelled in my throat, but I forced them down. After closing and opening my eyes, I finally brought up the cruel story I had postponed. Please explain in detail about becoming a dragon. Duskbringer's face went pale. The next day, magic condensers were distributed to all members of the expedition, and the heroes began training to convert their magic into light. Depending on each person's magic, different colors of light lined up like spotlights, coloring the training field. As champions of reversal, they adapted quickly. As dozens of beams of light dispersed and then converged at one point on a signal, someone approached me from behind. I knew who it was without turning around because I had summoned him. King Poseidon. Standing behind me was the Merman King, King Poseidon, with his blue hair and beard. I glanced at him. The resolve you conveyed to me before, it still holds, right? He didn't bother to answer. It meant there was no need for more words. I sighed. You must come with me. Just the two of us, and keep it a secret from the others. Where are we going? To beneath the Lake Kingdom. Even during serious training, the heroes began to play, shooting light at each other's faces, creating strange expressions with shadows, or using their fingers to cast shapes of dogs or crabs on the walls. Watching their childish but endearing antics, I chuckled and then turned completely to face King Poseidon. We need to meet some people to prepare variables. King Poseidon's stern face finally nodded deeply. Anywhere, you say, if there's something I can help with. After several preparations, time cruelly passed, and it was suddenly the day before deployment. Today was the day of the deployment ceremony. It seemed a bit much for a deployment ceremony, but since the fate of the world was at stake and various kings were gathered here, we decided to hold it. Hotel Crossroad. Hall. All the kings, monarchs, and generals of the World Guardian Front gathered before the ceremony to chatter and share stories. So we in the North have already done enough, haven't we? Blatantly trolling. One king was lighting up the room. Miller Aryan, the king of the Aryan kingdom and father of Yun, spoke out. Why should the North bleed so much for the monster outbreaks in the South? Even if the monsters breach this fortress, it has nothing to do with us in the North, does it? Reiterating an old argument once more, he was thoroughly ruining the atmosphere. My nation has lost its one and only airship, and numerous elite warriors have perished. Even my beloved youngest daughter is dying. What more losses do you expect us to endure? We will withdraw from this senseless fight without proper compensation. You would all do well to consider your positions too. It said that a person's true nature emerges in a crisis. With destruction imminent, such a textbook troll had emerged. Oh dear. The problem is, this gentleman's words carry some weight. The kings and soldiers gathered at Crossroads were visibly frightened. With the day disappearing and the sun blurred, this unprecedented phenomenon was causing morale to plummet and courage to slip quietly away. The weather turned colder, the wounds left by the King of Flies were deep, and the terror spread by the Black Dragon permeated the city along with the darkness. The once solid alliance was easily softening before an irrational fear. People wanted to flee, and the King of Aryan was leading the charge, further widening the cracks in our fragile unity. And now it was my time to step in. Ahem! Clearing my throat, I approached the kings. The startled kings all turned to look at me. Prince Ash. Good morning, everyone. It's quite dark for morning. I looked at the King of Aryan and pulled out a letter from my coat. This is the will of Princess Yun Aryan, who had served as the proxy ruler of the Kingdom of Aryan for the World Guardian Front. It was entrusted to King Qulan and then passed on to me. Qulan, who had followed me, nodded. I smiled slightly. Yun asked that this be read in front of you all, so I intend to do just that. I unfolded the letter before the King of Aryan could say more. There are parts meant for her family and some for Qulan, which I'll pass on for you to read privately, but there's also a will addressed to me, which I intend to read. Clearing my throat again, I began reading Yun's will. Prince Ash, when you commanded me to write this, I pondered what to say. Yun's handwriting was as bold and clear as her personality. If a warrior representing the North, and one of the foremost heroes of the World Guardian Front, has fallen, it means the front lines are in dire straits, and the monster invasion is perilous. Her self-praising tone was typical, confident without hesitation. As desperate as the situation is, people will be afraid. They are not cowards. It is natural to feel fear in the face of monsters. I was very afraid too, even as I write this. To fight and overcome that fear is what makes the struggle here great. The kings influenced by the King of Aryan's fanning looked at each other. Pretending not to notice, I continued reading. Heroes, soldiers, kings, and civilians all can have moments of weakened courage. As a commander of the World Guardian Front, Prince Ash, please continuously reassure and care for them. The next part made the King of Aryan's face turn scarlet, especially someone like my father. What? If I fall, my father will try to withdraw our troops. He is someone who doesn't like to suffer losses because he fears losses. The King of Aryan tried to shout to stop my reading, but paused at the next sentence. But in truth, he is braver than anyone. He knows how to pursue the greater good, not just petty profit and loss. Please hold him back. Rekindle the courage that lies dormant within him. Prince Ash, you can do it, as you have for many others, including me. How she had pre-written such aptly targeted content in her will was beyond me. Knowing what kind of man her father was and how he would act if she fell, she was able to write such a letter. I continued reading, meeting the king of Arian's gaze. If he misses out on this great battle unfolding here, if he steps back due to immediate losses and fears, he will surely regret it later. As the princess of the Aryan kingdom, I ask you, even after I have fallen, please encourage Aryan, the North, and all nations to continue fighting. Having already memorized the rest of the content, I set down the letter and continued to read while looking around the assembly. Many will fall after me, many tears will be shed, and much blood will flow. I hope you do not think of this as a loss. I hope you do not see it as a failure. This battle is beyond such calculations. I closed my eyes and bowed my head. As an ordinary human, it was an honor to participate in this great war to protect the world. Prince Ash, I wish you fortune in my stead. That was how Yun's will ended. The assembly was engulfed in silence. There were more personal details in the content, like when we first met at the New Terror ballroom, how my cooking was terrible, how she never had luck in love after I turned her down, to take good care of Kuilan, and other trivial matters. But there was no need to read those out loud. Before this deployment ceremony, I considered writing a declaration of war myself, but that proved unnecessary. I lifted my head and smiled lightly as I looked around at the kings. Princess Yun has written such an admirable declaration for us. Chapter 663. Even as the world faces potential destruction, people still weigh their gains and losses. Because the world is on the brink of destruction, organizations are shaken and show signs of disintegration. It's the duty of a group leader to embrace such people and reforge their unity. It's not an easy task, but this world is fascinating in that it always retains a sense of romance. The mood among the kings changed with just one letter from a princess who had fallen into a coma while fighting on the front lines. Some faces showed emotion, others embarrassment, but they nodded to each other. I smiled lightly as I looked around at the assembly. This world, where a sincere reading of a letter is taken seriously, is why I love it here. King Arian was a perceptive man. Realizing that anything he could add would be inconsequential compared to the words of his daughter, who had fallen in battle, he restrained himself. I will stay at the front a few days longer to assess the situation. But let it be known, the North, including my daughter, has made significant sacrifices. While King Arian continued, I turned my gaze to Kuilan. Yun has left us in her debt. She had single-handedly stabilized a wavering front. It wasn't intended for her will to serve this purpose, but it indeed eased a great burden. Yun was a woman of loyalty. Kuilan, nodding solemnly beside me, received a nudge in the ribs from my elbow. You heard, Kuilan. She even declared her love. Are you finally ready to accept Yun's feelings? Honestly, I still don't know. How can he still be unsure after all this? Does he really need a slap to figure it out? Despite his words, this werewolf, who is incredibly cautious in love, answered seriously. But now that Yun has treated me with such loyalty, I think I must respond with appropriate loyalty. Loyalty, huh? A strange word to use between a man and a woman in a romantic context, but perhaps that's their relationship. Maybe that's romantic too. Anyway, thanks to her, the unity among the wavering kings was restored, and I felt that the situation had been well resolved. Ah, everyone is gathered. My father Emperor Traha, peacemaker ever Blackstrode, into the room. Well done. I've already announced it throughout the empire, so informing you all here completes the global announcement. Standing beside me, the emperor looked at me and grinned, then placed his large hand on my shoulder and declared, I intend to appoint my son Ash as the crown prince of the Everblack Empire, effective today. His tone was as casual as if he were deciding on beef for dinner, but the content was anything but trivial. The startled kings quickly straightened up. Of course, I was composed. After all, this was something I had requested from the emperor. I don't need to sit on the prince's throne to know that the next imperial power is practically mine. I am the last remaining child of the emperor. No one doubts that I will be the next emperor, but guessing and confirming are two different things. The appointment as crown prince was essentially a declaration to the world that I would be the next emperor of the Everblack Empire, and the reason for rushing this matter was singular. I must become the representative of humanity. I glanced down at the glass on the table. A distinct golden hue flickered in my reflection in the glass. Divinization, finally, the sign that I was starting to gain divinity as the representative of humanity appeared. The sensation of moving away from being human was chilling, but there was no time to dwell on it. I needed to use every variable available to me now. I suddenly remembered what the Emperor had said before. If the world truly heads towards destruction, you, as the leader of this front, will naturally get a chance to gain divinity. It was with the hope that you make the right decision when that time comes. Gaining divinity allows one to see the ugly truths of this world, and you can never go back to how things were. But if the world really does head towards destruction, you will surely grasp that power. You'd be grasping at straws, after all. It turned out just as he had said. In a situation where one must clutch at straws, I spread the announcement of my appointment as Crown Prince to accelerate my own divinization and to embed the perception globally that I represent humanity. Under the Emperor's orders, news spread through the temple communication magic scattered throughout the empire. By now, all the citizens of the empire would have accepted that I am the next emperor. Would it have been easier if you had requested this sooner? The emperor looked at me with a teasing smile, as if asking why I had only now stepped into divinization. I grimaced back. The position of emperor, as well as the guardian deity of the race, is a lonely and burdensome one. Grasping my shoulder firmly, the emperor whispered in my ear, "This is the ordeal you have chosen for yourself. Try to accept it graciously." Then, releasing my shoulder, the emperor walked towards the front of the kings and boisterously called out, "Come now, why is everyone so somber? This is an event to boost the morale of the warriors before they head into the final battle. Let's send them off with smiles and joy." The deployment ceremony took place in front of the freshly restored southern gate. Although it was dark due to the absence of the sun, the southern walls illuminated by torchlight looked sufficiently grand. Today's event also commemorated the completion of the southern wall's restoration. The program proceeded. Kings from various nations bestowed their blessings and advice on the warriors setting out on the expedition. Nearby, children from Crossroad had crafted wreaths which they hung around the necks of the departing heroes. The citizens applauded thunderously each time. The faces of the heroes flickered in the torchlight, resolute, the king's expressions determined, the citizens worried, and the children oblivious and laughing. As the overall commander of the World Guardian Front, it was my turn to speak. I chose to read Yun's letter again, instead of delivering a traditional speech. The crowd seemed moved, but I suddenly worried. What if Yun wakes up later and is embarrassed about all this? Well, who knows? She asked me to read it, so the aftermath is not my concern. By noon, the event concluded, and people began to disperse in groups. I gathered the heroes who would depart tomorrow. All wearing floral necklaces, they formed a neat line in front of me. "Everyone gather in the backyard of the Lord's mansion by 7 a.m. tomorrow." I calmly reiterated the instructions I had previously announced. "Make sure to bring your arms, and for today, rest easy. Don't overdrink or overexert yourselves. I hope you spend this time preciously and meaningfully." I nodded faintly with a vague smile. "Dismissed. See you tomorrow." Snap. The heroes saluted me in unison and quickly dispersed into various groups. Each went their way, with friends, colleagues, family, or alone, to spend the eve of the battle at their chosen places. Watching this scene, I suddenly glanced toward the open southern gate. At the boundary where the faint light barely touched the darkness, a woman with flowing cerulean hair stood. I walked towards her. It was Serenade. Dressed in her usual suit, with a coat draped over her shoulders, she stood against the cold wind blowing from behind. Her long blue hair and the hem of her coat fluttered in the breeze. Serenade was looking south through the open gate, towards the enemy territory, Black Lake, from where we would depart tomorrow. "Serenade." I called her name as I approached, but Serenade remained silent. In the shadow cast by the light, with her eyes downcast, her expression was hard to discern. A bit worried, I leaned towards her. "Serenade, are you okay? Are you hurt?" In the next moment, Serenade's pale, long hand reached out swiftly, grabbed my collar, and pulled my face down. She pressed her lips against mine. The kiss happened so suddenly that I was stiff with shock, and while my body remained rigid, Serenade's lips were endlessly soft. No, they weren't. They felt soft, but they were not. Her lips were dry and cracked from exhaustion. She had tried to hide it with cosmetics, but the underlying fatigue and pain did not vanish. That made it all the more poignant. Before I could gather my wits, the kiss ended, and our lips slowly parted. Serenade slowly released my collar. I stumbled backward, my face flushed belatedly. With a similarly reddened face, Serenade whispered, lowering her head, "I wish I could stop you from going into that darkness, into a hell where monsters lurk. I want to grab the hem of your coat and beg you, don't go, just stay by my side. What does it matter if the world ends? Why should it be you, among all the people in the world, who has to risk your life? Let others save the world. Let's run away, far away. That's what I really want to say." Slowly lifting her head, Serenade's silver eyes shimmered with moisture. "It's selfish, isn't it? But this is how I truly feel. If the world is ending, I want to run away with you to the other side of the world until the destruction catches up with us." Serenade. "But that's not your path." Serenade forced a smile, but tears soon overflowed and streamed down her cheeks. "Because you're someone who would still try to save others, the world, even when you're hurting. That's the kind of person you are, and why I love you. I'll wait for you here, until the moment you return victorious." So, unable to hold back any longer, Serenade began to sob, her shoulders shaking. I stepped closer. I slowly pulled her into an embrace and gently kissed her forehead. As my lips touched her, Serenade clenched her eyes shut and shivered. It was so endearing that I unwittingly let out a chuckle. "I'll be back, so trust me." Then Serenade, looking up at me with a somewhat blank silver gaze, suddenly said, "Not on the forehead." I blinked in confusion. "Ah, on the lips properly. Please kiss me on the lips." Serenade's face was flushed as if it might burst. I probably looked similar. I stuttered, not knowing what to do, and Serenade closed her eyes tightly as if giving up. "Hey, you're supposed to lead me. How can you leave it all to me? I'm a complete beginner." Ah, what the heck. I wrapped my arms around her waist, leaned down slowly, and once again pressed my lips against Serenade's. In the pitch-black winter night, we kissed for a long time. The world around us was cold and dark, but the warmth where we touched was comforting. Even if everything else was swallowed by darkness, this warmth alone made me confident we wouldn't lose our way. Yes, I will never forget this small, trembling warmth filling my embrace. The next morning, with soldiers and citizens lined up on either side of the teleport gate giving a grand send-off, the expedition to subdue the Black Dragon departed, heading into battle without any idea of what would happen next. Chapter 664, Lake Kingdom's only connecting passage between Zone 9 and Zone 10, Grand Bridge. Long and massive, the bridge stretched over a chasm so deep that its bottom was lost to sight, an ancient bridge. Having occupied Zone 9, we set up camp at the front of the bridge and waited for the Black Dragon. It was necessary for him to pass this way in order to march towards the humans. How long we had waited in preparation for the battle. Thump, thump, thump. At last, Black Dragon appeared. From the opposite side of the Grand Bridge, out of the deep darkness of Zone 10, thump thump, its heavy footsteps heralded its arrival. Whoosh! The lights that lined the massive bridge flickered in unison, and then, the next moment, went out completely. In the oppressive darkness that hung thickly around, the monster moved as smoothly as a whale swimming in the deep sea. Its body was larger than any dragon species we had ever faced. Enveloped in darkness, its black body was so massive that it was difficult to tell where it began and where it ended. Its huge scales wrapped around its body, stretching upwards as if soaring towards the sky. Beneath the two massive wings on its back, countless smaller wings sprouted. Above its proudly raised long neck, its main head flashed a golden gaze. And at the junction of its neck and body, 6 dead heads were lined up like a necklace. Our heroes collectively swallowed their saliva. Nightmare Legion's top commander, Black Dragon Lord, true Black Dragon, owner of the midnight. The first of midnight, darker than the deepest night, the one who brings down the sun, the one who swallows the moon, the world closer, night bringer. Click. As I spat out the words, my subordinates simultaneously aimed their weapons at him. Nightbringer, observing us slowly, scrutinized us. To call this the final desperate squad of humans. Then, in his characteristic weary and blunt voice, he said, "Too puny." The next moment, zzzing, like the power of a drone turning on, the 6 dead heads hanging around his neck like a necklace simultaneously opened their ice-flashing golden gazes. The 6 heads spun in a circle and floated in the air, scattering their malicious light around the center head. Controlling the 6 heads at will, Nightbringer stared at me. As my last amusement, you seem woefully insufficient. Drop the needless concern. Feigning composure to ease the tension among my subordinates, I blurted out my usual nonsense. Just try catching us, and you'll burst with satisfaction. Ha ha! Then Nightbringer opened his huge mouth and laughed. Watching your futile bravado is amusing, but truly, the sight of you losing everything and crying is what I'm most looking forward to. Please take care of your perverted desires on your own. This isn't that kind of place. Let's see how long you can keep spouting that idle talk. The next moment, the black dragon closed his eyes. The 6 heads circling his central head also simultaneously closed their eyes. As his golden eyes shut together, darkness instantly enveloped around his heads. The next moment, flash, 7 pairs of eyes opened simultaneously and stared at us. Starting with your strongest pattern, I gritted my teeth. This wretched creature starts with the most malicious of intents. 14 dark evil eyes concentrated their output and an invisible force. No, night swept over us. It was the same blow that had instantly annihilated King of Flies White Night before. He refined the overlapping darkness with his own hatred or malice to destroy his opponent. I'm not sure how he used this attack in his human form back then, but that's not what's important. I know this is your strongest attack. It was a pattern he had used even in the game, and the fact that it was a pattern used in the game meant that there was a way to counter it. Prepare to activate Shining Dark. And after commanding the activation of an artifact made from the magic core in my eye, I called for a defender to specifically handle this attack. Scallion, it's your turn. As I called his name, Scallion burst forth from subspace. This guy too had already transformed into his original former massive Eastern-style dragon, who, in midair, Scallion spun his long serpent-like body, and darkness spewed out like mist from his entire form as he took a defensive stance wrapped in that darkness. Waves of darkness collided with each other. The artifact Shining Dark initially absorbed the darkness unleashed by Nightbringer, and Scallion personally withstood the attacks that pierced through the darkness. CRRRash. When Nightbringer's attack hit, the scales covering Scallion's entire body shattered into pieces and scattered everywhere. SHRRRK. And immediately beneath them, new scales sprouted. Trembling, Scallion muttered, it's my first time being hit by Father. Sorry for leading us into a scene of domestic violence. This guy's ability, the Scalesair specialized in defense, including against special abilities and magic. Moreover, being a member of the Black Dragon Legion himself, Scallion possesses dark attributes, which allowed him to safely withstand even Nightbringer's tremendous blow. In the game, we used to block that attack with the artifacts made from the magic core in my eye and Scallion's magic core simultaneously. Scallion! Nightbringer called his name in surprise when one of his own Legion members appeared on the human side. Scallion awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, Father, but there's something I really wanted to see. All right, go and see it then, Nightbringer said in an unexpectedly gentle tone. If you survive in front of me, that is. An enormous amount of magic power boiled up within him. Before the start of the real battle, I waved the flag and shouted, Guardies' blessing, activate. At stage 40, the goddess blessing Guardies' blessing was activated. Its effect, warm starlight. All heroes on the front line during stage 40 are resistant to dark attributes, and their inner light manifests a weak luminescent effect, like real fireflies, dim but emitting light on their own. I swung the flag mightily. A magic barrier rose, and all sorts of buffs I possessed rained down upon the heroes' heads. Advance! With their respective Dragon Slayer and Nightmare Slayer weapons drawn, the heroes readied their ultimate techniques. This is a battle that decides the fate of the world. Shouting passionately, I thrust the flag forward. Let's go forth and fight, my people. Responding to my call, the heroes under my command all charged forward, screaming at the top of their lungs, and above them descended the breath and magic. The dragon roar and darkness unleashed by Nightbringer. Losing track of time, the battle continued. It was a true bloodbath. We and Nightbringer, neither of us stepped back, fighting fiercely. My heroes and I fought as best as we could, according to our training, our tactics, and using our quick wits and refined senses. But the black dragon was too strong. Even as we wounded him and made him spill blood with our attacks, he endured. Despite knocking down his 6 heads and focusing light on his body to create a weakness, and then bombarding it with firepower, did not fall in the end. In the game, repeating this grueling task 4 or 5 times would have brought him down. I gritted my teeth and looked around. If this were a game, I could have repeated this process over and over again. I would only need to manage skill cooldowns and consumable items. Dropped HP could be patched up with healing spells and potions, and I could ignore injuries to command the heroes. But this is reality. Even a brush with his breath caused burns, and the mages who took on his magic suffered from overload and collapsed. After the dragon roar swept through, we lost our sense of balance, and anyone caught by his huge feet or tail suffered broken bones. Ha ha! Who? We can still fight, still go on. For hours on end, the bloodied heroes gasped for breath ruggedly. All were heroes who had become extremely skilled over time, but the battle with the black dragon inevitably forced them to expend themselves. Casualties poured out like an avalanche, and each time we replaced them with reserve heroes to continue the fight. Eventually, everyone from the reserves to the monster capturing legion was ground down, and though we fought on, administering healing magic and potions on the field, this was as far as we could go. The heroes' combat strength had significantly diminished over the long battle. We had reached the end of our offensive capability. We no longer had the capacity to repeat this grueling operation. Groon, on the other hand, Nightbringer was still intact. Of course, he was not without damage. It had been a punitive operation carried out by the best heroes on the human side. The floor was soaked with the blood he had spilled. However, his tremendous vitality had not run out. Still arrogantly holding his high neck, he looked down on us with a haughty gaze as if to say, "Show me if you have anything left." I hated to admit it, but this was reality. This punitive expedition has failed. If this were an MMORPG, we could quickly retry after a total annihilation. But this is reality, so we retreat. We must preserve what forces we can and flee. That way there remains a chance for the next opportunity, a chance to attempt the raid again. Everyone, prepare to retreat. We're returning to the surface. Yes, my lord, Lucas nodded heavily. This guy, who had fought the hardest at the forefront, had a severely burned left arm, but showed no signs of pain. Fumbling with his right hand in his pouch, as his left arm was immobile, Lucas asked, "Shall we use the dungeon escape teleport scroll?" The teleport scroll was a means of escape provided to each party leader when the Black Dragon Legion punitive operation began. Lucas evidently assumed that it would be used for the escape. However, I shook my head slightly. No, that won't work. What? In the game, Nightbringer was a monster that belonged to the final boss line along with the Sleepless Lake Princess. In simple specs, he was even overwhelmingly powerful. In this hell, he's an endgame level monster. There's no way such a being would let us escape so easily. In his territory, using teleportation for escape is impossible. He will forcibly dispel it. In the game, this was a gimmick that made players who thought they could easily raid and escape using teleport scrolls vomit blood. The same goes for the Sleepless Lake Princess. When fighting final boss-level monsters, you must fight thinking there's no second chance. Lucas's face turned pale. How do we retreat then? Lucas, more than anyone, even more than me, was able to assess the situation coldly. He must have thought retreating was the rational decision, as our chances of winning were dwindling. But he likely didn't expect that the teleport scroll would be useless. Krieg, Nightbringer, opened his massive mouth, and among his 6 heads, 2 whose jaws were not crushed also opened their mouths. Soon, a pitch-black darkness began swirling inside his gaping mouth, heated with energy. Without a doubt, it was a breath pattern. His breath, if faced head-on, meant certain death, 99 out of 100 times. However, since its trajectory was always straight, we had managed to dodge it by moving sideways. This time, too, the heroes prepared to dodge, taking heavy breaths, but I knew. Half of the heroes had lost their ability to dodge. When that breath came, half would die. Our precarious stand would crumble like a sandcastle, and we would be annihilated. This was our offensive endpoint, our limit, and then Nightbringer. It was the last moment I could pull this card. I staggered forward, calling his name. I too was hobbling with various minor injuries. The heroes who seemed prepared to take the breath with their bodies, if necessary, turned around, puzzled by my action. I patted the shoulders of such heroes and stepped forward. Ash! The Lord of the High Tower turned into a shield form, and Duskbringer shook her head at the forefront. Please, no. After giving her a faint smile, Black Dragon. I called the monster's name once more and stood at the forefront. To the mightiest and most terrible dragon looking down at me as if asking why, I brought up the main point. Boss stage special gimmick. Success rate 100%. A 30-minute non-aggression pact between commander characters. As king to king, I propose a parley to you. A one-on-one conversation with him. It was a request for a commander's parley. Chapter 665. At my proposal for a parley, the black dragon somehow chuckled and then said, I accept. Fortunately, he accepted the parley. The breath he had been gathering slowly subsided. Feeling the dissipating hostility, I let out a sigh of relief. Turning around, I looked back at the heroes and commanded, We have about 30 minutes. Everyone retreat in that time. Lucas, among the confused heroes, jumped forward and shouted, My lord, what is this? I have a way. As always, I've prepared an escape tunnel. I met Lucas's eyes and those of the other heroes and gave them a reassuring smile. Trust me, and everyone retreat. The punitive expedition had already failed. The choice was between everyone perishing here or me staying alone to hold the parley with him. Lucas has the capacity to assess the situation coldly, more than anyone else as a commander. He should understand which option has more potential. Despite knowing this, Lucas gritted his teeth and stepped forward. If we all fight prepared to die. Lucas, I changed my tone to a stern one, have I ever gambled without a chance of winning? Lucas shook his head slightly. You've never gambled without a chance, but you've always risked your own life. The end of the world is right there, so this much is worth staking. I glanced briefly at Nightbringer, now comfortably sitting in his place, and then I firmly grasped Lucas's shoulder. Lucas, if I don't return soon, you will have to take command in the meantime. Understand? And Lucas, remember, you must not be consumed by darkness. I tried to speak warmly to this knight, who would undoubtedly remove his limiter if I were not there. Even if the enemy is darkness, you must not be consumed by it too. This is also a plea to all of you. I looked around at all the heroes and nodded. Do not be consumed by darkness while I'm gone. After meeting everyone's trembling gazes and making eye contact once, I gave Duskbringer one last smile. Well then, Duchess, please take care of everyone. Duskbringer looked like she might cry any moment and shook her head. I will try, Ash, but I am. Duchess. I gripped her blood-soaked hands tightly with both of mine. I trust you. Duskbringer, her mouth tightly closed, bowed her head deeply. I shouted loudly to the still undecided heroes. It's a commander's order. Facing my people, all bloodied from the battle, I smiled gently. Evangeline, who had suffered severe injuries from blocking Nightbringer's charge, and had been replaced by the reserves, Damien, who had used his farsight until he was bleeding from the eyes and could no longer see. Junior, who had exhausted even her future magic power, continued to use magic until she finally collapsed from depletion. All of them had fought with all their might, my proud people. Everyone retreat immediately. Then, turning back, I started walking alone towards Nightbringer. I wish you all good fortune. Your Majesty. It can't be, Your Majesty. The heroes rushed out in protest, but Lucas, gritting his teeth, stood in front of them and stopped them. We retreat. With a voice that seemed about to break, Lucas shouted, It's a commander's order. Everyone, retreat to Crossroad. Opposition continued fiercely, but following Lucas, Duskbringer and King Poseidon started to calm the heroes and urge them to retreat. It was a matter previously discussed with those two. It was nothing but the worst-case scenario I had planned for, assuming that the strategies I had devised from the game might not work here. Nameless. If Nameless had been here, she might have been the most vehemently opposed. But just a moment ago, Nameless had been captured by Nightbringer and thrown down from the Grand Briginto, a 1,000-foot chasm. Being immortal, she should be safe. Thinking of the other heroes under my command, I shook my head slightly. It's not the time to worry about my subordinates. Was using this, commanders, parley a strategic card to ensure a safe retreat for your subordinates. Really, because I am the one who's likely to die first. Staying behind alone in place of your subordinates, that's a tear-jerking act of sacrifice. Truly an example for any commander. Standing right in front of him, the black dragon truly seemed as massive as Mount Tatian. His actual size was immense, but his unique aura and majesty made his presence appear even more colossal. Personified night, honestly, it was suffocating. but I managed to lift the corners of my mouth in an attempt to appear relaxed. I don't understand why everyone treats me like a saint. I just place my bets where the odds are high. I am the strategist of this world. If I can throw the king instead of facing game over to continue the grand game, it's worth a shot. If before the odds of you succeeding in your first attack was like finding a grain of rice in a forest, then the odds of them succeeding is like finding a needle in a haystack. Even if one is 10,000 times easier, it's meaningless. Flash. Nightbringer's massive form shimmered in black, and the next moment he had transformed into a human form. With long, flowing black hair, sparkling golden eyes, and dressed in an elegant suit, the man whispered to me, "In truth, it doesn't matter much. The probability of failure is overwhelmingly high. You're not good at math, are you?" I was no mathematician either, but I said this with a bit of bluster. Even if it's slim, there's a difference of 10,000 times. Heh. Nightbringer slightly opened his mouth and chuckled. However, his eyes were not smiling at all. He was a difficult opponent to read. Fine, player. This is the last moment of your life. At his gesture, the darkness that had enveloped the Lake Kingdom surged and then merged into two chairs. Nightbringer comfortably sat in one of them and gazed at me intently. What would you like to discuss? Without declining, I sat in the opposite chair. Why do you want to destroy the world? I asked the question that I was most curious about right away. What has this world done to you that you hate it so much? Nightbringer rested his chin on one arm and stared at me intently. Then, quite unexpectedly, he asked something completely different. Player. Do you know why you are called a player? I furrowed my brows. I hated answering a question with another question, but I decided to play along. I explained the reason from the monster's perspective for calling me a player, because I am a player involved in a game betting the fate of the Demon King and this world. Is that all? Anything else? Also, I've heard it means king in another sense. I scratched my chin. If one commands their own destiny, they are a player. If they move according to someone else's intentions, they are a piece. This is how our emperor uses it. Chess terminology, player and piece. The one who places fate and the one who follows. There are those who approach it with this concept. The player, I call you, has a different meaning. Nightbringer narrowed his golden eyes. You are an actor, he declared. This place is merely a stage. The world is merely a collection of vain tales spouted by actors like you on such an insignificant stage. Stunned, I stuttered in response. What are you talking about? You must have heard of the term apocalypse play. I suddenly remembered. It was a name I learned while interrogating White Knight, who was trapped in an illusion. Those eyes in the sky. Foreign entities watching this world, enjoying the spectacle of its destruction. From the ancient past, even before I was born, this world was merely someone's toy. Nightbringer's voice, usually filled with ennui, began to blend with a vivid zeal. Every life unfolding in this world is merely a delicious collection of tragedies presented to those foreign entities. You might believe you are leading your own life, but that is not the case. Player. Everything is just a futile struggle on a predetermined script. Nightbringer's blazing golden eyes stared straight at me. Are you truly the master of your fate? I am. You might think so, but that is a delusion, the Black Dragon asserted. We are merely marionettes dancing on strings. In the end, we're just clowns performing for the amusement of higher beings. Hearing this from the Black Dragon, I was so taken aback that I asked, "So full of yourself, aren't you also a member of this world? Then aren't you an actor too?" "Right, I too am merely one player, an actor in this tragedy." Nightbringer briefly closed his eyes, then opened them with a flash. "That's why I intend to rebel against this tragedy. If our existence and demise are merely a playground for them, I'd rather destroy the game myself." The Black Dragon slowly looked up at the sky. "Born a puppet, so I should live as one. Don't make me laugh." It was as if I could see something invisible as I chewed through my boiling hatred. "I will end this story named World with my own hands. You won't sympathize. You won't understand. The feeling that from your birth to your death, all of life is but a mockery by others." Nightbringer looked at me, a gleam appearing in his eyes. "Oh, maybe not. Divinity has begun to dwell in you too." It seems he noticed the transcendent golden light in my eyes. "If there had been a bit more time, you could have viewed this tragic world from the same level as me." Slowly, Nightbringer rose from his seat. "Regrettably, your grace period is over. This parley ends here." As Nightbringer declared the end of the parley, crack, an intangible darkness grabbed me by the neck. Lifted into the air, I was drawn toward Nightbringer. SHHH. Nightbringer held a scepter in both hands and gently pulled out the head of the scepter. Like a staff sword, a blade hidden within the staff part of the scepter was revealed. Captured by the intangible darkness and flown to him, Nightbringer lightly snatched my neck with his left hand, and with the scepter sword in his right hand, he thrust thunk. It pierced the center of my chest. My vision flashed white. The cold metal penetrated my body, spreading intense pain. I clenched my teeth and exerted all my strength to endure the pain. Now, looking me in the eye from close range, Nightbringer spoke soothingly. Cry, hurry, cry, beg for your life. Isn't that your human's true nature? Nightbringer slowly twisted the sword embedded in my chest, failing to see the greater cause, so easily becoming mere playthings for higher beings. Og. As any great human ultimately begs for their life at the end. That is the destined limit of mortals. Terrible pain washed over me as blood poured from the front and back of my chest. I coughed up blood through my nose and mouth instead of breathing. My vision turned pitch black. Chapter 666, the moment everything went dark. I'll wait here, I heard Serenade's voice. Cuck! I forced my eyes open. The darkness that had been enveloping me suddenly cleared. My vision blurred from the stabbing, flickered in and out, but it was not over yet. I can't die yet. I can't give in yet. Nightbringer laughed as he watched me coughing up blood. That's right. You're no ordinary human. Perhaps I need to risk the lives of your people to see your tears. Come on, just shed a tear. Admit your own weakness. Then, who knows, I might spare your people. The moment he said that, I closed my eyes tightly, and a tear rolled down my weakening cheek. Seeing this, Nightbringer smirked in satisfaction. Hoo-hoo-hoo, you're helpless after all. It seems you are afraid in the face of death. In the end, you were just another common actor played by the rhythms of outsiders. Come on, leave your last words. What was so frightening to bring tears? Your own death, the death of your people. Or is it? No. I took a deep breath, gathering my last strength, and then I whispered softly, It's just because it fucking hurts, you bastard. The next moment, poof, a horrifying sound of flesh being torn filled the air. Nightbringer blinked in confusion, looking down at his chest. There, wrapped in a dark energy, and vibrating with excitement from the taste of blood after a long time, was a demonic sword, Excalibur. Taking advantage of Nightbringer's distraction, I had pulled it from my inventory and plunged it into his chest, Excalibur, the sword that devours anything. The only thing I've ever had to say to you has been the same from the start. I raised my weakening right hand and slowly lifted my middle finger, twisting my lips into a full-powered sneer. Fuck you, kakakakak. Excalibur vibrated fiercely, greedily sucking the blood and flesh of the black dragon. Good, everything went as planned, I thought, as my consciousness faded. Is this all you've prepared for your desperate struggle? Mumbling as if it was absurd, the black dragon easily pulled the demonic sword from his chest. The Excalibur, soaked in the blood of the black dragon, rolled on the ground, and the chest that had been soaked in blood healed instantly as if it had never been wounded. I laughed helplessly. As expected. This wasn't enough. Clever but shallow. Is this the limit of human depth? Nightbringer then grabbed the handle of the royal sword embedded in my chest and slowly drew it out. Now, guardian of humanity, it's time for your exit from this stage. He forcefully thrust the royal sword again. Poof! This time he aimed not at the heart but, clang, at my spirit core. With the sensation of my soul shattering from its deepest depths, I closed my eyes. I'll wait here until your majesty returns. I'm sorry, Serenade. It seems I'll have to make you cry again. Crossroad. The expedition that had set out to subdue the Black Dragon had successfully retreated, and all were now receiving treatment at the temple. The atmosphere was endlessly dark. No one spoke, and they silently accepted the ointments, bandages, and healing spells the priests were applying. It was the sharp cry of a young knight that broke the suffocating silence. So what? You just left the senior behind and retreated. It was Evangeline. She had been torn apart by the Black Dragon's direct assault and had suffered a concussion, only regaining consciousness a moment ago. And she had just learned that they had left Ash behind to ensure everyone else's safe retreat. What kind of madness is this? Were you all just watching that happen? As Evangeline looked around shouting, the other heroes could not respond and averted their eyes. It was the judgment passed by our Lord. Lucas, his head hung low, replied in a muted voice. His disheveled blonde hair obscured his face. 3 priests were attached to Lucas's left arm, treating him. It was not an ordinary burn. The left arm, swept by the black flame breath, did not improve easily, even with an overdose of healing magic. But as if he couldn't feel the pain, Lucas spoke without looking at his left arm even once. As always, there was a way. It was a situation where we all would have died if we hadn't retreated immediately. And you just left the senior behind. Are you really Lucas, sir? You know, too. Our Lord always has a contingency plan. I trust our Lord and— What is the contingency plan, then? Lucas clenched his teeth. He did not tell me. Then what do you believe in? The Duchess and King Poseidon. He said he told them, so you should trust too. Duchess. Evangeline staggered to her feet and looked around, shouting, Duchess, where are you, Duchess? Duskbringer was with her dragon knights, as much as they were called berserkers, and as much as they inherited dragon blood. The dragon knights fought on the front lines, and their injuries were deep. Duskbringer was brushing the dried blood from her dragon knight's hair. Duchess, please explain. What is this contingency plan that the senior talked about? As Evangeline, leaning against a wall, asked roughly, Duskbringer, after a long silence, spat out slowly. I can't tell you. What? Ash told us not to tell you. Evangeline snorted incredulously. He told you not to tell us, so it must be something dangerously significant. Just tell us this, then. How high is the success rate of this contingency plan? Duskbringer clenched her eyes shut. It's not very high. Then you should have stopped it, Duchess. Why were you just watching when the senior was doing that? I was. At that time, you spoke as if you would willingly embrace corruption to protect the senior. And now, in such a moment, you've left the senior in that hell. Duskbringer's face went pale. What about the Glory Knights? Evangeline, turning hastily, lost strength in her legs and slid to the floor. But gritting her teeth, Evangeline grabbed a nearby cabinet and pulled herself up. And upon spotting Hecate and the Glory Knights, she shouted, You claim to be the Emperor's personal guard. You said you become the guard of the prince, no, the crown prince. Why are you here? Why aren't you with Senior? The Glory Knights had been caught in Nightbringer's dark bombardment in place of Ash, resulting in all of them experiencing a blackout, and they had not regained consciousness until the battle ended. However, they had no answer to Evangeline's words. Their duty was to protect Ash and die in his place, but now that it had come to this, they had nothing to say. Hecate hung her head. Unable to stand it any longer, Lucas stood up and approached Evangeline. Evangeline, everyone just, what were you doing? In that situation, not thinking of saving the commander, how dare you here? Evangeline, Lucas shouted sternly. Calm down. We all fought a brutal battle. None of us spared our lives. In a situation where the subjugation had already failed, our Lord chose the strategy with the highest chance of success. We need to understand his intentions. So first, calm down. But Ash, Evangeline cried hoarsely, being the commander of this frontline, being the son of the Emperor, always in the forefront, always recklessly. Seeing his subordinates hurt, he said he would suffer in their place. Such a foolish person. Such a foolish person has led this frontline, has been at the forefront of protecting this world. Then we should protect him too. Why, when he's using even his life to protect us? Why? Lucas tightly closed his eyes. With a trembling hand, Evangeline touched her forehead and turned around, staggering. Where is King Poseidon? Since the Duchess can't tell us, I have to ask the esteemed King Poseidon. Looking around the temple, Evangeline shouted, King Poseidon, where are you? Don't just stand back with your arms crossed as usual. Come out and explain. But there was no sign of the Mermaid King anywhere. Evangeline scanned the inside of the temple with puzzled eyes. Where is he? That's when it happened. Bang! The temple door was flung open violently, and a soldier rushed in frantically. Acting Commander. Urgent report from the observation and reconnaissance teams. All the heroes were startled by the following words. At the entrance of the Black Lake, a sighting of the Black Dragon. It surfaced a moment ago and has landed on shore, Lucas asked urgently. Was it just the Black Dragon? What about His Highness the Prince? Report. What about His Highness the Prince? That is, His Highness the Prince was not seen. But instead, the soldier, closing his eyes tight and fighting back tears, reported, In the mouth of the black dragon, there was the flag used by His Highness. What? Crack. Lucas, without realizing it, reached out with his right hand and grabbed the soldier by the collar. His hand trembled. Blue eyes blazing like a wild beast shone through his disheveled golden hair. Say it again, correctly. What did you say? The mouth of the black dragon, the black flag that His Highness always used, was seen stuck there. Both the observation and reconnaissance teams confirmed it. It's dark at night now. Could they have seen it wrong? No, no, sir, it's definite. They observed it with night vision magical optics. It's definitely His Highness's flag. Suddenly, sighs, screams, and cries echoed in the temple. Thud. Evangeline collapsed to the floor in despair. So, Senior, what is this? What is this all about? What have we been doing all this time? Lucas stood frozen like a statue, holding the soldier's collar. He couldn't move, and gasping for breath, the soldier desperately continued his report. Acting Commander, pull yourself together. It's an emergency. Everyone listen. We need to prepare immediately. The Black Dragon has, right after landing outside the lake, at the entrance of the Black Lake, swoosh, cutting through the water, a gigantic black dragon slowly revealed itself. Nightbringer closed his eyes for a long time, inhaling deeply. His body, covered in scales, swelled monstrously as it inhaled the air, repeatedly returning to its original form. How long had he breathed the air of the realm? Still as hatefully sweet as ever. Nightbringer's body was slowly healing. No, it was more than healing. With the arrival of the real night in the real world, Nightbringer's body became even larger and emitted an immense sense of menace. It seemed as if his entire body was merging with the night. 7 nights had covered the world. From the middle of this night, Nightbringer slowly opened his eyes. Within the pitch-black darkness, 14 golden eyes opened in succession. 7 pairs of golden eyes. All the heads that had been destroyed in the last battle had healed. No, they had surpassed the level of mere healing. Nightbringer realized that his power now exceeded that of his peak. It was only natural, since the detestable red dragons were absent. The ones who had guarded the day. The balance had been broken, the scales shattered. Instead of mourning in the emptiness without a rival, Nightbringer slowly opened his mouth with a smile. Then shall we declare war on the world? Following that, a tremendous magical power gathered, and black flames swirled into his massive mouth. The pitiful black flag stuck in his mouth was instantly consumed by flames. The 6 heads controlled by Nightbringer also slowly rotated, each gathering its own magical power. Huff! The black dragon's enormous body swelled as if breathing deeply, amassing magic and hatred. Leisurely and carefully, Nightbringer loaded his breath, and at a critical moment, thwoosh, 7 heads simultaneously fired their breath towards the north. The tremendous shockwave bent the surrounding forest backward, and the surface of the Black Lake created waves and evaporated. The breath from the middle head, aided by the power of the 6 others, spiraled straight northward, and then crossroad on the city walls. The black dragon at Black Lake is preparing to release a breath. Upon receiving the report, Valen, the head of the city-state alliance, touched his beard in bewilderment. It was wartime, and manpower to manage the walls was always necessary. The kings took turns standing on the walls, encouraging and commanding the soldiers, and today was Valen's turn. Valen, whose spirit had already been crushed, was contemplating when to withdraw from the front lines, but there was still some time before the Black Dragon's direct invasion. Thus, he had resolved to stand on the walls just this once more, but then this report came suddenly. Isn't Black Lake a 3-day ride away? Yes, that's true, but he's attacking us directly from there. Even the King of Flies couldn't do that. There must be some other purpose to it. That's when it happened. The mages and alchemists standing in front of the artifact on the wall all screamed in unison. We report. An unidentified heat source is approaching from the south. What did you say? The speed is fast, impossibly fast. How fast are you talking about? It will reach the walls soon. The blood drained from the faces of Valen and the soldiers. The mages and alchemists who had stood up in a panic began to run away, and one of them shouted, "Get away, Lord Valen, right now," the next moment. Just as the world engulfed in darkness seemed to brighten, a rushing black flame and a breath of magical power struck the southern wall of Crossroad. Instantly, everyone on the wall was lifted into the air. The walls, brought from the imperial capital, new terror of the Everblack Empire, were sturdy. They were imbued with all the defensive magic passed down from ancient times, and their architectural and metallurgical technologies represented the culmination of human wisdom. Crack, and yet Nightbringer's hatred was above all that magic, technology, and wisdom. Crrrrak. Ultimately, a spear of flame and magic that ripped through all resistance pierced the wall. Boom! Valen, thrown to a corner of the wall, stared blankly, watching people swept up in the breath's range turn to ash in the brilliant light. Boom and boom. The breath that had pierced the wall burrowed into the fortress city. The breath shot straight through Crossroad in a diagonal line that slightly missed the city center. Buildings directly hit by the breath turned to ash, and those that were grazed all exploded simultaneously, scattering flames in all directions. Following that, the aftershock swept up, causing roofs, road tiles, and leaves of street trees to soar into the air. The breath, which felt eternal, had actually been fired for just a few seconds. When the breath ceased, Valen, lying in the debris of the wall, realized he was still breathing. Even though he was far from the site where the breath had penetrated the wall, Valen was bruised and burned all over. Shivering, Valen stood up, his body smeared with blood and ash, and looked towards the city interior. The fortress city of Crossroad, entangled in the enemy's flames, shone brightly with that fire. Much later, the noise of explosions, screams of people, and the crackling sound of the fire demon engulfing the city reached his stunned ears. "Ha ha!" Valen laughed. Since tears would not come from his eyes cooked by the heat, he just laughed. "I saw a beast coming out of the sea, which had 10 horns and 7 heads, with 10 crowns on its horns, and on each head a blasphemous name. This calls for wisdom. Let the person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. That number is 666. The world was being destroyed. Chapter 667, several hours after the breath bombardment. Hotel Crossroad, temporary meeting hall. Let's flee. The king of the Aryan kingdom, Miller Aryan, repeatedly insisted with a deathly pale face. No, I will flee. I'll pack my bags and head north immediately. A considerable number of kings were perturbed, but even more were infuriated. If you're just going to spout nonsense, shut your mouth, Aryan. Let's go out bravely and fight the monster. Such cowards should just disappear. As the kings pointed fingers, King Aryan chuckled with trembling lips. Sounds like a coward. You all are blind to reality. What did you say? A monster is coming from 3 days' ride away, breathing out destruction, breaking through the walls and burning the city. King Aryan pointed south, veins bulging in his neck. Can you even calculate how much damage we'll suffer if we confront it? So, you plan not to confront it. If we don't stop it here, are you just going to watch as it ravages the entire world? The entire world. Speak properly. At most it would be the southern part of the continent, maybe the central. The north has nothing to do with this disaster. Faces of the kings now showed not anger, but murderous intent. Miller Aryan, you have always. Compared to the courage shown by your daughter, you are truly a tiger's daughter above, a dog's father below. I've lived to see such a case. However, King Aryan showed no shame. What my daughter showed was not courage but recklessness. What remains in the end? Nothing but a young life lost in someone else's war. What? It's always been like this. King Aryan shouted, filled with resentment. Normally, the North doesn't matter at all, but as soon as a problem arises, and the esteemed Everblack Empire is threatened, then they suddenly call it the world and force us all to sacrifice together. It's always been like this. Southern, Western, what's the difference? Think about it. If this monster rampage had happened outside the Empire's territories, would we even have gathered like this? Amidst the rising murmurs and angry shouts in the hall, King Aryan declared, "Why should our people from the north sacrifice more to kill this terrible monster? As the king of the Aryan kingdom, I'm trying to make a more rational choice. Enough with the gold and glory. We are pulling out." Miller Aryan said no more. As the enraged kings charged, lieutenants and soldiers intervened to prevent a fight, and Aryan Kingdom's warriors hurriedly escorted the king out of the hall. Once King Aryan had left the hall, the atmosphere finally calmed. The chieftain of the western nomads, Mirage, sighed and asked, "What's the damage situation in the city?" The citizens had all been evacuated in advance, so there are no casualties, but the rest of the damage is severe. A lieutenant waiting to report to the kings briefed the situation. 5 warehouses caught in the attack were completely burned, and 10 collapsed. Most soldiers escaped harm, but a new barracks got caught up. About 500 lives vanished instantly. The king sighed. The lieutenant continued. There's a big hole in the southern wall, and hundreds of soldiers who were on guard there are dead or severely injured. Lord Valen, who was on the wall, also suffered major injuries, but fortunately, his life is not in danger. The lieutenant turned the next page of the report and swallowed dryly. At least the southern wall held up, but the breath that cut through the city broke through the northern wall, which completely collapsed. The southern wall of New Terra had been brought in and completely rebuilt and fortified, unlike the original walls of Crossroad. Initially designed to block monsters from the south, the northern wall had been maintained, but its protective strength was far less. When the breath penetrated the northern wall, it simply couldn't withstand the force and crumbled. As for the damage to houses and other buildings, the tally is still not complete. There are still many places where the fire has not been extinguished. The city has been utterly wrecked. The kings glanced outside the window. The city, which had been dim over the past week, was now brightly lit. The reason was the flames that still hadn't been extinguished everywhere. What's the status of the Black Dragon? As the chieftain of Mirage asked, the meeting hall fell silent for a moment. A lieutenant gulped down his saliva and answered with a trembling voice. After firing the breath, it remained stationary, but it has just started moving north. No one spoke, but the air inside the hall noticeably swirled with anxiety. However, due to its massive size, its speed is not very fast. It's not flying, just slowly moving northward along the road. That's all the reports we have so far. The lieutenant closed the folder as he finished reporting. The chieftain of Mirage looked around at the other kings. What should we do? The kings exchanged uneasy glances. The commander who had gathered them here and had been leading the front Ash was currently missing. I heard a rumor that Prince Ash is missing in action. As someone cautiously spoke, the atmosphere in the hall became uneasy. Missing in action usually means he's dead. Watch your words. The prince has killed countless monsters. He's the foremost expert in monster combat on this front. He wouldn't die so easily. But the word going around is, if Prince Ash really is dead, then how should we? The one who had been waving the flag at the forefront was gone. The presence that directed the front with certainty was missing. It was natural for the kings to be disturbed. Soon, they began to vehemently express their opinions. There's an advance base near Lake Kingdom. Let's meet it there. Didn't Prince Ash and his expedition already fail to subdue it there? Even the elite of monster hunting failed. How do we fight it? We have to push with numbers. Right now, Crossroad has assembled military forces from around the world. The mighty army of the Everblack Empire is also stationed here. Are you suggesting we attack the Black Dragon with soldiers? I hear that without special equipment, we can't even scratch it. From ancient times to the present, the strongest weapon in war has always been numbers. No matter how tough the scales, they can be penetrated if pierced enough. Let's surround it with overwhelming numbers and kill it quickly. The damage will be great. Wouldn't it be better to proceed more cautiously? Better that than sitting here and burning to death. As the murmuring continued, the meeting was interrupted. Report, I have to report. A soldier rushed into the meeting hall. The Black Dragon has fired its second breath. The meeting hall instantly plunged into chaos. Several frightened kings hurried under the tables. The chieftain of Mirage, standing awkwardly, shouted, "Is it headed towards Crossroad again?" "No, this time it's directed at the advance base in front of Lake Kingdom." A few kings were about to sigh in relief, but the following words made them stop. The advance base was engulfed in flames in one strike, and we've lost contact with the troops stationed there. A chilling silence filled the hall. The advance base, an ideal location to confront the Black Dragon, was lost. What now? Thud, thud it was then. With distinct footsteps, someone entered the hall. Everyone turned towards the sound without realizing. Sorry about this. Had some matters to attend to, I'm late. The Emperor of the Everblack Empire. Traha Peacemaker Everblack entered the meeting hall, his cape fluttering. Some kings, who harbored strong resentment against Traha, raised their voices. Traha, the situation is critical. Why are you so late? We've even lost the advance base while you were dallying. How can you be so shameless? But those kings had to stop talking as the kings beside them urgently gestured them to silence, and soon they realized why. The Everblack Empire was now in a situation where Prince Ash was missing in action. Traha had lost his son. The kings hated the empire, but they were parents and children before that, so they kept their mouths shut. What? Why that look? I'm fine. It's true I'm late to the meeting, so feel free to blame me. Traha smiled instead. Above all, I believe in my son. No matter where he may wander or get lost, he will eventually reach the destination I desire. Traha flashed a dangerous smile, baring his teeth. And I haven't yet received an answer. The answer to the question I asked. One cannot simply ignore the trial set by the emperor and run away. If he were such a person, I would never have appointed him crown prince in the first place. With a statement that was hard to tell if it was a joke or serious, Traha shrugged his shoulders. I have already dispatched a rescue team. Loyal warriors have just left to search the area where my son went missing. Traha grabbed one of the randomly placed chairs in the meeting hall and sat down tiredly. So let's set aside worries about me and my son and talk about the immediate problem. From what I hear, it ultimately comes down to one issue. With coldly settled eyes, Traha quickly summarized. Shall we go out and fight, stay and hold the fort, or run away altogether? Put simply, will we die quickly or slowly? Isn't that the issue? A cruel smile lingered on the Emperor's lips. Just like our lives, you see. Lake Kingdom Dungeon. The passage between Zones 9 and 10, in front of the bridge. The leader of the volunteer prince's rescue team was Lucas. Many heroes had volunteered, but most were severely injured, leaving few able to move freely. Lucas, acting as commander, had selected those with lesser injuries and had safely made it here. Lucas led the way to the front of the bridge. He lifted a torch and slowly looked around. Thud, thump, from the intermittently vibrating ground beneath the lake. The ancient bridge built over 1,000-foot abyss was stained pitch black. Was it dried blood or ashes pressed into it by fire? It was unclear, and Lucas had no interest. His gaze was fixed on a sword pitifully stuck in the dirt in front of the bridge. Excannable. The voracious demon sword that Ash had refused even to consider using when requested, citing its dangerous nature. Instead of scattering its usual malicious energy, the demon sword lay there powerlessly stuck, pale and drained of all venom and vigor. Lucas looked around. Right here, Ash and Nightbringer had held a meeting, and then it didn't take long for Lucas to find it, the massive amount of blood left on the ground, and the trail of blood that led down the abyss. There was not a drop of the evil dragon's blood. All the blood spilled was human. It was the lifeblood of its owner. As his head felt faint and a ringing sounded dully, Lucas tightly closed his eyes. Thud, thump. The entire Lake Kingdom vibrated again. Perhaps the dungeon itself trembled, knowing the end of the world was near. The ground roared, and aftershocks followed, like Lucas's own quivering heart. Huilan, Verdandi, and Celebi, who had come with the rescue team, also said nothing and kept their mouths tightly shut. They gritted their teeth as they looked at the trail of Ash's blood leading down the cliff. Huilan's teeth made a sound, as if they might break from grinding. Verdandi quietly shed bloody tears, and Celebi's beard bristled. All three had already lost their natural eye color, which had turned completely golden. Let's go back. Lucas reached out with his bandaged left arm. Excannable, stuck in the ground, was grasped and pulled out by his hand. As if waiting, dark energy flowed from the demon's sword, staining Lucas's left side. Power returned instantly to his left arm, which had been rendered nearly immobile by the dark flames of Nightbringer. Lucas gripped the handle of the demon's sword tightly and accepted its power without hesitation. Ha! Lucas exhaled a long breath. Pale breath streamed through his swollen lips. Through his disheveled blonde hair, Lucas's pale blue eyes were no longer human. To take revenge on him. Those were the eyes of a beast. Chapter 668, The Meeting of Kings reached its end. The consensus was to mobilize forces and strike at the Black Dragon directly. Let's lead the entire army and march to battle. Should we just let it continue firing like that? If we have to engage in a decisive battle, now is the best time while our forces are still fully intact. The one who opposed was the Emperor. Ash had warned me in advance. If he finds himself unable to issue orders, he said to absolutely not go out and fight, but to fortify our defenses at Crossroad. The kings objected. So you're saying we should just keep getting pounded by that breath, Traha? We are devising a plan. Devising a plan. If that breath hits here again soon, and this time strikes our barracks directly, then we won't even be able to counterattack. Traha frowned. Although Ash had left instructions, The kings had a point. It was uncertain how long it would take for the Black Dragon to reach this place, Crossroad. Just staying in that position and continually firing like a cannon, the fortress city would not be able to withstand it. Ash left behind a way to block the breath. But that method had not yet been activated. The reason was that the method wouldn't respond since Ash had disappeared. If only we could block the breath, we could buy time while waiting for its approach. Traha sighed anew. The monster front here was abnormally dependent on his youngest son. Son, you know better than anyone how important you are here. Yet to throw his life away, to cast the king into the heart of enemy territory. A commander should know his own worth, be grateful for the sacrifices of his soldiers, and also consider preserving his own life a virtue. It had always been reckless, but this time it was excessive. Why to such an extent? No, perhaps, because there was no other way but to risk his own life. If Ash thought that was the only way out, then what would this counterattack against the Black Dragon mean? Traha, what shall we do? The Emperor slowly pulled himself from his thoughts and nodded. Very well, let's employ the second method we prepared. Since Plan A, the expeditionary punitive force, had failed, Plan B, mobilize a human army to strike at the Black Dragon's neck. Engage in a full frontal assault with the monsters. The kings all nodded in agreement. Traha continued. We will deploy the Heavy Knight Brigade, the Light Cavalry Brigade, and the airship fleet we brought from New Terra from Everblack. Currently at Crossroad, the main strength of the Everblack army was stationed, drawn from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Legions, primarily consisting of the Heavy Knight Brigade, Light Cavalry Brigade, and regular infantry. Traha declared that all but the regular infantry would be deployed. Moreover, the airship fleet would be launched. The entire airship fleet that had been left in New Terra was now at Crossroad. There were altogether 16 ships. The flagship Alcatraz had been decommissioned and could no longer fly, but the remaining fleet was still a formidable force. Various artifacts developed after the last great battle were also installed, with the main forces of Everblack stepping forth like this. We definitely have a chance. This is doable. Good. Let's meet the Black Dragon a day's journey from the Black Lake. The airship fleet will depart first, and our forces will move to the specified location via the teleport gates. The kings, all hardened by previous conflicts, and the soldiers, diligently trained in anticipation of Plan B, acted swiftly once the decision was made. The sounds of the soldiers gearing up with armor and weapons reached the meeting hall. One by one, the kings left the meeting hall to issue orders to their armies. Traha gestured to the side. His adjutant quickly approached. Prepare the Heavy Knight Brigade and the Light Cavalry Brigade, and call Captain Macmillan. Sigh. Macmillan, the commander of the Everblack Empire's airship squadron, grimly puffed on his pipe tobacco. After losing the entire fleet during the last battle with the King of Flies, and even decommissioning Alcatraz, Macmillan thought he would certainly be dismissed. But the Emperor did not do so. The experience of fighting against the King of Flies was deemed very important for a fleet commander. Thus, Macmillan still maintained his position as the commander of the airship squadron. I have a bad feeling about this. After receiving the deployment orders from the Emperor and heading towards the airship hangar, Macmillan continuously exhaled smoke. Having fought against the King of Flies before, Macmillan intuited that this battle would be exceedingly difficult. However, there was also logic in the decision that it was better to aim for the monster's neck with their forces than to be unilaterally ravaged by the enemy monster without even a fight. Crouching and gathering strength was a tactic only applicable against an opponent with a manageable power disparity. The Black Dragon was a monster far beyond the usual scope. Whether it eats us or not, our chance to strike with all our might is. Now, I'm not fond of night flights. Grumbling, Macmillan moved on. There was a temple on the way to the airship hangar, visiting to pay respects to the heroes of the expedition, and also to seek advice for the upcoming battle. Macmillan stopped by. The temple was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the foul stench of blood. Soldiers, swept up in the black flame breath and burned, continuously screamed as they died with raspy voices. Endlessly, the injured were carried to beds, and just as many were covered with white cloths and laid outside the temple. Macmillan's jaw was clenched tight. Inside the temple corridor, Lucas was sitting. Recognizing a familiar face, Macmillan waved his hand. Captain Lucas, or should I say, Acting Commander Lucas now. Are you feeling all right? Macmillan suddenly stopped speaking. At the temple entrance, the sight of Lucas resting with a sinister black sword cradled in his arms. For a moment, he did not seem human, a wolf or perhaps something even more malevolent. Gone was the usual gentle smile of Prince Ash's follower, replaced by a knight scattering a deadly aura, as if he would stab anyone who approached. It's not just Captain Lucas. Only then did Macmillan notice, as he looked around the temple, all the heroes resting and receiving treatment. Their aura had completely changed. Their faces, dry from bloody tears, stared into the void, waiting only for their bodies to recover. They were like shattered glass pieces. Originally one, transparent and beautiful, but now broken and scattered, seeming to cut anyone who approached. Captain Macmillan. Lucas, noticing Macmillan's visit a bit late, nodded in greeting. What brings you here? Ah, acting commander. I'm not the acting commander anymore. Lucas immediately countered, and Macmillan blinked. Excuse me. I have just resigned that title. I argued that we should absolutely not lead the troops to deployment, but the kings would not listen. So I returned it. And more than anything, I must now follow a path that I can no longer bear such grand titles. Lucas' eyes, gazing at the floor, emitted a chilling light. So, Captain Macmillan, what brings you here? Macmillan briefly explained the current situation. As Lucas had already heard, most of the forces stationed at Crossroad had decided to strike at the Black Dragon simultaneously, and the airship fleet was also mobilized for this operation. And since he was to command the airship fleet, he asked if Lucas had any advice. Lucas silently shared information about the Black Dragon. Although data on the Black Dragon's attack methods and physical abilities had been disseminated to the entire front line beforehand by Ash, the information the heroes had gained from actual combat was even more valuable, and it was far more sinister. Looking over the information he had received, Macmillan's complexion turned pale. Lucas added calmly, I am sorry that I cannot be of help in this battle due to my severe injuries. No, everyone is aware of the tough fight you all have been through. Captain Macmillan. I sincerely wish you victory, but still, I must say. Macmillan swallowed dryly at Lucas' next words. Be sure to judge well when it is time to flee. If even a few more of our troops survive, they could serve as a shield when we set out for revenge. That was the end of the conversation. Lucas closed his eyes and leaned his head against a pillar, and Macmillan, hesitating, had no choice but to step back. I have a bad feeling. Outside the temple, putting the pipe he had momentarily pocketed back in his mouth, Macmillan looked up at the sky and sighed. I have a bad feeling. It was too dark to tell whether it was day or night, and whether the blurry orb in the sky was the sun or the moon. What was to become of this world, he couldn't tell. The troops that teleported from Crossroad assembled at a point 1 day's distance from Black Lake and 2 days from Crossroad. Remaining in Crossroad were the monster frontline direct troops, the general infantry of the Empire, and the militia and various racial armies replenished after the Autumn Festival. This had happened because all the racial representatives had opposed the deployment. Excluding these, the number of troops assembled at the battlefield reached 30,000. Initially, when the kings brought their soldiers, they could have increased the number by merely inflating the numbers, but following Ash's instructions, only the elites from each country were gathered. And still, it amounted to 30,000. Moreover, they had trained together for several months in anticipation of a major monster battle. 30,000 of humanity's finest united forces. Moreover, in the skies above Screech, the airship fleet, the world's most formidable weapon and Everblack Empire's last bastion, the airship fleet, was scattering left and right in its majesty, occupying the sky in the distance. Let's just stick to the plan. Staring down the valley that led from Black Lake towards Crossroad, the chieftain of the Mirage tribe said. Then the commanders of various units around him nodded. The overall command of the allied forces was taken by the chieftain of the Mirage tribe. These nomads had long been at war with goblins and had extensive experience fighting monsters. The command of Everblack, Empire's Heavy Knight Brigade, and the airship fleet was assigned to the respective leaders of the Heavy Knight Brigade and the airship squadron commander. The command structure was all set in advance. The issue was the strategy. Ambush, encircle, surprise attack, annihilate. The current Allied forces were hidden in the forests on both sides of the valley, overlooking it from below. Originally, the teleport gates were secretly installed in these woods. On the left side of the valley were the allied kingdom's troops, and on the right were the Empire's heavy knight brigade and light cavalry brigade. They were lying in wait, holding their breath, and at the moment the Black Dragon noticed the airship fleet and focused on it, they would simultaneously surround and ambush it from both sides. They were ambushed far away in the middle of the forest, wary of being detected, and even deployed artifacts to aid in wide area concealment. The monster would never dream of it. While these forces clung to the Black Dragon to buy time, the airship fleet and the mages from various kingdoms would finish it off. Everyone, if we fight resolved to death, we can surely wound it, the Mirage tribe chieftain declared resolutely. Let's show the will of humanity. Everyone firmly grasped their weapons. Many of the current forces were veterans who had remained at the front even after the battle with the King of Flies. Their will was strong, and they still had the pride of a suicide squad sworn to protect the world. How long had they waited? Thump, 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 along with the sound that shook the ground. At the end of the valley, Nightbringer appeared. It seemed as if darkness itself was moving, the creature more like a huge whale swimming through a sea called night rather than a dragon. The monstrous body slid across the ground, rapidly approaching, and as it did, it filled the field of vision and grew larger. Gulp! Humans all swallowed dryly. Tears welled up unknowingly in response to the overwhelming malevolence emitted by the evil dragon. Exhaling a trembling breath, the Mirage tribe chieftain tightly closed his eyes and quietly recited a prayer. Great gods of the sun and sand, please protect our armor today and endow our swords with light and glory. At that moment, creak! Above the head of the Mirage tribe chieftain, a sound of something opening resonated, followed by a damp heat pouring down on his turban-covered head. Puzzled, the Mirage tribe chieftain looked up. There, floating above, one of the black dragon's heads with gleaming golden eyes was opening its mouth wide, cruelly smiling. I was going to pretend I didn't notice. From the main body of the monster that had stopped walking, the middle head of the black dragon whispered in a low voice, "You shouldn't seek the sun in front of me." Oh gods! As the Mirage tribe chieftain gritted his teeth and drew his curved sword roar, the head of the black dragon hovering above unleashed flames towards the ground. The command center of the Allied forces was engulfed in flames without even a chance to scream. Chapter 669, it would have been midday under normal circumstances. However, due to the darkness spread by Nightbringer, the area was pitch dark, as if it were night. Only the sun that rose beyond the curtain of darkness managed to scatter light like a blurry full moon of the night, barely allowing one to discern the objects around. Whoosh! As the darkness emitted from Nightbringer enveloped the area, even that became impossible. Into the fog-like darkness, Nightbringer's main body sank. The only visible ones were those of the command center, burning and dying. But the troops of the World Guardian Front were also well-trained elites. The command center perished under the first attack of the Black Dragon, but the fragmented command structure was still operational. Prepare the flare. There were means to counteract the darkness. Fire the flare. Launch the flare. Voices jumbled from all directions, followed by successive firing sounds. Boom! Bang! The magic-infused red flare cut through the pitch-black night and flew across the sky. The flare that shot up into the sky brightened the area with its explosion, but failed to dispel the darkness cast over the valley below. Then, the soldiers poured more flares down into the valley floor. The flares rained around the massive body of the Black Dragon. The red light bouncing off the ground briefly illuminated its endless contours, revealing the monster's presence. That was enough. Enough to aim at it. Fire team, open fire. Begin firing. Boom, baboom. The cannons aligned above the valley spat fire, and the archers pulled their bowstrings. The monster was enormous. Despite the dark and blurry sight, the elite troops' aim could not miss such a massive target. Hundreds of cannons spat out cannonballs one after another, and the archers fired arrows relentlessly. The cannonballs and arrows hit the black dragon's body, sounding like a hailstorm as they fell, and the continuous explosions scattered dense smoke and debris. In no time, the valley below was devastated. The red light of the flares, the flash of explosions, and the sparks from arrows colliding with scales intermixed in the thick darkness. Amid the relentless onslaught in the valley below, this is my last amusement. A weary voice of Nightbringer drifted quietly. Not even a yawn comes out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whirlwind swept up. All the arrows and cannonballs, explosions and smoke that had been pouring around the black dragon's body cleared away, and the black dragon remained unscathed. Its form was hard to discern in the flickering darkness, but one thing was clear. It had hardly been damaged. "I'll take it down." The next moment, from the high, dark sky, the black dragon's other 6 heads spiraled down like meteors. It was right above the heads of the fire team soldiers firing cannons and arrows. Each of the 6 heads harbored flames in their mouths. Spotting this, the human soldiers shouted. 6 secondary heads of the black dragon spotted from above. "Don't let them breathe fire. Intercept them." Then, the mage unit of the Allied forces, organized as the interception team, raised their staves simultaneously. Though they had lost the command center to the head's surprise attack, they were not about to be fooled again. The mages proficient in offensive magic had their spells ready and fired them to intercept the heads, while those skilled in defensive magic resonated with each other to form magical barriers. Babum. The barrage of various elemental magic spells pummeled the black dragon's secondary heads, churring. The mages united their strength to erect a barrier. The fire teams prepared magical defense artifacts, and barrier artifacts also activated. The soldiers surveyed the layered barriers with relief. "We've blocked it this time." However, crack. In the dazzling convergence of magical light, the black dragon's heads burst forth unaffected. The interception had failed. The heads opened their huge jaws wide and fell right onto the barrier crunch. Crunch, literally devouring the human-prepared barriers. With sharp, protruding teeth, the massive jaws tore through and devoured the barriers. The gunners and archers stood frozen, watching as the barrier right above their heads was completely swallowed. Soon after, the last layer of the barrier was torn apart. "Shoot, shoot them down." As he shouted, the field commander lifting his bow was chewed between the jaws of one of the heads that flew in as if it had been waiting. Pop, bodies torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. Soldiers screamed and ran, or with trembling hands, tried to lodge more arrows into the head of the evil dragon, but raw. In front of the flames spewed by the other heads, neither effort meant anything. Gunners and archers engulfed in flames died with agonizing screams. Then the fire caught the gunpowder, causing cannons and cannonballs to be engulfed in horrific pillars of fire. Casually escaping the inferno, the 6 heads flew gracefully, their golden dragon eyes shimmering as they searched for their next prey. Soon, the 6 heads spotted them, the mage unit of the Allied forces, looking up with pale, terrified faces. Licking their lips with long tongues, the 6 heads soared high into the air. The mages, mixed with anger and fear, screamed out as they prepared new spells. Meanwhile, charge, charge, where? As the fire team's barrage lightened, the infantry and cavalry began their charge towards the main body of the Black Dragon. Armies from the coalition and the Empire poured down from both sides of the valley. Especially the Empire's vanguard was not lightly armed. The knights leading the charge were all clad in armor made from scales harvested from the Black Dragon Legion, and armed with weapons dragon, slayers crafted from the bones and claws of the Black Dragon Legion. The Knight Brigade symbolizing the military might of the Everblack Empire. The Heavy Cavalry Brigade. Riding giant horses, they were truly like tanks that the Empire boasted of. On the ground, in a head-on battle, there was no one who could stop them, not in human wars. Moreover, they had scraped together materials to the last to arm these men before the battle with the Black Dragon. They would surely land a critical blow on that detestable monster. At the same time, the approaching airship fleet made a synchronized descent. Of the 16 airships, 6 changed course to deal with the Black Dragon's secondary heads, and the remaining 10 came down straight towards the main body of the Black Dragon. Humanity's ultimate weapons, with their barriers fully raised, would support the subjugation of the Black Dragon from above. With airships firmly supporting from above and behind, the hearts of the assault team grew steadfast. "Let's go, do-do-do-do-do." With the heavy thumping of hooves, the knights shouted in unison, "Forever Black, for his imperial majesty, for the glory and honor of the empire, for humanity." The next moment, goo-woo. The atmosphere trembled, and the black dragon crouching below in the valley leisurely lifted its middle head. Then, gathering a light breath, it swelled its chest, and the next moment it exhaled its breath. Whoosh! The breath cut through the sky, quang, and exploded in the sky. The leading airship, struck by the breath, burst into pieces in midair. The barrier melted in seconds, and the exposed magic core exploded in a chain reaction. Unlike the battle with the King of Flies, where airships were shot down to the ground, it was unprecedented for them to shatter into pieces in midair so instantly. The Black Dragon had blown up humanity's final weapon too easily. P-bang, doojuduck. Debris from the destroyed airships rained down like rain over the heads of the cavalry and infantry charging towards the Black Dragon. The soldiers gritted their teeth as they were hit by the fragments. Not yet. Run, keep running. The monster is within reach, just a little more. Eeing. The other airships also did not slow down. With the Black Dragon's secondary heads now detached from the main body, there was no better time to strike. Flash! This time, the Black Dragon's eyes shone, and a barrage of magic poured down on the airship fleet. Ancient magic, too old to be identified, pummeled the hulls, and two airships with broken barriers burst into pieces in the sky. But that allowed the remaining airships to get closer. The airships now completely lowered their barriers and deployed their armaments. Since the situation was sinking regardless of the barriers being up, they decided to attack with full force instead. Tata-tata-tata, boom, boom, ba-boom. The 7 surviving airships circled above the Black Dragon, pouring down a barrage of magic bullets. Simultaneously, the cavalry and infantry who had raced across the ground also reached the Black Dragon. As they charged, a clear determination flashed in the eyes of the humans. The commander of the Imperial Heavy Cavalry Brigade roared at the forefront. For the world! The next moment, crack. Before he could finish his command, the brigade commander's body was crushed. Struck by something huge that flew in from the side, his horse, armor, and weapons were mashed together with his body. The leading knights swept up with him were reduced to crushed pieces of flesh, blood splattering as they tumbled across the ground. The knights in the immediate rear were momentarily silent, unable to comprehend what had happened. It didn't take long for them to realize that it was the Black Dragon's tail that had struck down their lead. Immediately after, that massive tail swept over again. Crack, crunch, it was merely a tail swipe. But if the thickness and length of that tail were greater than any tower in the imperial capital, then its power and range were no longer a simple matter. Crash! The Black Dragon merely flicked its tail, as if brushing off dirt from the ground. But with that attack, the forefront of the heavy cavalry brigade was annihilated. Knights up to the third row, including the brigade commander, were turned into meat pieces, not a single one left intact. Subsequently, the Black Dragon leisurely moved its massive body, striking the approaching coalition forces soldiers with its gigantic front paw. Thwack, like swatting away flies, the gesture was one of annoyance, but just being swept up in its range was enough to tear the soldiers to shreds. All the soldiers caught in the range were killed instantly. Helmets and fragments of armor, swords, and spears of those now ownerless soared into the sky. Intestines and limbs that had belonged to living persons just moments before also tumbled haphazardly on the ground. Sudden terror struck the minds of the assault troops. It was like being crushed to death like ants. Despite not using dragon roar or dragon fear, the mere realization that they were nothing but insignificant creatures before this overwhelmingly massive and powerful monster filled them with fear. However, these were the assault troops, cavalry and infantry charging forward. Their fellow comrades were right behind them in the rear. Driven by momentum, they had no choice but to keep charging forward. Forward, tears of fear streaming down their faces, the soldiers shouted, "Forward! Ah!" Even amid the spreading terror like a plague, the soldiers finally reached the Black Dragon. In the flickering darkness, Nightbringer's golden eyes narrowed. And rumble, slowly, it began to rise its massive body. Chapter 670 Flap. The Black Dragon raised itself and spread its enormous wings to either side. Like those of Wingian, one of his sons, they were bird wings densely covered with black feathers. Then the feathers shot out in all directions. Thud, 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 crack, screech. Thousands, tens of thousands of pitch-black feathers covered the sky. Ugh! Kuha! As the feathers bombarded like a barrage, the ground forces that had just managed to get close to the Black Dragon were shredded instantly. The armor worn by the soldiers meant nothing against the barrage of feathers firing like machine gun bullets. Soldiers pierced by feathers collapsed, bleeding from holes in the front and back of their bodies. The feathers were also fired upwards. The shower of feathers slicing through the air resembled a massive flock of birds in flight. Airships in their path tried to perform evasive maneuvers, but the feathers moved much faster. Thud, thud, crack. Boom. Feathers stuck into the armor of the airships, turning them into something resembling a porcupine. One of the airships, heavily hammered, could not withstand the assault and exploded, while another spewed flames from its engine and trailed smoke as it plummeted. And unfortunately, the crash site was where the infantry was densely packed. Soldiers screamed, trying to dodge, but with the troops tightly packed, there was no room to move. Ah! Get down, get do, boom bang. A large explosion followed, with flames erupting. Heat, the smell of gunpowder, damp darkness, and the stench of blood. The scent of death spread. The soldiers gritted their teeth. Massacres were happening in every direction above, below, all around. Before the Black Dragon, humans were trampled like ants. But they could not retreat. Facing it, they knew. This creature before them truly had the power to annihilate the world. Such a being must not be allowed any further into the human realm. So the soldiers, even as they cried, their legs trembling, vomiting the acid reflux of their fear, bleeding from their wounds, did not stop their charge. Forward, charge ye! Bang, boom. Another airship exploded in the sky. This airship, too, crashed, but its pilot, even in death, managed to alter its course towards the Black Dragon. The airship, falling at a sharp angle, collided with the Black Dragon's tough scales, but failed to inflict any significant damage. However, it briefly blocked the Black Dragon's view, giving the cavalry and infantry time to approach. And finally, the vanguard of the assault team made contact with the Black Dragon. Ah! With the momentum of their charge, a cavalry soldier thrust his spear, and the infantry swung their swords. However, clang. Against the Black Dragon's tough scales, ordinary spears and swords simply shattered. The soldiers at the forefront were flustered, but soon clenched their teeth and clung to the body of the Black Dragon. Climb on! Get on top of its body. Soldiers lined up to climb onto the Black Dragon's body. If they were to be crushed like ants anyway, then they would attack like ants. Climbing started in various places. Soldiers used their swords and spears like walking sticks, running up the monster's body in lines. Of course, crack, crunch, crunch. Even then, more lives were shredded than those ascending. A single movement from the evil dragon killed dozens, even hundreds of humans. But there were still many humans left, and even for the Black Dragon, it was impossible to kill everyone with a single movement. Humans stubbornly climbed the body of the Black Dragon. Whether it was the neck, legs, belly, or wings, they did not know, feeling their way as if blind men touching an elephant. Find its weakness. Look for the wounds inflicted by the previous expedition. The previous expedition focused their attacks around its neck, head for the neck. The cavalry also began landing on the body of the Black Dragon. Strapping onto saddles, they leaped up, clinging to the Black Dragon, stepping on scales, grabbing horns, and just touching the chilling body of the black monster placed both feet on it. Thus, the Allied forces and the Imperial army, starting from opposite peaks of the valley, met on the back of the monster, and without a word, they nodded to each other in silent agreement. And together, they advanced towards the Black Dragon's head, towards the place they would die. It's the neck. The monster's head is there. The previous battle left wounds there. After its descent into this world, the Black Dragon, having fused with the night, had healed all its wounds. Not all the scars had been erased yet. The scars left by the guardians of humanity and the heroes under them in the last battle were still visible all over the Black Dragon's body. Soldiers crowded in front of these scars. Pass the weapons. Deliver the weapons. Forward the weapons. From the rear to the front. Hand to hand, the dragon slayer dropped by the knights who had died earlier was passed forward. Thus, a black longsword delivered to the very front was raised high by one soldier and then thrust downwards. Thunk! The tip of the black longsword unmistakably pierced right through the scar carved by the previous expedition. Hit! Hit! The attackers landed. At that moment, the black dragon, belatedly noticing the vermin on its back, casually spat out fire. Whoosh! The engulfed soldiers turned to ash and fell dead, their burning bodies screaming as they plummeted beneath the black dragon. But all the scales on the black dragon's body were pointed backwards. This, in fact, provided a barricade that allowed the soldiers to dodge the flames shooting from the head towards the body. The soldiers who hid behind the scales and avoided the fire took the dragon slayers from the hands of dead soldiers and gripped them anew, then swung them, screaming. Thunk! The blade carved a new wound over the scar left by the previous expedition. It's working. The attack is landing. Pass the weapons. Anyone who can breathe, come forward. 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 Humans wielded weapons, burned and died in the dragon's flames. The next human picked up the weapon, swung it, died, and then the next human picked up the weapon, swung it, and the cycle repeated. At last, numbers became weapons. Soldiers continued this desperate relay at various points around the black dragon's neck where wounds had been inflicted. Clutching the blood-sticky weapons of those who had died before them, they screamed and swung. Finally, by human hands, the black dragon bled. Drops of the evil dragon's blood mixed with human blood and streamed down the vast neck. How long had they continued the attack? Kriyak, at the junction where the black dragon's back met its neck. Due to Nightbringer becoming enlarged by fusing with the night, a gap occurred between the protruding spinal bones and the scarred scales, and after the soldiers ceaselessly struck the dragon slayer into this gap at the cost of their lives. Crrak, the giant scales cracked open, crack, clang, and ultimately shattered into pieces. Huff, huff, huff. As the scales broke away, splinters of scales and the black dragon's blood spattered in all directions. Covered in this, the soldier holding the broken black sword gasped for breath. "Ha ha! Look at this, everyone. We've completely smashed its scales." As the soldier on the verge of exhaustion said this and turned around, there were no more living humans there. A chilling silence flowed. The soldier looked around in bewilderment and belatedly realized that all the other soldiers attacking elsewhere had long since fallen, and the only ant left on the black dragon's body was himself. Gruo. Suddenly, the black dragon's huge middle head loomed close. The black dragon turned its long neck back to look down at the last ant on its back. The soldier shivered as he looked up at that head. Well done. After inspecting the wounds on its back that the vermin had cut open, Nightbringer smiled slightly. Yes, you deserve this much. What is your name, human? As you have inflicted a wound on my body with that insignificant last blow, I will remember you especially. The soldier's lips quivered and then curled up with difficulty, and he said, I have no name to give to a reptile bastard like you. Nightbringer let out a low chuckle. The next moment, smashed by a surge of magical power, the soldier's body burst into pieces. The main force of the airships and the assault team had been annihilated. They had gouged and scarred the black dragon, but they had never reached its life. The once noisy battlefield had now become silent. Swords and spears stuck in the valley floor lined up like tombstones, and beside these tombstones, the bodies of humans stretched endlessly. The wreckage of the fallen airships was still burning. There were still some soldiers left above the valley, still harboring the will to fight, but woo-woo, as the black dragon proudly raised its head and let out a long, low cry. They immediately shuddered and flung the weapons in their hands. Dragon roar. That voice, deep and majestic, was dark and instilled fear in humans from the depths of their genes. Predators, the dragon species, and their prey, humans. Nightbringer's roar reminded humans of this relationship that had persisted since the mythic ages. He. No, this can't be. This was never going to work. Run away. I don't want to die, the rout began. In front of the dragon fear spread by the superior predator, the last will of humanity's desperate forces completely shattered. Throwing away their weapons, equipment, and even their armor, the soldiers turned and fled. They sprinted towards the teleportation gates, their escape route. However, suddenly, all the teleportation gates were destroyed and burning. Standing dazed in front of the vanished retreat, the soldiers slowly lifted their pale faces, feeling the damp heat from above. One of Nightbringer's floating heads was smiling cruelly. Eh. The bodies of the soldiers, collapsing and screaming crunch, were swallowed and crushed by the giant head. Ah, Macmillan, watching from inside an airship, shivered. The Black Dragon's 6 auxiliary heads were being confronted by the Royal Mage Corps, along with 6 airships that had broken off from the main force. However, in the face of the overwhelming firepower of the 6 heads, humanity eventually lost. These heads, already dead, did not possess as much intelligence as the main body, but their attack power was monstrous. The Royal Mage Corps couldn't hold on and were annihilated, and the airships fighting alongside them also crashed, leaving only 2 remaining. The 2 surviving airships were filled to capacity with wounded soldiers. Macmillan, looking around at the dying mages, bit down hard on his pipe. Retreat. The assault has failed. Everyone retreat. Regroup at Crossroad. Though there were few surviving soldiers left to retreat, Macmillan, as the commander, raised the volume of his communication device enough to be heard across the entire battlefield. Retreat. The teleportation gates are destroyed. Escape by land to the next point. Survivors, help each other. We must retreat. Most survivors were from the light cavalry unit positioned at the rear of the Imperial forces. They began to escape, picking up moaning wounded from various parts of the battlefield and carrying them on their saddles, while the remaining two airships desperately sprayed barrages to fend off the floating heads of the Black Dragon trying to devour them. Escorted by the two airships, the cavalry rescuing survivors dashed through the forest, fleeing. The airships, too, flying unsteadily, set their course north. Yes, run. Let even one more live. Watching the human army scatter like ants in all directions, Nightbringer scoffed. Shouldn't the final despair grow even more? Following this, the Black Dragon laid its belly on the ground and slowly hunched down Huff. It began to gather its breath. The Black Dragon's entire giant body swelled as flame, magical power, breath, and hatred began to be drawn into the monster's body. The six hunting heads also slowly returned to the side of the main body, swirling around to assist in concentrating the Black Dragon's magical power. A scout observing this scene from inside the airship screamed, "No, it's preparing its breath." Macmillan turned around with a pale face. The scout had been part of the observation team that had seen the Black Dragon's first breath at the Black Lake. Tears of fear streaming down his face as he looked through the binoculars, the soldier continued in a garbled voice. It's its third breath since landing on the ground. The direction is— Macmillan closed his eyes tightly. It's Crossroad, Chapter 671 Hotel Crossroad, temporary meeting hall. Has the extermination squad been annihilated? The Kings were in shock. They had braced for casualties. They had even considered the possibility of total annihilation in the worst case. But they had not anticipated being so overwhelmingly massacred. At the very least, they thought they could inflict a fatal wound on the Black Dragon. Just a few scratches, a single scale that was the entirety of their war results. A pitiful outcome, considering it cost the lives of the 30,000 elites gathered from various countries. The hero expedition was defeated. Commander Ash was missing. The airship fleet and the main force of 30,000 were annihilated, and the darkness was still crawling north. Urgent news. But the Black Dragon gave the Kings no time to wallow in shock. The next report came flying in immediately. Urgent news. Report from the observation team. The Black Dragon is preparing its third breath. It's aiming right here at Crossroad. Frozen in shock, the Kings suddenly snapped awake and plunged into even greater chaos. Unsure how to stop the impending doom, the Kings screamed. Useless shouts and cries filled the hall. Amidst the chaos, only Emperor Traha remained cool, his eyes lowered in contemplation. What about our defenses? When the Emperor asked, an adjutant standing behind him answered, "A barrier covering the entire city has been prepared, but it's uncertain if it will hold. And the Dragon Lady, she is also preparing, but she is too severely injured. And that method my son left behind, it won't cooperate." Traha clasped his hands in front of his chest and sighed wearily. We always knew the end might come, but this seems closer than expected. The chaos in the hall deepened. Traha simply closed his eyes. All the dice had already been thrown. Now it was up to the heavens and the people out on the battlefield. Nightbringer's breath charge was nearly complete. This power breath was not something Nightbringer could use frequently. Its interval was about once every 12 hours. After landing in the north, it had used one breath immediately. Another 12 hours later aimed at the advance base. And now, 24 hours later, it was ready to breathe again to the north. There was no particular need to use the breath. Eventually, when its main body reached Crossroad, the fortress city would fall anyway. But there was no reason not to use the breath either. At least, this battle had proved that it could force those hiding behind the walls to come out. Quah! Nightbringer's thick neck bulged as it gathered its breath up to its jaw. Just about to release this accumulated breath, the fortress city would be finished. That was when it happened. Screech. Something dove rapidly towards Nightbringer from above. Nightbringer looked up in confusion, and then it saw. Thud! A warship was plummeting vertically from the sky. Click, click, clank. The warship's front guns fully deployed and glowed red, then released all its ammunition. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. As it rained down bullets, the warship also engaged in a suicide attack. How noble! With a snort, Nightbringer used only its eyes to conjure magic. As it was about to fire its breath, it could not move its 7 heads, let alone its entire body. But that didn't mean it was defenseless. Magical circles formed around Nightbringer's head, and dark magical bullets shot up into the sky from them. Boom, boom, bang. The ammunition fired by the warship and the magic from Nightbringer crossed paths in the air, each hammering at its target. The warship's bullets sparked off Nightbringer's scales, but failed to inflict any real damage. In contrast, Nightbringer's magic tore the warship to pieces. As the warship, battered by magic in the air, caught fire here and there, it failed to reach Nightbringer and kaboom, exploded just above Nightbringer's head. Having calmly blocked this noble but meaningless interference, Nightbringer was about to open its mouth wide and breathe to the north when, whirr, from above, cutting through the smoke from the explosion, another warship appeared. Humph! Nightbringer expressed a small admiration. From the beginning, 2 had been closely aligned, descending in a straight line. The vanguard warship was a decoy, the real one was the rear warship. The newly appeared warship surged forward, pulling up a barrier around its hull. Nightbringer chuckled. Not bad, humans. Boom, bang, boom. Nightbringer's dark magic bullets were fired again, but the reaction was slightly delayed, and the warship, as if performing acrobatics in the air, smoothly turned and evaded most of them. Then, instead of a straight line, it traced a curve and crashed into the side head of the black dragon right before it could unleash its breath. Crack! In that moment, the dragon's head slightly twisted sideways. Quara! Simultaneously, the breath that Nightbringer expelled shot far off to the north. The newly fired dark magic tore the warship to pieces. Having fulfilled its mission, the warship scattered flames and debris as it crashed. Cog! All this was being observed by Macmillan through a telescope from a distant forest. Macmillan, his lips bleeding from being bitten, shouted, "Was it a success?" Most of the crew that had been aboard the warship were lying flat in the forest, watching this scene unfold. Apart from the 2 volunteer pilots, everyone else was hidden here, crying and praying for the success of the operation. And third breath incoming. Lift the barrier. Crossroad. On the city walls, magicians and alchemists immediately caused the cores of their artifacts to overload and activated the barrier. And quara! The incoming breath missed. It barely grazed the side of the walls of Crossroad. Then it set ablaze the barren plains and hills to the east, which were nothing but empty fields. From the valley where Nightbringer was located to Crossroad, it would take 2 days to travel north. The warship's life-risking charge had slightly pushed the firing angle, significantly twisting the path of the breath. Although it missed, a momentary intense heat surged, setting fire to the flags of various nations fluttering on the city walls. But it missed. Crossroad survived. The breath it missed. Yay, yay, we survived. The magicians and alchemists who were celebrating soon had their faces harden. Crack, crackle. The barrier around the entire city had completely gone down. The mere grazing of the breath had torn the city-wide barrier. It was only the outskirts that were hit, but the damage was severe. If the next breath hits directly, the barrier wouldn't stand a chance. All the humans on the city walls looked pale as they stared at the eastern plains. Under a sky dark as pitch, the dry plain caught the black flames and burned endlessly. I report. The breath missed. The warship fleet has blocked Nightbringer's breath launch. In the temporary meeting hall set up at Hotel Crossroad, sighs of relief and both shouts of joy and groans burst forth as soon as the report came in. Amidst the disturbance, only Emperor Traha still assessed the situation with cold, settled eyes. We've gained a 12-hour reprieve. Now was not the time for relief. The mere grazing had brought down the entire barrier. Before the next breath fires, reinforce the barrier and pour all resources into treating the Dragon Lady. Yes, Your Majesty. And convince Ash's method. Traha growled fiercely. Spare no means, do whatever it takes. Lord's mansion, guest room. Scallion. Illusionist Violet twisted uncomfortably. It was the largest and nicest room in the guest area. The furniture was large and luxurious, and the fireplace, filled with logs, burned warmly. On the plush carpet in front of the fireplace, Scallion, the black dragon's scale, lay comfortably in human form. Scallion, who wore glasses perched on her nose, read various rare books collected from around the world. sipped rare liquor from the glass beside her, and ate delicacies from various lands with her free hand. "What is it, Violet?" Scullion asked softly, lifting her gaze from the book. Violet twisted uncomfortably again and asked, "Could you, possibly, stop the breath?" Scullion let out a low sigh. The method Ash had left behind to block Nightbringer's breath. It was Scullion herself. However, since Ash's disappearance, this dragon had refused all requests from humans. They had tried everything to win him over, from books to fine liquor and delicacies, but to no avail. That's why Violet had been brought in. Violet was the only human Scullion openly favored. Having been promised a fortune by the imperial family, Violet tried to persuade Scullion, "But I don't want to." Scullion flatly refused. "The only human who can command me is Ash, but he is missing now. Honestly, I'm quite pleased with the current situation. It's fun to watch the world plunge into destruction and chaos, and interesting to see humans desperately try to find a solution." Scullion smiled smoothly. "So I'm not going to stop it. If I stop it, that's all there is, and it's not very interesting. It's much more fun to watch you all struggle. But if this continues," swallowing dryly, Violet raised her hand to point at herself. "I'm going to die too, you know." "Oh, you don't need to worry about that." Scullion slowly rose from his seat and strode towards Violet, who gasped and stepped back in surprise. Thump! Eek! As Violet backed into a wall in alarm, Scullion approached her, rounded his golden eyes behind his glasses, reached out, and grabbed the ends of Violet's violet hair, and breathed in. "I'm going to save you." "Whoa, even if the world perishes, I'll protect you, Violet, so don't worry." "Whoa." Violet's feelings were mixed, burdened yet somehow also elated. She shivered, not knowing what to do. Thud, thud. A large vibration came from the window, next to the wall Violet's back was against. A startled Violet turned around to see Black Dragon's claw, Perkian, sticking his mechanical-like face through the window. Perkian grumbled an engine-like growl. Scullion chuckled. "What's the matter? Jealous because Violet and I are having fun, Perkian?" Growl. "Why don't you polymorph and join us?" "Oh, you can't, can you?" Screech. Caught between the rivalry of the two dragons, Violet inwardly shed a tear. "I've never been popular with human men. How did I end up being so popular with dragons?" She thought this scene was quite fitting for the end of the century. That was when she saw a group moving hurriedly outside the window. "Ha!" Puzzled, Violet looked in that direction, and Scullion and Perkian also moved their heads to follow Violet's gaze. The people moving along the main road of the city were the people of the Aryan kingdom. They were packed with their belongings, fleeing north in a hurry. This included King Miller Aryan, unconscious Yun, and all the warriors who had been consistently fighting at Crossroad. All of them. The World Guardian Front had not allowed their departure until now, but with the city in chaos from the brush of the breath, they seemed to be taking the opportunity to escape north. It wasn't just the people of Aryan Kingdom. Seeing their chance, people from several small kingdoms who had been unable to escape before followed the procession of Aryan Kingdom, and the group was growing larger. Watching this scene with interest, Scullion turned to Violet. Violet, who had been staring blankly at the spectacle, met Scullion's gaze. Scullion smiled faintly. "How about we run away with them?" "Ah, there's no hope on this front anyway. Even if I stop the breath, my father will arrive in 2 days. And then destruction is certain. Instead of sitting here waiting for death to come, what do you say? Shall we run away north together? But eventually the whole world is going to perish." "I told you, even if the world perishes, I will protect you." Scullion bowed his head. Violet, her expression rigid, looked straight into the dragon's golden eyes. "If it comes to it, let's hide away where my father can't find us and live on our own. So what do you say? Shall we escape this frightening front and run away together?" After a moment of silence. "How can you think of such a thing?" Violet, seemingly in despair, shook her head then. "Are you a genius, perhaps, Mr. Dragon?" Violet hurriedly grabbed a bag from the corner of the room, stuffed it full of food and valuables, and then, with her bag swollen and bulging, she slung it over her back and declared boldly, "All right, let's run away. Come on, quickly, before we get caught." Scullion, who had been momentarily dazed, eventually burst into hearty laughter. "This is why I like you." Thus, a human and two dragons blended into the crowd escaping the city, beginning their escape from the front. Snowflakes were falling from the sky. It was winter. Chapter 672, The Crossroad, drenched in snow, was chaotic. The sky remained dark. The damage from the last breath strike was still evident, and the plains to the east were ablaze. In such a disordered atmosphere, a considerable number of people, led by the people of the Aryan kingdom, fled the city heading north. Bringer Duchy Camp. Observing the frantic city, Dusk Bringer was surrounded by priests administering healing magic. The priests, shirts off, clung to the back of the Dragonblood Duchess, sweating profusely as they delivered holy power. However, the injuries were not healing easily. The high priest, brought directly from the imperial capital by the emperor, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your back injury is severe. The state of Dusk Bringer's back was horrific. Like a volcano boiling over with lava, the charred skin revealed deep, red wounds that emitted heat. Struck directly by Ipian's breath, it was a miracle that the injuries had not been fatal. Moreover, it was nearly miraculous that Dusk Bringer, despite such injuries, could still move. And yet, these miracles were insufficient to stop Night Bringer. The injury won't heal easily, especially since you fought with the Black Dragon. The wound has widened, and the Black Dragon's malevolent energy has infiltrated. Just get to the point, priest. So, what about it? If I give it my all, as your emperor desires, can I withstand the Black Dragon's next breath? I must speak frankly, your grace. The priest, about to elaborate tediously that he served a goddess, not the emperor, stopped and gave a concise diagnosis. If you return to the battlefield, you will lose your life. With your current physical condition, you wouldn't just fail to block the breath, you'd be swept away. I see. Responding succinctly, Dusk Bringer stood up, donned a shirt, and fastened the buttons. Thank you for the treatment. I'll be leaving now. Your grace, I'll devise a way to stop the Black Dragon and let Traha know. The priest, about to say more, simply closed his mouth and bowed before leading the other priests out of the tent. After placing a thick shawl over her shoulders, enduring the burning pain in her back, Dusk Bringer exited her tent. The camp of the Bringer Duchy's army was bustling. The Duchy's forces, having been directly under the monster front, had not been mobilized for this extermination mission and thus avoided annihilation. However, they were still in a precarious position, like a lantern in the wind before the approaching Black Dragon. Watching her soldiers busy with the city's reconstruction, Dusk Bringer entered the neighboring tent. This tent was used by the Dragon Knights. Pulling back the tent's flap and stepping inside, Dusk Bringer surveyed the area. Endymion, your grace, a pale knight, lying on the bed, startled and abruptly stood up. Following him, the other Dragon Knights quickly knelt on one knee before the Dragon Lady, heads bowed. They were all bandaged and injured. Dusk Bringer then recited the names of the remaining Dragon Knights. Berlin, Sion, Zet. Did you call for us, your grace? After inspecting the faces of the knights who had loyally served her throughout their lives, one by one, Dusk Bringer closed her eyes. I'm sorry. It was a sudden apology, but the 4 Dragon Knights immediately understood their master's intent. So, the time has come. We've been waiting for you, your grace. The eldest and leader among the Dragon Knights, Endymion, smiled warmly. The power and life you bestowed upon us are yours to reclaim as you wish. But please achieve victory. Endymion pressed his forehead to the ground. His venerable white hair spread out on the floor. I will. Duskbringer slowly extended her hand. Then, take a little rest. The 4 Dragon Knights each placed a hand over their chests, withdrawing a red magical conduit from within. These magical conduits connected to Duskbringer. Eventually, through these conduits, glowing red gem-like magic sources were withdrawn from the bodies of the Dragon Knights and reclaimed by Duskbringer. It was the dragon blood that Duskbringer had bestowed upon them, the source of the power that had allowed them to become Dragon Knights, granting them lifespans several times that of an ordinary human and immense strength. This dragon blood was returned by them without hesitation. As the dragon blood was reclaimed, tears uncontrollably streamed down from Duskbringer's large amber eyes. SSSHHH. The reclamation process was complete. As the vitality provided by the dragon blood disappeared, Sion and Zet, who had appeared youthful, now looked middle-aged, and Berlin, who had appeared middle-aged, now looked elderly. And Endymion, who was already of elderly appearance, passed away on his knees, head bowed toward his master. In front of the fallen knight, Duskbringer, with tears streaking her face, wiped her face with the back of her hand, and then tightly embraced the now cold shoulders of the knight. I will never forget your loyalty. Excluding the deceased Endymion, the remaining three knights bowed their heads and whispered in unison, "We pray for endless fortunes on your grace's path ahead." After embracing and stroking each knight's head in turn, staggering to her feet, Duskbringer exited the tent and left the camp of the Bringer Duchy's army. Her eyes were still filled with sorrow, but her steps were without hesitation. It's not enough. Not yet, this isn't enough. Although the output had noticeably recovered, with the dragon blood reclaimed from her dear subordinates, she knew it was still far from enough to contend with the black dragon. Duskbringer gritted her teeth and focused ahead. There's no chance in a direct contest of strength. If so, she must mix in the crooked path. It's time to reclaim. She staggered into the downtown area of the crossroad. The curse I laid out long ago. When the first breath of Nightbringer occurred, the inn, Etty's Honey, within its range had crumbled. The residents of the inn, having lost their lodging, moved together to the barracks. The Glory Knights who were at the temple at the time of the inn's collapse, and the Mage Junior, also had to move their lodging. Junior's room. Junior, with a feverish face, lay gasping for breath, suffering, and Hecate sat beside her bed, replacing the wet towel on her head. Junior had not only exhausted her magic power in the last battle, but had also used her equipment, past future, to borrow and expend future magic power. After the battle ended, she collapsed from severe magic power depletion and thus was in agony. Hecate, needing rest herself, and having shared the same lodging by coincidence, took it upon herself to care for Junior. Through Junior's sweat-drenched, disheveled hair, a burn scar on the left side of her face was visible. Hecate stared at the scar and muttered softly, "I didn't choose to lodge a cross from you for this to happen." How did it come to this? Hecate propped her chin and sighed. That was when there was a knock at the door, followed by another Glory Knight's voice. "Lieutenant Hecate, you have a visitor." "Who is it?" "It's Duchess Duskbringer." Surprised, Hecate stood up just as the door swung open and Duskbringer entered with a firm stride. Startled by the sudden visit of the Duchess, the other Glory Knights hurriedly followed. Duskbringer looked around at the fallen Junior and the weary knights, then smiled bitterly. "You've all been through a lot. Your Grace, what brings you?" Hecate cautiously asked, guessing inwardly. Duskbringer nodded. "Let's cut to the chase. Have you considered the proposal I gave you before the battle with Ippian?" "Yes." Before the battle with Ippian, Duskbringer had come to Hecate with a proposition. The predetermined doom for the Glory Knights, to be buried alive or beheaded as monsters. She had offered them a third path instead. That third path was, "So, have you decided, to return the curse to me, and you live on as ordinary humans?" That was it. In exchange for taking back the curse that afflicted the Glory Knights, they would no longer be able to live as knights forever. Duskbringer thought it a very reasonable proposal. But Hecate, "I guess not," she refused. Duskbringer's eyes narrowed. Hecate placed her hand over her chest and said, "The Glory Knights were created to protect the Emperor, and now they exist to protect Prince Ash. Ash has gone missing. That is exactly why we cannot lay down our swords. If we fail to protect the prince, at the very least, we must seek vengeance." Hecate expressed her firm resolve, and the rest of the Glory Knights nodded in agreement. To thrust our swords at the black dragon and die right there, becoming malevolent spirits if the curse runs wild. That wouldn't be too bad. If we become undying monsters, wouldn't we be able to help defeat the black dragon, even just a little? Hecate smiled softly at Duskbringer. Dying with a sword in hand suits knights like us. So, Duchess, while we appreciate your offer to let us live as humans, we must decline. We'd rather die fighting with a sword than live by running away. That is our will." "No." Duskbringer shook her head slightly, then suddenly opened her amber eyes wide. "I'm sorry, but I didn't come here to hear a refusal." "What? What do you mean?" "To take it back." The next moment, whoosh, a tremendous magical force erupted around Duskbringer. Hecate and the Glory Knights tried to react quickly, but they hadn't anticipated that Duskbringer would suddenly demonstrate such power, especially since, having reclaimed all the dragon blood she had distributed to her own dragon knights, Duskbringer's power was much greater than expected. Crash, bang, crunch. The magical force wreaked havoc in the bedroom, scattering furniture to the floor. What's going on?" Junior, though down with pain, was inevitably awakened by such intense magical activity. As a disoriented Junior propped herself up, her swollen eyes wide open, she looked around. "CHK, CHQ. CHQ. All the Glory Knights were caught by the tangible magical force emanating from Duskbringer's body. Among them, Hecate was physically held by the throat and lifted into the air by Duskbringer's hand. Completely subdued, Hecate struggled with her limbs flailing. Duchess, please don't do this. We are on the same side. We are the Knight Order you created to fight to the death just as you made us, at least to be together till the end. No, Duskbringer coldly cut her off. Your fight ends here. Thump. Immediately afterward, the tangible magic holding the Glory Knights emitted a dazzling red light. The bodies of the 5 knights contorted in agony. The knights screamed terribly as if their souls were being ripped apart, but Duskbringer remained unemotional. I'll take it back. As the red magic cores were extracted from the chests of the 5 knights, the curse I bestowed upon you. The ancient, densely written bandages that had enveloped the knights unraveled. Spreading thickly through the air as they unraveled, the bandages slithered under Duskbringer's clothes like snakes, wrapping around her body. From the tips of her tiny fingers to her injured back, her entire body was tightly enveloped by the bandages. SHHRK. As the bandages fully integrated with Duskbringer's body, the red magic cores extracted from the knights were also absorbed into her chest. No, Hecate murmured despairingly. Hooah! Duskbringer let out a long sigh. If it's necessary to protect the world. Wearing the curse she had crafted long ago, her amber eyes tinged with red lowered. The dragon lady smiled. I shall fall into hell. Chapter 673. Thud. Thud. Duskbringer staggered out of the barracks and walked the streets. She did not care that her long black hair was getting soiled by the falling snow or tousled by the hot wind blowing in from the east. She just kept walking forward until she paused when she saw a group approaching from the opposite direction. Oh, Duskbringer murmured in admiration. They all seem quite fierce. The ones advancing toward her were heroes affiliated with the monster frontline. From Lucas with his demon sword, to the heroes wielding dragon slayers, to those adorned with nightmare slayers. All of them looked as if they were draped in dragon's blood, with dark visages and eyes not hiding their boiling vengeance, and faces stained with dried blood tears, not thinking of washing off as they walked together towards the east. The heroes stopped briefly before Duskbringer. She gestured eastward with her chin. Why head east? Right now, that place is nothing but a sea of fire spewed by the black dragon. That's why we're going. Lucas replied with his eyes shimmering blue. There's no better place to forge our spirits. Our bodies seem to have recovered somewhat, so we'll make preparations to confront the black dragon. The demon sword, dragon slayers, and nightmare slayers. Not only these weapons, but darkness emanating from within the heroes themselves swirled behind them like heat haze. A break-cold ash was once there, where it was impossible to enter beneath that darkness. All were deeply submerged. Duskbringer laughed hollowly. You all are turning into fine demons, Rakshasas, and Asuras. That's because only then can we achieve our Lord's vengeance. Lucas snapped dryly. It seems the Duchess still retains a human shape. Don't worry, my ugliness is no less than your resolve. A dangerous red light scattered within Duskbringer's eyes. Sensing it, Lucas narrowed his bright blue eyes. As they passed each other, Duskbringer whispered softly, Children, it's okay to dip your feet in this mire, but don't go in too deep. There's no need for you all to fall to the very end of hell. Duskbringer's small figure headed across the street and soon disappeared into the blowing snowstorm, blabbering as if you know everything. Lucas growled and resumed his walk. Behind him, the heroes followed with fiercely narrowed eyes. And Evangeline watched the unsettlingly flickering image of the heroes crossing paths from atop a nearby tower. Behind her stood other heroes with equally worried expressions, who had not given themselves over to the darkness. Damien, his eyes still unseeing and bandaged, leaned against the tower wall in silence, his complexion wan. What's going to happen? Evangeline clenched the flagpole she held in her hand. How are we? The long black flag representing the World Guardian Front whipped violently in the gale. Evangeline pressed her hot eyes with the back of her hand. Everyone was becoming tainted by darkness in pursuit of the vengeance they held dear, and Evangeline could well understand their feelings. She felt like she might go mad with rage and hatred herself. But was this really the path Ash wanted? If Ash were here, what would he have wished for them to do? Senior. Evangeline looked down at her shield. her own frail, thin shield that seemed too small and weak to protect the entire world. What can I still protect? Temple, infirmary. Ah! Serenade's silver eyes snapped open as she lay twitching in bed. Her entire body throbbed. Her head felt foggy. It was hot and her body felt heavy. Barely able to keep her eyes open, Serenade surveyed her surroundings. Where is this? My lady. Elise, upon noticing Serenade regaining consciousness, rushed to the bedside urgently. My lady, it's Elise. Do you recognize me? Ah, Elise. Of course I recognize you. What's wrong? Something happened. Ah, Serenade, attempting to rise, clenched her teeth due to the intense pain surging through her body. Elise held her and gently laid her back down. Ha! Why am I in the infirmary? My lady, about that. Elise explained the situation. It was about how the building of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild was swept away by the breath of Nightbringer. By a stroke of luck, other employees were in a neighboring warehouse at the time and escaped harm. But Serenade was seriously injured by the main building's collapse. She had been transferred to the temple and had been receiving treatment for more than a day now. The other employees of the guild also suffered injuries, both minor and major, but everyone is safe. You were injured the most, my lady. That's a relief then. No one else was seriously hurt. Serenade reached out and gently touched Eli's hand. And you made it back alive too. My lady. Elise tried to force a smile, but her expression hardened at Serenade's next question. By the way, Elise, how did the expedition go? Did we defeat the Black Dragon? Is he all right? Elise gulped down her saliva. How should she respond? Hesitating and closing her eyes tightly, Elise tried to lift the corners of her mouth. Of course, my lady. His Highness the Prince is. Elise intended to lie until Serenade's condition improved. She did not want the gravely injured Serenade to weaken further in spirit. However, she couldn't bring herself to continue. Tears slowly welled up in the always sharp, ice-blue eyes of Elise. In front of the blinking Serenade, Elise eventually let her tears drop. I'm sorry, my lady. I'm so sorry. Elise, what's wrong? Why are you crying? It's my fault. Because I'm inadequate. I just couldn't protect His Highness. Elise ended her sentence with a choked voice. The color drained from Serenade's face. Elise slowly but surely reported the outcome of the hero expedition. Serenade murmured in a daze. He's gone. Struggling, Serenade propped herself up against the headboard and pressed her spinning forehead with her hand. She tried to think positively. He had been missing last year too, hadn't he? And he returned as if by a miracle after half a year. That was just like him. He would leave suddenly without a word, go very far away, and then return casually and smile mischievously, even if her heart was scorched black with worry, spending countless nights in tears. When he returned and smiled innocently, all the words of blame would dissolve inside her without being spoken. He was that kind of man. So maybe this time too. Maybe it would be all right this time too. Ah, Serenade clutched her chest and bent forward, but she knew it had to be different this time. The world was falling apart and destruction was imminent, and the person who had stood at the forefront to stop it had fallen at the very bottom of hell, bleeding. Serenade was a merchant, and not just any merchant, but the owner of one of the most renowned merchant guilds in the world. She was shrewd. That's why she could swiftly and naturally estimate the conclusion of this event. It was the end. Everything was. If he's not here, I also. It was hard to breathe. Thin tears streamed down from Serenade's wide-open silver eyes. Serenade felt as if her whole body was being torn apart, falling apart with the crumbling world. There's no reason to keep living. Her spirit seemed to sink down to the depths. Serenade's body, wavering, slowly fell to the side. As she fell, she thought blankly that it would be nice to fall down there where that man had fallen. Thud, just then. A firm hand reached out and supported Serenade's shoulder, catching her as she was about to fall. Don't do this. It was a tired yet firm voice. It's too early to despair, so calm down. Startled, Serenade looked around blankly, and there, sitting in a wheelchair, holding a sleeping Sid, Lily faced Serenade with a strong expression. Take a deep breath now, slowly. As Lily gently stroked her back, Serenade's breath, which had almost stopped, resumed. Inhale, exhale, that's right, well done. Inhale again and exhale, Lily whispered softly, firmly holding Serenade's trembling shoulders. The world hasn't ended yet. Lily's voice was layered with pain, and even more so with a stronger will. So breathe. Serenade closed her eyes tightly, then opened them. That's right. Someday the world will end. Maybe in just a few hours, maybe minutes, or perhaps seconds. But yet it hasn't ended yet. So, live, for now. We must fight. Serenade's trembling subsided. Lily smiled gently. Serenade looked back at Lily and slowly nodded. Even if that person never returns, there are things that must be done, for the purpose he left behind. We cannot just sit here and die. Lily hugged the calmed Serenade tightly. Serenade, unable to voice her thanks, pulled Lily into an embrace in return. After a brief hug, Serenade took a deep breath and looked towards Elise. Elise, facing her master, who had quickly regained her sharpness, Elise straightened up and awaited orders. Serenade, considering what she could do, cautiously asked, "Among the collapsed buildings, is that warehouse safe?" Lake Kingdom Dungeon. Between Zone 9 and 10, the Great Bridge. Below 1,000 fathoms deep into the darkness. The lowest place hidden, the survivor's residence, Bottom Town. Boom, rumble. The vibrations that had been intermittent since the day before were now intensifying. Did this dungeon beneath the lake know that the end of the world had come, as it violently shook? It's chaos, utter chaos. A disheveled old man dressed like a beggar mumbled as he surveyed the shaking world. He was the village head of Bottom Town, the sword demon. Next to him, his wife, the spear demon, leaned on her spear like a walking stick and clicked her tongue. "Looks like this damned world is finally coming to an end, dear." "That's right, wife. Looks like our unbearable honeymoon is also about to end. You want to die that eagerly? Just say the word. I would have skewered you with this spear long ago." "Oh, behave. Listen well, woman. The honeymoon is ending, isn't it? Now the real married life begins." "Heh, never knew honeymoon could be this long. They say marriage is the grave of life, and they're not wrong. Ha ha, let's be buried together a bit longer under this grave, my dear." The laughing couple suddenly closed their mouths and turned their gaze towards the center of the village. "By the way, that young fellow didn't bring the gold coins he promised. What in the world is this mess now?" Center of Bottom Town. There, a massive orb of black blood had formed, swirling around. Ash was submerged within it, his eyes tightly closed, his face deathly pale. Deep in his chest, a severe sword wound was visible, and the dark blood around him flowed in and out of the wound. Who? Standing in front of this orb of black blood was King Poseidon. Holding a trident, covered in burns, King Poseidon controlled the orb of black blood despite his severe injuries, his focus solely on Ash's condition. Sword Demon and Spear Demon quietly observed this bizarre scene. Boom, rumble, the entire Lake Kingdom shook once more. And then, thud, thud, footsteps sounded from behind. Turning around, Sword Demon and Spear Demon saw emerging from the darkness behind. So, slowly lowering the flute from his mouth, adjusting the white smiling mask, a man dressed as a jester, the court jester of Lake Kingdom. Crown. With cold eyes gleaming from behind the mask, Crown asked, "When does this insane surgery end?" Chapter 674, one day ago. After the heroic expedition was defeated by Nightbringer and retreated, immediately following the meeting between Nightbringer, who had polymorphed into a human form, and Ash Whoomp, Nightbringer's royal sword pierced Ash's chest for the second time. If the first strike was meant merely to inflict physical pain, this second strike pierced Ash's spirit core and shattered his soul. Ah! Dying, Ash trembled all over. Nightbringer gently grasped Ash's throat with his hand. He leisurely watched the small flame of life being extinguished in his grip. It was then. A faint smile flickered across Ash's lips as he neared death. Puzzled by the meaning of the smile, Nightbringer wondered right before. Suddenly, a killing intent overwhelmed him from behind. Nightbringer quickly turned around and saw a barrage of arrows and spells raining down on him. With ease, Nightbringer surrounded himself with a magical shield, blocking all the attacks. He then surveyed the new forces that had appeared. Click, 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 marching in order, those pointing their weapons at Nightbringer were none other than the court jester and his circus troupe, Crown, and his subordinates, the Eternal Life Seekers, the Nightcrawler Squad. All wearing calm white smiling masks, they encircled Nightbringer. Backed against a cliff, Nightbringer laughed softly. "Dare you rebel against me, Jester? Rebel, odd choice of words." Crown tilted his head in confusion. "You were never my king. The royal scepter of your kingdom is now in my hands, and that's why I've come to take it back." Crown snickered, whipping his flute to signal his men to prepare for attack. What meaning is there in our dialogue? Prepare to die, Black Dragon. I don't understand, Jester. You should know well that you cannot stand against me. Yet you know, too, that we are cursed with eternal life. If there's nothing to lose, why not swing a sword for the throne? The Night Crawler squad finished their preparations, and Nightbringer readied himself for combat. Nevertheless, Nightbringer was not one to avoid a life-and-death struggle, and always maintained the minimum courtesy when battling all who stood against him. Strike him down! As Crown raised his flute, the members of the Nightcrawler squad charged forward, their white masks flashing as they advanced. Nightbringer scattered darkness, crushing each of the Eternals. Even as they were annihilated, they desperately charged towards Nightbringer in an attempt to reach him. Just then, two elderly people were stealthily climbing up from the side of the cliff, the Sword Demon and the Spear Demon. Each carrying a toothless sword and a broken spear in their mouths, they silently approached and charged at Nightbringer. Listen up, Dragonhead. Hear this. This bridge is our marketplace, so to speak. Nightbringer, caught off guard by the stealth attack from the cliffside, allowed the attack to proceed. The two demons were formidable opponents, no less than any heroes on Earth. Once they managed an ambush and closed in, their sword and spear shredded the polymorphed human form of Nightbringer to pieces. Of course, Nightbringer instantly regenerated from such wounds, but in a moment his arm was severed, and with it Ash was flung into the air. Nightbringer quickly regenerated his arm and reached out to catch Ash. His hand clutched the flagpole that Ash was holding onto and creak. Due to his immense strength, the flag was torn apart and it was ripped away from his hand. As Ash's body was pushed into the void, it fell straight down into a 1,000-foot abyss, disappearing into the darkness. Looking down into the abyss where Ash had vanished, Nightbringer chuckled. Such a nuisance, these undying pests. Just stop bothering us and please just die. Even if you kill us, we'll just resurrect, damn it all. As the Sword Demon and Spear Demon charged, shouting, they could not escape the next burst of magic power and exploded into pieces. The remaining Nightcrawler squad, too, was swept away by the darkness unleashed by Nightbringer, quickly annihilated. Really, what's so great about this decrepit country? Even Crown, who had clung to life until the end, was crushed to death. Everyone, fussing about to become king. Crunch. Struck by the darkness wielded by Nightbringer, Crown shattered into pieces. The blood and bodies of the deceased Sword Demon, Spear Demon, and Nightcrawler squad members all turned into black mist and disappeared. This was always how the Eternals, under the curse of immortality, vanished in this country. After ensuring that there were no more interferences left, Nightbringer looked down into the vast abyss once again. He had already shattered the soul. Ash was dead. There was no chance he could have survived, but Nightbringer was not one to be complacent. Still, just in case. Snap. With a flick of his finger, two of his assisting heads appeared beside him. Whoosh. They opened their mouths and poured black flames into the abyss below the bridge. Tremendous black flames engulfed everything below the bridge. Satisfied after pouring out the black flames for a while, Nightbringer retracted the flames. By now, the flames would have reached the very bottom. Not even ashes of the bodies would remain. Turning around, Nightbringer suddenly realized he still held Ash's flag in his hand. It's better to burn this on the surface. There was no better declaration of war than burning the enemy's standard. With that, he gripped the flag tightly and strode toward the main gate of the Lake Kingdom. It was time to invade in sea. After Nightbringer departed, a while later, still glowing with black flames at the bottom of the abyss cliff, crunch, a blood-stained hand emerged. Huff, huff! The one who climbed up was none other than King Poseidon of the Merfolk. Despite drawing upon all the powers of his divine race and creating a water barrier, he had suffered terrible burns all over his body. However, he had managed to protect Ash within his bosom. Prince Ash is. King Poseidon examined Ash. The soul was shattered, but his body was still clinging to life in a comatose state. Of course, this was only temporarily halted by magic and wouldn't last long. We must hurry. Excannable, which had also fallen into the abyss with Ash during the chaos, was already in his hand. King Poseidon infused the divine magic of his race into this cursed sword, prompting it to vomit what it had swallowed just before. Plunk, plop. The contents Excannable couldn't immediately digest appeared on its blade and scattered on the ground. Dragon blood. It was blood drawn directly from the heart of Nightbringer's chest. Even though Nightbringer had been polymorphed at the time the sword stabbed him, this blood was real. Huff, huff, after extracting all the dragon blood from Excalibur and carelessly stabbing the sword into the ground. King Poseidon planted his trident on the ground. Then, the dragon blood drawn directly from Nightbringer's chest transformed into a round droplet and floated into the air. King Poseidon inserted this droplet of dragon blood directly into the wound on Ash's chest. Thump! Ash's body, which had been frozen like a statue with eyes closed, suddenly shook violently. Not yet. King Poseidon gritted his teeth and continued with the next step. He planted his trident into the ground again. Following this, a massive amount of blood, spilled by Nightbringer and the heroic expedition throughout the battlefield, also gathered into a giant droplet and floated into the air. King Poseidon placed Ash's body inside this gigantic droplet of dragon blood. His work here was done. However, he could not complete the surgery here. If the black dragon returned, or if another monster came, it would all be for naught. Time was running out, and ultimately there was only one option left. King Poseidon stood at the edge of the abyss looking down. The darkness below still blazed with black flames. Sigh. As always in life, it was do or die. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a water barrier with the divine power of his race once more, then fell into the depths with Ash. Present, below the cliff, the bottom village. In this place unknown to any monsters, King Poseidon continued performing surgery on Ash. The resurrected sword demon and spear demon were busy extinguishing the black flames that clung to the entire village, and with Crown joining late to help, they were finally able to put out all the fires, and so they found themselves waiting together for the surgery to finish. By the way, we are cooperating like this because we were promised something by that prince, Sword Demon asked Crown. Why are you helping? Before the heroic expedition set out. Ash had come to the Lake Kingdom in advance with King Poseidon to ask for their help. The bottom village was connected to the dried-out drainage of Dungeon Zone 1, and the waterways were so intricately intertwined that they had not found the way until now. But as the great flood approached, the waterways filled up, and King Poseidon, able to read the flow of water, found the way. Thus, when Ash revisited the bottom village, he did not pay the promised gold. Instead, he proposed something entirely different. Unable to refuse the proposal, Sword Demon, Spear Demon, and the bottom village agreed to cooperate with Ash again. But what about Crown? Why was he helping Ash? Crown responded gruffly. It's none of your business, thief. Spear Demon bristled at being called a thief. Hey, even though you ruled over our country, isn't it a bit much to treat us like thieves, Prince? Sure, we did a bit of thieving. Of course, we weren't citizens, but non-citizens under that regime. But given the state of the world, shouldn't those of us who remember the times when the kingdom was intact try to get along? Sword Demon and Spear Demon chuckled, draping their arms around Crown from both sides. Crown shuddered and pushed them both away. I too received a promise from Ash. But surprisingly, he answered calmly. Crown himself didn't quite understand why he had responded. Perhaps the title Prince, heard after so long, had stirred something in him. Sword Demon and Spear Demon tilted their heads. A promise. Yes, Crown's gaze from behind his mask was complex. At the end of that gaze was Ash, buried in swirling dragon blood. A promise to save my sister. The prince's sister? You mean our princess? Yes, Crown chuckled dryly. He seemed to know. A way to save my sister. I thought it was an obvious lie. But with him, maybe. Even now, when everything is ending. No, especially because it's ending when there's nothing left to lose. It didn't matter if it was a vain hope, whether the black dragon brings about the end of the world or not. After all, it's all going to end soon. All he hoped for was a small salvation for his sister before that. That's why I decided to help. That's all. Who? Sword Demon and Spear Demon turned their heads quickly with a curious hum. Crown also looked that way, and from the shabby house of Sword Demon and Spear Demon, someone staggered out. Ah, where is this? With white hair dragging to the floor and an old iron sword on her back. It was Nameless, the merchant and dethroned princess of the Lake Kingdom. I definitely fell off a cliff after being attacked by Nightbringer. Ah, our princess is awake too. Sword Demon and Spear Demon hurriedly rushed to Nameless. She looked at them bewildered. It's been a while, princess. Have you been well? Sword Demon, Spear Demon. Ah, so this place is. Yes, yes, this is our bottom village where we live. We promised to invite you sometime. Never thought you'd drop in from above like this." They were all survivors of the Lake Kingdom, living in the hellish depths beneath the lake, bound by centuries of intertwined destinies. After expressing her gratitude to Sword Demon and Spear Demon for saving her from the fall, Nameless looked in surprise at Crown standing behind them. "Brother, no, Crown. Have you regained your senses, Nameless? Why are you here too?" "Well, he's the one who gathered us here." Crown gestured towards where Ash was, and Nameless's teal eyes widened. "Ash, this surgery, could it be to become a dragon? It was all Ash's doing, and it seems it's almost over." As soon as he spoke, whoosh, the pool of black blood ash was submerged in, lost its shape, and spilled onto the floor. King Poseidon, exhausted from performing the surgery, collapsed to the ground, and from the dragon blood that stained the floor black, thud. Having fought through countless regressions, his save slot worn to tatters, that's what the real Ash said. Chapter 675. To put it simply, instead of my soul that had already lost its flavor, I had wrapped a substitute personality around it like a wrapper. While smoking a cigarette, Ash explained his situation. That substitute personality is what you knew as Ash. But then, when Nightbringer pierced through my soul core, shattering my soul, the outer wrapper, the substitute personality got torn as well. Ash swung his hand, holding the cigarette broadly. The smoke, as murky and scattered as the people's hearts, spread around in a circle. "Since my soul is pretty much just powder now, I can somehow manage to keep it together like this for now." King Poseidon, using the blood and heart of a black dragon, made Ash into a dragon, meticulously piecing together even the shattered fragments of Ash's soul core. Normally, once a soul core is split, the shock to the soul body would lead to death. But Ash's soul was already so eroded by immense fatigue that even if the soul core took a hit, it would merely scatter without leading to annihilation. This was an unexpected advantage brought about by endless returns. But even if the inside soul is put together like a puzzle, what about the torn outer wrapper? There's no way to revert that. Ash clicked his tongue and put the cigarette back in his mouth. Nameless stuttered as she listened. "So, the Ash we knew, is he dead?" "For now, yes. At least I don't know a way to restore the torn substitute personality." "But that's just what I don't know. There might be another way prepared. It has to be." After smoking the cigarette down to the end, Ash stubbed it out on the ground and grumbled. "Above all, if that guy doesn't come back, I'm in trouble. I'll break apart soon." "Break apart? I told you, my soul is pretty much like powder. I can maintain its form for now, but it will collapse soon." Ash looked around at the people nearby, his gaze dripping with fatigue. "Right now, I can recognize who all of you are, but give it a day, and I won't be able to tell who is who. I'll forget how to fight, remember strategies, blink, or even breathe." "Ugh, where the hell has Ada gone? Not helping me at a time like this," Ash grumbled as Crown asked. "What about the other substitute personalities?" "Ha! All this time, you've been overlaying numerous substitute personalities onto your body. What if you reuse one of them?" Ash smirked. Indeed, a question befitting one of the few figures aware that this world was repeated. "It's a good idea, but no, if it's not that guy, there's no meaning." "Meaning? This is the last chance to challenge this world. That's what the director and I decided after the meeting." The others gathered here mostly didn't understand Ash's words, but they all sensed that his next words would be unsettling. Among the remaining candidates, the one who holds the most virtuous wish was chosen to be the last player, to be laid over my soul, Crown stuttered. "A virtuous wish? Is that the criterion for selecting a player?" "Yes." Ash nonchalantly put another cigarette to his mouth, but he didn't light it. "Throughout countless returns, those of us fighting against annihilation pursued efficiency. We sacrificed lives, chose who had to die, and decided which worlds needed to be cut away. But still, we failed. No matter how hard we struggled, the world was ultimately destroyed. So, finally, it made us question if we had been wrong all along. Maybe what's needed to clear all this is something inefficient that we've never even considered before." So, it's him, the one with the most trivial, humble wish, one not for himself, but entirely for someone else. That's the inefficient wish we're banking on. He's the last challenger who might save this world. Ash slowly lifted his head to gaze beyond the darkness above, the distant earth above. And now, this is the result. This place is the world built upon his meager and twisted goodness. Judging by the situation, it seems he won't even beat the Black Dragon, let alone launch the ultimate offensive against the monster. But anyway, we entrusted the world to his goodness. Thus, the world's end should also come through his hands. Ash belatedly lit his cigarette and exhaled the smoke forcefully. So, it would be problematic if he dies just like that. There's no answer to this. How do you gather up wrapping paper that's already torn and scattered to the winds? Does wrapping paper function that way? Maybe this is the end of that naive goodness. Ha ha! That was when it happened. Enough with the incomprehensible talk, Prince Ash. King Poseidon staggered over. Covered in burns, he looked decades older, as if he had just undergone surgery that drained all his life force. King Poseidon blurted out desperately, "Now that you've become a dragon, how about it? Can you defeat Nightbringer?" Um. Ash extended his right hand, and from his little finger to his thumb, he sequentially ignited black flames. It was an astonishingly natural control. There were several cycles in the past where that bastard Fernandez transformed me into a dragon. Thanks to that, I suppose I can handle the power quite adeptly. Right after, Ash chuckled. Seems a bit difficult, though. What? In the cycles where I defeated Nightbringer, at least Lark or Fernandez, one of them was by my side. Ash casually mentioned the names of his two deceased brothers. If both are there, it's almost certain, and with just one it's tough but possible. But now both are gone. Lark and Fernandez are dead, and even Father has lost his powers as a transcendental being. It's going to be tough. Ash snickered as he sneakily glanced at this cycle's memories to grasp the situation. King Poseidon gazed blankly at Ash with a pale, distressed face. Well, don't despair too much. Even if we cooperate with the protectors of the Empire and defeat the Black Dragon in the end, during the ultimate offensive by the monster, we've been doomed. Even in the most ideal cycles, even when all four guardians of the Empire fought together, fully blossoming their talents to the limit, and following an extremely honed and optimized route to gather all of humanity's will to fight, they lost. That's why they started looking for another way. Being with the four guardians of the Empire was indeed the most efficient method, but they deliberately took a tough road to explore other possibilities, and this is how they ended up in a crisis at the end of that road. But I've made a move. Ash continued to examine the memories, peering into the trap that he had laid out in this cycle, like observing a chess match that was underway but paused. It was hard to fully guess the intention, but he had continually spread out multiple moves. And to continue those moves, to save the pawn, the knight, the bishop, the rook, and the queen, the king himself, threw himself in front of the enemy. This was still a positioning of someone ready to fight, except that the king was utterly shattered. If this were chess, it would be over here. This world is not a game. Perhaps he realized the moment the information he had about the game lost its meaning. The moment he realized that he couldn't win this world by treating it like a game, he might have destroyed the rules himself, the most basic rule of the game that there must be a king. But for what? I hope this move isn't just a last desperate fling, friend, and hopefully you've prepared. Ash opened his eyes after closing them for a moment and slowly got up. There's also a way to break the rule that once you fall out of the chessboard, you can't come back. Ash flicked the extinguished cigarette with his fingertips and threw it far away, shouting vigorously, "All right, I'll see what I can do about Nightbringer. Anyway, I can run around for about a day." Ash curled the corners of his mouth up and laughed dangerously. Pawn, knight, bishop, rook, queen, king, who cares? He's now a dragon. And dragons beat chess. Anyway, there's hope if that black dragon bastard hasn't crossed halfway to Crossroad. The further he advances, the more he merges with the world's knight, becoming stronger. So, where is the black dragon now? How many hours have passed since he began his invasion? Ash's lips slowly stiffened as he spoke energetically. He realized belatedly that the faces of the people looking at him had turned grim. Licking his dried lips, Ash bit his lower lip and smiled, but his precarious golden eyes were not smiling at all. Don't tell me he's already past the halfway point, 36 hours after the Black Dragon's inland landing, in the forest that had far surpassed half the distance from the Black Lake to Crossroad. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra. Nightbringer, preparing his fourth breath, had grown even larger. His power also endlessly swelled in the endlessly continuing night. The output of the incoming breaths was rising even more. He's preparing another breath. Alert Crossroad. A scout soldier, with the intelligence report that the Black Dragon was preparing another breath, hurriedly passed through the teleport gate. Ha ha! Urgent news! Exposed directly to the morale of the Black Dragon, the soldier trembled as if convulsing, tears streaming down as he shouted, "Urgent news! The Black Dragon is preparing his fourth breath." The news quickly spread throughout the city. Kings hurried to the shelters prepared underground, and all the defensive measures prepared in advance were urgently deployed, leaving the chaotic city behind. Duskbringer stood alone atop the city walls. The cold wind that blew through the falling snow tousled her long black hair aimlessly. Was it supposed to still be autumn? The world, suddenly covered in an untimely winter, was cold, even more so without her lifelong subordinates or the beloved campfire. The entire sky was dark, but the south was even darker. To Duskbringer, the entire dark sky seemed to be the form of the enemy. Ha! As she exhaled deeply, her breath instantly froze white. Duskbringer felt a sudden chill in the increasingly freezing world. She still believed, because a promise was made, that Ash would return, that she would see his warm smile again. That smile alone would brighten this winter night in an instant. So, I must protect. The home that child will return to, that child's city. I must protect it. So just for a while. Until that child returns, just bury myself in this blizzard. Duskbringer's amber eyes tinged with red stared straight ahead. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck across the utterly dark southern sky. And then, the next moment, boom, the breath struck. All the defensive measures humanity had prepared in the southern plains of Crossroad over the last 12 hours were activated, but all were thwarted. Artifacts shattered, magic circles vanished, and the barriers lined up in rows were all penetrated. The evil dragon's linearly pushing breath seemed unstoppable by anything in the world. And Hugh, Duskbringer gathered her breath, closing her eyes and gathering all her strength in her small body, flash. With a blinding flash of light as she opened her eyes, Duskbringer had already transformed. Horns grew over her head, wings and a tail sprouted from her back, and red scales covered her body. Dragon blood frenzy igniting the blood within her, Duskbringer roared and breathed out in response to the incoming breath of Nightbringer. Clang! In the air above the southern plains, black and red flames met. For a moment, all the snow pouring from the sky evaporated and vanished. Thud! At the point of collision, a terrifying light and heat poured out, devastating everything around. The snow-covered southern plains of Crossroad were instantly scorched black, and the range engulfed the southern city walls, where iron plates heated red and stone walls successively crumbled. Ah! Ah! Duskbringer screamed in agony as she continued to resist. But the point of collision between the two breaths was gradually being pushed back, towards Crossroad. Slowly but surely. Chapter 676 Nightbringer and Duskbringer, the first Black Dragon and the last enemy Red Dragon. People thought for a moment as they looked at the point where the breaths of the two dragons met. Perhaps there was such light and such heat when the world was created at the beginning. The light was dazzling, and the heat suffocating as it poured out from the point of collision between the two breaths. Qua. In response to the mythic breath of Nightbringer, Duskbringer desperately spewed a counter-breath. However, the difference in the output of the two breaths was stark. The collision point was pushed back in an instant. A tremendous source of heat and light, a heat-light source, approached Crossroad. To the people, it seemed like the destruction of the world was imminent. The endlessly pushed-back collision point now reached right in front of the walls of Crossroad. The red-hot walls melted like a snowman under the sun and poured down. Ah! But, ah! Facing the impending doom, Duskbringer held on. Her horns, melted by the tremendous heat, fell to the ground like candle drippings. Her skin melted and her blood evaporated into a red mist. Yet she continued to spew breaths against it. The ancient bandages that wrapped her body ceaselessly vomited ominous light, feeding curses into her body. The Duskbringer died and was resurrected, died and was resurrected, and kept spewing breaths. Doom stopped right in front of the gates of Crossroad. Doom knocked fiercely, but the dragon lady holding the doorknob ultimately did not unlock it. She herself would burn to death with the door rather than let Doom inside. SSSS. The breath of Nightbringer, which felt eternal, finally ceased. The Duskbringer, having endured until the end, collapsed on the ruined southern wall. Thud. Then someone caught her fiery body as she was about to fall. Dusk Bringer. She couldn't see anything with her eyes burned by light and heat, but she immediately recognized who it was upon hearing the calm yet heavy voice. Traha, are you all right? Laughing wryly at the Emperor's question, despite her appearance. To ask like that, seeing her like this. Yes, I'm fine, just a bit of rest, and the curse of immortality will regenerate my body, and then the next breath, I'll block it. So put away your needless worries and use me harshly, as you always do with your people. Dusk Bringer. Until Ash returns, I'll do whatever it takes. To protect this city, with a fading voice, Dusk Bringer muttered. Traha, rather than saying to protect the city even in death, uttered something colder. We may have to abandon this city. Crossroad. Her eyes opened. Her blood cooled rapidly, and the sinking consciousness surged to the surface. The Dusk Bringer gritted her teeth and looked up at Traha. What? On the charred walls, burning like coal. Traha held Dusk Bringer wrapped in his cloak, cradling her in his arms. The man who ruled half the world said once more in an even, cold voice, We must retreat from Crossroad. Immediately. The kings had already gathered. Let's abandon Crossroad. Except for a minority of dissenters, everyone agreed. There's no longer any justification to hold back the beast here. Until now, the reason Crossroad had been the base for holding back the monsters was because it was the best location for it. But now, in front of the Black Dragon's long-range breath, Crossroad had lost its advantages and functionality as a fortress. It was just a big, immobile target being pounded. Moreover, the World Guardian front had been wiped out, including the main force and the airship fleet. There was no longer any reason or strength to hold back the Black Dragon here. Retreat was justified. Better to draw him further into the continent and surround and defeat him all at once. Let's head north, gather troops, and reorganize forces at a nearby fortress. He's already close. In a day and a half, he'll reach Crossroad. Before then, we need to transport personnel and resources to the rear as quickly as possible. Bang! Just then, someone entered the bunker where the kings were gathered. The kings turned around to see Dusk Bringer radiating heat from under the cloak, and Traha slowly following behind. I will, Duskbringer shouted. I will keep blocking his breath. Duchess Bringer. I've blocked it this time too, and I can endure it several more times. So this city. Duskbringer's legs gave way, and she leaned against the wall, collapsing to the floor. We can't abandon it. This city is, for that child. Duchess. But the king's opinion did not change. Your grace must also retreat with us. There aren't many options left for humanity to stand against him. Duchess, you shouldn't be wasted here. Recover and prepare for the final battle with us. He's getting stronger as he moves north. Duskbringer tried to sound fierce, but everyone noticed her voice trembling. The more time passes, the more he becomes one with the night, endlessly growing in strength. Retreat from here. Then he will only get stronger. How are we supposed to face him in the final battle then? Do we have a way to confront him now? All the troops have died or been injured. Every prepared contingency has been thwarted, and most importantly, Prince Ash, who has been leading us, is no longer here. Duskbringer clenched her teeth. The kings continued. There's no one to fight, nor a way to fight. Retreating is the best strategy now. Fighting to the death is the worst. Don't you understand, Duchess? Ash will return. He promised her. So please stay here. Die here with me on this front. She couldn't bring herself to say those words. Duskbringer slowly bowed her head. She couldn't be sure herself whether there was any meaning in all this death, whether Ash, who had walked the path to death, could truly return. Duskbringer bowed her head and remained silent. The kings left her alone and began planning the retreat again. Traha stood quietly behind such Duskbringer. That was when, Your Majesty, a soldier came running breathlessly and prostrated before Traha. Traha looked down at the soldier with puzzlement. What's the matter? That is, the stammering soldier brought distressing news. The people who had headed north earlier are coming back. What? Caught off guard, the kings all looked this way. The soldier continued. Those who left Crossroad and headed north are all returning, led by the people of the Aryan Kingdom. No, what does that mean? Didn't the Aryan Kingdom lead the withdrawal? They had screamed and protested that they could no longer fight in this battle, really leaving the World Guardian front and returning home. The Aryan Kingdom and its King Miller Aryan. Following the Aryan Kingdom's lead in fleeing, quite a few smaller kingdoms and forces had also left. That was 12 hours ago, but they're returning. Why would they return midway? Has there been a coup? What about Miller Arian? That is, the soldier continued his hesitant report. King Miller Arian himself is leading everyone at the front. Everyone at the meeting looked baffled. No, even Traha, with a look of incredulity, said, reflecting everyone's question in one word. Why, 6 hours earlier, north of Crossroad, on a snow-covered road? What? King Miller Arian's mouth hung open as he repeatedly questioned the large communication magic device before him. What you say? Report it again, clearly. A tremendous snowstorm and avalanche are continuing, Your Majesty. It was a device capable of using emergency communication magic, just as the priests of the goddess secretly used communication magic. The Aryan kingdom also operated this device. When Yun had received an order for forced repatriation previously, they had also communicated with the homeland through this device. At that time, it was the homeland issuing orders, but now Miller Aryan was on the receiving end, and the situation in the Aryan kingdom was urgent. Just yesterday, daylight disappeared up to the central continent, and by dawn today, the north was also enveloped in night. Just hold out a few days without light. What's such a big deal about that? As soon as daylight disappeared, the temperature began to plummet. Just when I thought the snowfall was increasing, now it's pouring down so much that you can't see in front of you. Miller Arian's already pale face lost even more color. The snow has piled up so much that the weight is causing buildings to collapse, and the snow accumulated on the mountains can't bear the weight either, resulting in avalanches. He had thought this black dragon invasion was just a problem for the South. He believed it was an event that would eventually end, with the southern continent burning and southern lives vanishing as the price. He had decided that the blood of the Northerners should not be spilled for a problem that should be resolved in the South, and he was in the process of returning home amid curses. But he was wrong. The black dragon had draped a curtain over the skies of the entire world and robbed the entire world of daylight. As a result, the damage from the General of Winter came first to the north, which had lost daylight last. Miller Arian realized too late. His judgment had been wrong. The world was never divided by defense. That was merely a human standard. The destruction that covered the entire world was striking everyone equally, without discrimination. If it continues like this, we won't last long, Your Majesty. The entire kingdom is freezing. The communication began to crackle. If this continues, everyone will die. Your Majesty, what should we do? Click. It cut off, slowly putting down the dead communicator. Miller Arian slowly turned around. His subordinates and the kings who had fled with him were looking at him with ashen faces. The Aryan king's eyes closed tightly and then opened. He was short-sighted and a narrow-minded human who hated to suffer even a little loss, but he was no fool. The Black Dragon. He knew well what he had to do now. We have to defeat the Black Dragon. Your Majesty, everyone, we must go back to Crossroad. The other kings who had come with him protested. What are you talking about, Miller? The blizzard is a problem for the North. It's not my concern as a Westerner. We have already lost the will to fight. You go back. We will return to our homeland as is. Sheeing. But they couldn't finish their words. Miller Arian had suddenly drawn a large axe and was pointing its sharp blade at the kings. All of you, go back and fight on the front line against the Black Dragon. Look here, Miller. Regain your senses. This won't solve anything by doing this. Shut up. I always keep my reason. Miller Arian was a selfish king. He detested any situation where his country had to suffer even slightly more than others and couldn't stand sacrificing for regions his country did not belong to. That's why this was the most selfish decision he had made for his country. We are returning to the World Guardian Front, Miller Arian roared with a hoarse voice. We must save the world, going back. While the Aryan kingdom and other small kingdoms hurriedly prepared to return, Scalian was amused to death. They had been fleeing north together, and just a few hours later, they flipped their stance and decided to return to fight. Watching ants scurry in confusion in a collapsing anthill after being hit by water might feel like this. Covering his mouth and laughing, Scalian looked to the side. Did you do this, Violet? By casting a spell of illusion, showing the king's visions to give them a reason to fight and order a return. Perhaps Violet had followed this evacuation procession for that purpose. It occurred to Scalian to ask. Yes. Lying flat on Perkian, munching on jerky with a foolish expression, Violet blinked in confusion. Not me. I didn't do anything. Oh, but by the way. Perkian and Violet had already left the evacuation procession and were hiding in the bushes. Violet put her finger over her lips and went, "SHH. Shall we keep running? Maybe we should hide here for a while." Ahaha! Watching such Violet, Scullian's smile grew even broader. Chapter 677 currently, Crossroad, North Gate. King Miller Arian, who had fled and now returned with his people, looked sternly ahead. At the North Gate, the kings of the World Guardian Front looked at him in dismay. King Miller Arian, unabashed, composed his expression, and then, with a calmness and politeness previously unseen, spoke before them. "I wish to entrust myself again to the World Guardian Front. My soldiers and all those who left with me all share the same sentiment. If it means defeating the Black Dragon, I am willing to do anything. Please, give us another chance. I'm not sure what has changed your mind, Miller." Traha stepped forward and let out a low sigh. "We have also decided to retreat." "What?" "We have judged that we can no longer continue the fight at Crossroad. We will retreat northward and push the front up." The city was already bustling. Seeing the people preparing to vacate the fortress, Miller's eyes flipped. "No, no, no." Miller strode quickly and yelled at Traha. "We must fight here, Traha. We cannot give up the front." "But Miller, if we retreat the front, the longer the world goes without daylight." Thud, Miller knelt before the kings. "The North will perish. Here as quickly as possible. If we do not defeat the Black Dragon, the Aryan Kingdom and all the northern lands will be buried in snow and freeze to death." Then the kings understood why the people of Aryan Kingdom had returned. "I thus apologize." Kneeling, Miller bowed his head, still wearing his crown. "I apologize for my selfish cowardice like this. So please, fight here. Don't abandon Aryan, the North. Don't abandon Crossroad." The kings exchanged bewildered glances, though the situation clearly called for retreat. It was Miller's words that brought them to realization. For now, the North might be covered in snow, but what about after that? How many days of reprieve does this world have left? Even if they flee, isn't destruction already looming right beneath their chins? Traha muttered in a voice filled with lament. "Even if we stay here, who can stop that evil dragon? Then we will stop it." This time, a voice came from the city side. As everyone turned, there stood Lucas, leading a group of expeditionary heroes. All were wounded and bandaged. However, their eyes alone boiled with a chilling hatred. "We have a plan, Your Majesty." In front of the Emperor, Lucas reported in a dry, toneless voice. "Just 2 more times. Just 2 more breaths to block, and after that the Black Dragon's main body will reach the front of Crossroad. Then we will kill it. The strategy is set, and we have the necessary strength, skill, and will." After briefly explaining their strategy, Lucas casually shifted his gaze to Dusk Bringer standing at the end of the group of kings. "Just hold out 2 more times. Whether you allow it or not, whether you abandon Crossroad or not, we will stay here anyway, and we will execute this operation." Lucas spoke those potentially disrespectful words calmly to the Emperor. "Sir Lucas." Traha clicked her tongue softly, examining Lucas and his heroes. "Is there a reason to go this far?" What this far implied was clear. Darkness. Lucas and his heroes were all visibly cloaked in darkness. A deep and dreadful hatred and resentment, which were never seen when they were with Ash, now enveloped them like a cloak. Avenger. Under the guise of protecting the world, they were actually avenging Ash, pushing themselves beyond the limits of humanity, because the Crown Prince told us so. As Ash's story came up, a beast-like fervor mixed into Lucas's voice. "This is the entrance to humanity. This is the world's last line of defense. Point of no return. If they abandon this place, if they give it up, the world ends." Lucas instinctively knew. The moment the Black Dragon crossed Crossroad and moved further north, there would be no hope left for humanity. If the night deepened further, this world would no longer know light. So, following his words, we're only trying to kill it here. Is that really the reason? You're not just looking for a place to die, are you? The Emperor's eyes met Lucas's. The Emperor, who had lost the divine aura of the absolute ruler, no longer had golden eyes. They were a deep black, just like his son's. And in place of the lost divine aura, experience, fatigue, regret, and compassion filled his gaze. Somehow, that look reminded Lucas of his long-dead father. Lucas let his ice-blue eyes fall to avoid the gaze. Traha, turning towards the kings with a low sigh, opened her mouth. "It's a repeat of what was said before. There's only one thing for us to decide." The king's eyes hardened, teeth clenched, fists tightened. Whether we die quickly or slowly, in the end, that's all there is to life. The people of the north kneeling, the avengers who had entrusted themselves to the darkness, even the kings in thought. Traha, having looked at them all once, showed a smile that revealed her molars. Does everyone here have the courage to be buried together beneath the tomb? 12 hours later. 48 hours since the Black Dragon's invasion began. Thud, thud, thud. As the vast darkness crossed the forest, the trees touched by its mass were uprooted, rotting or collapsing. To the south of the advancing darkness, nothing could be observed anymore. A dense night had fallen, submerging everything in darkness. Thud! Suddenly, the advance halted. The darkness slowly stretched out its flickering legs and clutched the ground firmly. Grew and then the atmosphere trembled, magic vibrated, and an immense rumbling spread around. Undoubtedly, it was the breath. Nightbringer, ascending the night, was loading its fifth breath towards humanity. Ah, ah, ah. However, the scouts who needed to inform Crossroad of this fact all lay dying in a forest not far from the teleport gate. The malice of Nightbringer had become too dense. Those watching were on the verge of going mad or suffocating to death. Ah, ah, ah. A soldier, his face a mess of tears and snot, desperately pressed the ground with a convulsing arm. Must tell. Crossroad must. The soldier bit the inside of his cheek instead of his lipless mouth. But he could neither regain consciousness nor even feel pain. His strength drained from the arm he was using to crawl towards the teleport gate. The soldier, face planted in the dirt, sobbed as he chewed the earth. Ah, ah. He was scared. Of course, dying here was scary, but imagining the monstrous darkness trampling over the powerless ones above the front line was even scarier. He was scared that his comrades' sacrifices would become meaningless. He was scared that the glorious days of this front line would disappear. The soldier was a veteran scout who had participated in every battle at Crossroad since the day Living Armor invaded under Ash's command. He had witnessed what kind of battles this front line had fought, what miracles it had performed. And now all those days were crumbling. That's why he was scared, and so... Ah! He pounded the dirt floor with his forehead, then tried to move forward, using his shoulders instead of his unresponsive limbs. Urgent news, urgent. Nightbringer is preparing the next breath. But it was far. The teleport gate was close, but with his unresponsive body, he couldn't reach it. No matter how much he struggled, it was too late. Please, save Crossroad. The soldier twisted his head into the dirt floor and sobbed. Save the world. And then, CHRRRRK, the sound of the teleport gate's magic stone activating. Flash. A flash of magical light. Step. Step. The sound of approaching footsteps. The soldier thought he was already dead and hallucinating, but that wasn't the case. Someone who had approached placed a gentle hand on the soldier's shoulder. SHH, SHH, it's okay. Everyone's okay. It was a tired yet warm voice. Keep your eyes closed. Just facing its darkness can corrupt your mind, but it'll be okay while I'm here. Take deep breaths slowly. Just his presence made all the scouts regain their senses. Strength returned to their unresponsive bodies. The soldiers adjusted their breathing roughly and got up. Still, as the other had said, they all kept their eyes tightly shut. If this person said so, they must do it. Somehow, it was imprinted on everyone. You've all done enough. The person who had patted each of the soldiers' shoulders made them hold hands with one another. From now on, leave it to me and go back to Crossroad. The teleport gate is still working. Go and inform them about its breath. Don't open your eyes. Hold hands right. Keep going that way. The soldiers moved as if enchanted by his words. The teleport gate was right in front of them. The soldiers staggered one by one through the teleport gate and returned to Crossroad. Ah, and a veteran scout, walking absent-mindedly at the end of the line, snapped to attention at those words. Do you have any cigarettes left? The scout frantically searched his pockets and pulled out a fresh pack of cigarettes he had, handing it back. The other person brightened up and took the pack. That's it, that's it. Thanks. I was nearly dying smoking those awful cigarettes from the underground. Nothing beats Everblack. In front of the spinning magic gate, still with his eyes closed, the scout fumbled and asked late, Who are you? Ha! It was a voice he definitely recognized, one he had heard quite often, yet somehow it felt unfamiliar, as if he was hearing it for the first time. Therefore, the scout couldn't figure out who it was. A voice so familiar and yet so missed. Who was this person? After a moment of silence, the other person said, Just, One of your comrades. Smirking, he said that, and then suddenly pushed the scout into the teleport gate. A senile old man. Flash. A flash of magical light, and after pushing the last scout through the teleport gate, the man who turned around, Ash expertly tore open the new pack of cigarettes and took one out. Then with a casual stride, he walked towards Nightbringer. Nightbringer, noticing Ash approaching belatedly, had a flash of confusion, embarrassment, and amusement in its eyes. Player, how? Are you alive? It's been a while, Black Dragon. You've grown quite a bit since I last saw you. Ash, observing the breath Nightbringer was gathering, clicked his tongue. Don't breathe fire carelessly. He shook the cigarette in his hand. Try lighting this up instead. The enormous mouth of Nightbringer, gathering its breath, opened wide as if it couldn't hold back a laugh. Chapter 678. A little while ago. In Zone 1 of the Lake Kingdom, the dried sewer. Crawling out here is no small feat, Ash grumbled as he disembarked from the narrow boat. As the great flood struck, black rain poured over the Lake Kingdom, and the underground drainage pipes filled with black water. Riding through these pipes on a narrow boat rowed by the Sword Demon and the Spear Demon, Ash reached the safe haven of Zone 1. This was because the teleport gate closest to the bottom village was installed here. Without further words, Ash activated the teleport gate, but Nameless hurriedly stopped him. Ash, where are you going? To the Black Dragon. Ash declared decisively, as if he had made up his mind from the start. This is the only chance to kill it. There's no time to ask for cooperation from others, nor can I synchronize with anyone. I'm going alone. How can you, alone, against that mighty black dragon? Even though I have no talent for combat and am frail, experience comes with age, and I've got my ways. If more time was wasted, the black dragon would move further north. This chance would then be lost. Thus, Ash, though it seemed reckless, was set on confronting the black dragon alone. Nameless rushed after him desperately. Then, Ash, I'll come with. You can't, Ash coldly refused, scanning Nameless with his golden eyes. Stop fighting, Princess. You've reached your limit. In the last battle, Nameless had significantly exhausted her light. Already, shadows formed chains around her body, linking her to the darkness beneath the Lake Kingdom. You've held up well until now, Ash said in a barren voice, yet with a faint warmth. Normally by now you wouldn't be able to sleep and would be breaking down, but seeing you so presentable, I don't know, it's nice. You've held up well. Ash, you and I, the times we could have such a complete conversation, haven't been that frequent. Standing in front of the fully opened teleport gate, Ash slightly lifted the corners of his mouth. Keep that light, Princess. Ash, Nameless called out with a trembling voice as Ash turned his back on her. You might have forgotten the words you once said. No matter how you change, we are friends, Ash whispered softly. Nameless's eyes widened. No matter what we become, we are friends. After repeating the same promise they had shared in some long-forgotten episode. See you again, Princess and Prince. Ash waved his hand and disappeared into the teleport gate. Especially you, Prince, keep doing your flash. The teleport gate emitted a burst of magic light, then quieted down. Ka! Collapsed in front of the teleport gate. Nameless wrapped the chains around her body and clenched her fists, striking the ground. Crown, who had followed along, silently observed. Crown, whom Ash had last called Prince, quietly mulled over Ash's last words. Keep doing your work. He looked down at the flute in his hand. Is this really working? Coo-goo-goo-goo-goo. Once more, the entire Lake Kingdom shook violently. With a sigh, Crown tightly grasped the flute and also headed towards the teleport gate. Though he didn't like him, Ash was doing what he needed to do. Then Crown must also do what he needed to do. Now, are you the same as that previous player but a different entity? Looking down at Ash, who had come before him, Nightbringer said with an intrigued tone. So you've managed to survive even after your core was shattered, to have such diverse shadows cast within a single being. Fascinating, to which Ash scoffed cynically. Really, I find you more fascinating. How can you always act in the same way? Because my beliefs are firm, my thoughts and actions remain consistent. Nightbringer lightly countered, easily sensing what flowed within Ash. So, it seems you've stolen my blood and heart to become a dragon, and you've come to challenge me with just that much power. Aren't you mad about the blood you've lost? Do I need to worry about every drop of blood I shed, every scale? The dragons who claim to be my children are no different to me than you are. Nightbringer chuckled softly. Still, my blood is quite potent. You've done well to endure it and become a dragon. The poison of the years I've drunk makes your blood seem like mere water." Ash, looking tired, rubbed his eyes and stared directly at Nightbringer as he spoke. "I'm quite busy, so let's skip the chatter and get to the point. Let's try to kill each other." I've got some time on my hands." Nightbringer, feigning leisure, glanced towards his breath that had gathered at his chin. "Shall I fire this off first?" Ash glanced at the breath and then, as if he had no choice, gestured northward. "As you wish." Then, the next moment, quiet, terrifying heat and tremendous energy twisted the surrounding space, gathering at the tip of the monster's mouth, and Nightbringer released the breath northward, the fifth breath since landing on Earth. A fierce gale tousled Ash's hair. He stood still, facing the gale, watching the breath without trying to block it. It would require too much power to block or divert the breath. It made sense for Ash to let go completely, given that Nightbringer hadn't fired it at him. All I can do is hope that Crossroad blocks the breath on its own. What Ash was aiming for now was Nightbringer, just after firing the breath. Fundamentally, a breath attack is a means for a dragon to expend its very essence and soul. Even a black dragon, harmonized with the night of the world, couldn't avoid some depletion. To target Nightbringer at his weakest moment after expending his strength. Ash had timed his arrival here via the teleport gate to coincide with the firing of the breath. Goo, as the seemingly endless emission of breath ended. Exuding massive heat and steam, Nightbringer slowly turned his head. "Thank you for waiting. Don't mention it. It's thrilling, really. You're the first to seek redemption after a defeat. Except for the Red Dragon clan, it was natural as all who faced him died in their first battle." Nightbringer, holding his head high in an aloof manner, spoke with a puzzled voice. "After all, being derived from me, how do you plan to beat me? Do you think I'd challenge you to a life-and-death duel if becoming a dragon from your blood was all I had?" Ash smirked, resting his hand on his waist. Currently, on his waist was a ceremonial long sword capable of transforming into a flagstaff. And there was something new, a long thorn bush staff. "What is that?" Interest flickered in Nightbringer's eyes. Ash bit his lower lip, smiled, and then drew the staff. In fact, Ash didn't come straight here from the dried sewer. In between, he had stopped at a dungeon in Zone 8, the Tower of Magic's secret vault. The tower had collapsed, but a vault hidden underground nearby was intact. And now, with White Knight dead, Ash was the only human who knew of this vault's existence. Inside the vault were some items stored by the Tower of Magic, including one guardian tree from each of the 4 alien races. Ash had concocted something on the spot in that vault. An artificial guardian tree created by grafting the guardian trees of the 4 alien races, a guardian tree for humans. Everblack. Initialize. Ash activated Everblack and closed his eyes. The basic function of Everblack was the beacon of magic. It provided the user with information about the future. With such a small staff, he couldn't see far into the future, only a few minutes ahead at most. But that was enough. The fragmented information located by the beacon of magic poured into Ash's mind. Everblack dumped chaotic images of the future, jumbled and out of order, onto Ash. And Ash, already proficient in using this beacon, organized the pieces of fragmented information in order, forming a map in his mind. With all the information gathered, Ash opened his eyes, which glinted golden. He saw it, the future. "I may not be as proficient in swordsmanship or magic as my eldest gangster brother or my second thug brother, nor do I have ambitions as grand as our fathers, and I might be talentless and foolish, but—" With self-deprecation, Ash took a breath. "Still, when you accumulate enough experience, you become useful. No need for talent. No need for genius. With extremely refined experience, endlessly accumulated data, and an indomitable will. Even if what is held in one's hand is merely a twig, a human can fight against an evil dragon. Let's see then. That usefulness." The 6 heads floating around the middle head of Nightbringer all simultaneously flew towards Ash. Each of the 6 heads, glaring fiercely, charged their breaths, magics, and dragon roars. But Ash, without even blinking, calmly thrust his staff forward, swish. Magic power erupted from the tip of the staff, shot into the void, then he swiftly slammed it down to the ground. Then thump, thunk, thwack. The 6 heads flying towards Ash all lost their light and plummeted, crashing down with their momentum. All 6 heads rolled around on the ground near Ash, tongues lolling out. Astonishment swept over Nightbringer's face. "What? My body runs with your blood, evil dragon. My magic pattern is also the same as yours. These 6 auxiliary heads were all dead. Nightbringer merely moved them with his magic. It's not even difficult to interfere and cause disruption. Ash spoke as if it were an easy task, but Nightbringer knew better. It wasn't something that could be done simply because the magic patterns matched. It was impossible unless one mastered the entire magical system of his dragon kind. There's no way that could be possible. Wham! Ash was already charging towards Nightbringer. Chill, though a dragon's body shouldn't shiver, facing this tiny human's charge, Nightbringer experienced a similar sensation. Nightbringer spread his massive wings and launched a feather bombardment. Woo-wash! Thousands, tens of thousands of feathers rained down, sweeping across the ground with the sound of a downpour. And Ash, by merely a hair's breadth, dodged all the feathers, advancing forward. He didn't deploy a magic barrier, not even raising a hand to shield his head. He ran through the barrage as calmly as if he knew he wouldn't be hurt, as if he could see every detail of the future. Ha ha, ha ha ha. With a satisfied laugh deep from his soul, Nightbringer prepared his magic next. Quite impressive, truly. Swirl, swirl, swirl. Dozens, hundreds of magic circles rose around Nightbringer's head. Ancient magics, one after another, targeted Ash and shot forth. But Ash still didn't stop running, staring at the incoming spells with wide eyes. Inside Ash's golden eyes, complex diagrams within magic circles appeared sequentially. Thump, 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 and he dispelled the spells that flew at him just before they could touch his body. The shattered spells dispersed into fine particles, scattering around like stardust. Watching Ash advance, receiving the fragmented magic particles on his body, Nightbringer could only gape in disbelief. How can you possibly? Dispelling magic is just a matter of memorizing formulas. If that damn vampire king can do it, why can't I? Suddenly, Ash was close enough to Nightbringer. Ash crouched low, gathering strength in his legs. A halo of black magic power gathered at his toes, and the next moment, Ash soared into the air. Instantly, the height of the soaring black dragon and Ash's eyes leveled. I've been wanting to say this from the start. With a wan smile, Ash extended his hand forward. Following his motion, an invisible black magic power coalesced and transformed into the shape of a giant dragon's forepaw. Nightbringer tried to dodge, but having absorbed so much of the night, he had become too large. Crunch! The giant forepaw summoned by Ash gripped under the neck of Nightbringer and then slammed him downward. Crash! The head of the massive black dragon smashed into the dirt ground, sending clouds of dust in all directions. In the midst of this unprecedented situation, unable to regain his composure, Nightbringer heard a voice right in front of him. Watch your eyes, you disrespectful brat. Looking down at Nightbringer, who for the first time found himself at a lower eye level and placing one foot on his head. Even in the darkness, his golden eyes narrowed to slits, Ash bared his teeth and laughed ferociously. I've also had my fair share of years. Chapter 679 Crossroads, atop the rampart. Ha ha! Duskbringer exhaled heavily. She had barely managed to block Nightbringer's fifth breath attack just moments ago. While Nightbringer's breath was overpoweringly strong, Duskbringer could withstand it with the aid of all the remaining magic support and recovery support artifacts at the crossroads. Crackle, crackle. However, the artifacts were all destroyed. Duskbringer, looking exhausted, staggered down from the rampart. As she descended, smoke trailing from her small frame, the soldiers saluted her in unison. Duskbringer smiled bitterly, returned their salute, and staggered on. You've worked hard, Duchess. Below the rampart, Evangeline spoke with a worried tone. After the negotiations with the kings, Lucas had become the captain of the special task force, and Evangeline had taken over as the acting commander. Evangeline was now in charge of the overall command of the frontline troops. It was also Evangeline who had ordered the replacement of the original defensive artifacts with those focusing on magical and physical recovery. Her decision proved to be correct, as Duskbringer had somehow managed to hold on. Whether she could continue to do so was uncertain. Duskbringer simply nodded without speaking, and Evangeline hesitated to say more, opting instead for a silent salute. Duskbringer walked away. Evangeline, watching her go, turned her head to the side. And to all in the reconnaissance unit, thank you for giving your best in the tasks assigned to you. The soldiers of the reconnaissance unit, who had reported the breath of the black dragon, stood there. Had the reconnaissance unit not reported with perfect timing, the defense could have been much harder. That's why Evangeline was truly grateful to them. Under the acting commander's commendation, the soldiers of the reconnaissance unit bowed their heads. Evangeline continued, however, the reconnaissance unit will no longer be operated. From now on, the long-range observation unit will take over scouting the Black Dragon, so you all should rest and stand by. What? But Miss Evangeline? No, acting commander. The leader of the reconnaissance unit cautiously offered his view. The darkness is too thick for the long-range observation unit to see properly. That's why we were deployed as a close-range scouting unit, taking the risk. Even if you deploy the long-range observation unit again, how will they? Don't worry about that. Damien, the sniper unit leader, has agreed to join the observation unit. Hearing this, everyone opened their mouths slightly in surprise. Farsight holder, Damien, if the best sniper on the front line, with humanity's finest eyes, observes through that darkness, he will undoubtedly see through it. The closest observation tower will have the sniper unit leader scouting the movements of the Black Dragon. So don't worry about the scouting mission, and since you've been exposed to the malevolent energy of the wicked dragon for so long, take a rest. Having said that, Evangeline awkwardly smiled. I'm relieved you all came back safe. It was a very dangerous mission, and I was really worried. The truth is, we almost got wiped out. The scouts of the reconnaissance unit glanced at each other. Someone saved us. What? Someone did? Yes. Due to the evil aura of the Black Dragon, we couldn't open our eyes, so we couldn't clearly see who it was. The scouts nodded. It was a very familiar voice, but as if hearing it for the first time, it was a strange experience. Did he say who he was? Well, that's... The last veteran scout to retreat relayed the man's words. He said he was a very old colleague of ours. A very old colleague. Evangeline tilted her head in confusion. Where is he now? He seemed to have stayed there. It looked like he was walking toward the Black Dragon alone. Going to the Black Dragon alone, Evangeline murmured uncertainly. Who would? Why? That's when it happened. Thump. Listening from down the hallway, Duskbringer suddenly sprinted, pushing off the ground urgently. Duchess! With a sense of foreboding, Evangeline hastily followed. Despite her injuries, Duskbringer sprinted agilely and reached the teleportation gate, flinging open the magical door. Whoosh! From beyond the completed magical portal, a surging black malice poured in. Evangeline instantly realized where Duskbringer was heading. Duskbringer was determined to go to the spot mentioned by the scouts. Stop, Duchess. That teleport gate is already corroding from the evil aura of Nightbringer. There's a black dragon beyond that gate. The gate itself will soon break. If you go now, you won't be able to return, but without hesitation, Duskbringer. Flash threw herself into the teleport gate. Evangeline screamed, trying to grab Duskbringer, but as she vanished beyond the gate with a burst of light. Boom! A thick darkness spewed from the other side of the gate, and the passage forcibly closed. Standing with her hands stretched out toward the collapsed magical door, Evangeline merely blinked blankly. Bang! Thud! Rumble! In the forest, a duel between two dragons was unfolding. Ash, with unbelievably precise movements, dodged and countered every attack from Nightbringer, never allowing a single hit. And with every means at his disposal, he pummeled Nightbringer. As Ash swung his fist, a massive dragon's fist made of magical power materialized and smashed down on Nightbringer's jaw. And as he spun back, a giant tail of magical power appeared and whipped over Nightbringer's body like a lash. When Nightbringer moved its massive body to counterattack, Ash generated dragon wings of magical power on his back and lightly left the area. Who? Gathering his breath, then whoosh. He expelled a breath attack. Right in front of his mouth, a sphere of magical power condensed, and from there, a sharp, black beam shot out like a laser with a piercing sound. Despite the relentless onslaught, Ash's expression was not satisfied. Really, he's disgustingly tough. Though it seemed like he was just pounding on him one-sidedly, the problem was Nightbringer's overwhelming stamina and regenerative ability. Nightbringer barely took damage from any attack, and even if it did, it almost immediately regenerated. Ash clicked his tongue as he saw his breath scatter off Nightbringer's scales and the scorched scales recover as if new a moment later. Although Ash had become a dragon by stealing the blood of the Black Dragon, elevating his being and multiplying his magical output many times. He was still incomparably weaker than Nightbringer, the original owner of that blood. If only I had a little more talent. If his eldest brother Lark had become a dragon, he would have faced the evil dragon with legendary martial prowess. And if his second brother, Fernandez, had become a dragon, he would have combated the evil dragon with all kinds of ingenious magic and strategies. But Ash had few options. Essentially, he lacked the talent and ability as a combatant. However, experience. The overwhelming depth of karma only a returnee who has gone through countless regressions and never given up the fight possesses. This alone was Ash's weapon, something no one else had. I never expected that a conventional attack could take it down. Biting his lower lip, Ash smiled. What means did he have left to kill the evil dragon? There was no need to think hard. From the beginning, Ash had prepared just one thing. Even if he lacked talent in sword or magic, and no matter how big the opponent and how small he was, a means to kill fairly. An attack method optimized for giant killing, the weak. Poison. Ash was a returnee who had experienced countless iterations, and there had been a similar iteration before. Then, too, Ash had become a dragon, and Lark and Fernandez were not by his side, and the black dragon was before him. At that time, Ash, improvising, had infused the essence of proliferation and self-destruction into his blood and administered it into the black dragon. Since the composition of Ash and the black dragon's blood was completely the same, the black dragon's heart accepted that blood without suspicion. And within the black dragon's vigorous life force, that blood infinitely proliferated, while also leading to self-destruction. In that iteration, he had managed to defeat the black dragon by administering this conceptual poison. Ash intended to use the same method this time too. That's why I brought that essence with me beforehand. In Ash's hand was the Everblack, a guardian wand of humanity in the form of a staff. The instinct of humanity itself is both proliferation and self-destruction. A paradoxical race that wishes to spread its kind widely, yet simultaneously desires to kill its own. From this branch, which had already fulfilled its role as a magical lighthouse, Ash extracted only the nature of the human race as an essence and mixed it with the blood droplet formed at his fingertips. It was a conceptually difficult and nonsensical magical exercise that would make any magician at the crossroads flustered if they saw it. However, Ash executed it as naturally as breathing. I'm not good at casting large-scale magic, but I'm pretty good at this kind of small and delicate work. The loading of the poison was complete. Ash sported his characteristically perilous smile. He still bleeds. Then this poison will take effect. When the black dragon transcends its physical form and fully merges into the night, becoming mythical, its body will circulate darkness instead of blood. Then this blood-mediated poisoning will not work. That's why Ash had sought to confront the black dragon before it completed its assimilation with the night. And fortunately, the state was still precariously susceptible to the poison. While blood still flows in his body, I inject the poison. Flap. With dragon wings made of magical power unfurled behind him, Ash soared into the sky. From the high sky, paused in midair, Ash taunted, "Kekekek ha ha ha. Good. Struggle more, flail about more." Nightbringer unleashed a torrent of laughter as it deployed every means of attack. Feathers shot out wildly along with magic, sound waves, magical energy, and manifested darkness tangled complexly like a spider web filling the sky. Without hesitation, Ash plunged into that web-like barrage. Whoosh! Falling from a dizzying height, Ash emitted black flames from every possible part of his body, fingertips, toes, elbows, shoulders, like the flames from a spaceship's thrusters. Using the recoil of those flames to minutely twist and adjust his trajectory, he swam through the air, smoothly descending. Ash narrowly avoided every attack unleashed by Nightbringer. As he performed acrobatics, Ash dropped right above Nightbringer's head. Seeing Nightbringer genuinely admiring him, Ash cheekily winked. I was known as a great dancer in the social circles of the imperial court. Then Ash took the posture of drawing a bow, aimed at Nightbringer's face. Magical energy condensed in midair, transforming into the shape of a bow, string, and arrow. The arrowhead was loaded with the blood droplet and conceptual poison he had extracted earlier. He aimed at the eye. It was much less defended than other parts and closer to the brain. In a previous iteration where he had used poison, he had killed it by administering the poison through the eye. The aim was perfect, and the poison was potent. Ash was confident this is it caught, but in the next moment, His vision went blindingly white, and dizziness assaulted him. Suddenly dizzy, Ash couldn't breathe properly. The aim of the arrowhead faltered. What? Only then did Ash realize. Blood was trickling down his nose. What's going on all of a sudden? A moment of confusion passed, and Ash, regaining his senses, once again directed the arrowhead at Nightbringer's eye, but that's not going to work. The Black Dragon was an opponent who must not be given even a moment's lapse. You took your eyes off me. Flash. Ancient magics, reloaded in the meantime, were fired like cannonballs from either side of the Black Dragon's head. As he had done before, Ash tried to dispel these magics with his eyes, but ha! His mind felt foggy. He needed to construct a counterspell formula in response to the incoming magic, but nothing came to mind properly. In the end, blam, blam, he was bombarded with the ancient magic, unable to dispel it. Ah! The bow and arrow, loaded with poison, broke, and Ash, bloodied, crashed to the ground. Thud. Ha ha, cough. Ash dropped right in front of Nightbringer and desperately tried to get up. But his sense of balance was off. The world spun around. Nausea surged, and memories flickered and mixed before his eyes. Touching his forehead, oozing with blood, Ash momentarily thought, what was I doing here? With trembling arms, he supported himself on the ground, and a defeated smile appeared on Ash's lips as he spat blood violently from his charred body. Damn, so that's how it is. Ash realized he had misjudged the situation. He had thought he had at least 1 day's time. It was the minimum estimate based on his long experience. 12 hours had passed since he woke up, so he guessed there would be at least another 12 hours of reprieve. But that wasn't the case. Just 12 hours. The worn-out soul that had once been shattered and then patched back together could only endure for so long, and it had already exceeded that limit. Struggling to grasp his fading self, slipping through his fingers like sand, Ash gritted his teeth and glared straight ahead. Why do you do this, player? Nightbringer, lowering its long neck, whispered in a seemingly affectionate tone. If this is the end of the encore, it's a bit disappointing. Chapter 680. Gritting his teeth, Ash set a flame to his crumbling self, his very soul. Whoosh! The fragments of his shattered memories ignited with spiritual flames. The disintegration of his soul accelerated. In exchange, the ritual burning of the spirit granted him the strength to move his body. Ha! Strength coursed through his body, which had felt like collapsing just moments ago, as if reinvigorated by a miraculous revival. Unhesitatingly, Ash set fire to the deepest roots of his memories that made up his being. Countless memories and connections built over innumerable eras and cycles turned to ash and scattered to the wind. What does it matter? What value do such memories hold? If all these immeasurable times could burn into heat and gales, converting to a moment's worth of energy, he would be grateful. That's all. Ah! With a bestial roar, Ash charged once again at the dire dragon. His mission remained unchanged. Once again, he loaded his venom and thrust it into the beast's vulnerability. Dodging the black dragon's barrage in an unconscious state, Ash burned down his inner roots. I'm sorry for leaving you such a heavy burden. In a distant past, faces of his bloodied father and brothers clutching his shoulders flashed through his mind. Do not forget that we walk the same path as you. Burn it down. The days of the joint front with his father and brothers intertwined in flames and disappeared. It was an honor to fight under the commander, on the frozen ground. Heroes and soldiers who had fought alongside him in the final battle raised their weapons high, smiling brightly. We will pave the way with our lives, fulfill the great cause, burn it down. The faces of comrades who had traversed hell together merged into the darkness beneath the flames. It's okay, my dear bone fighter. His mother's dry lips softly touched his forehead. Mom will always be by your side. Memories of his mother from his childhood, who had hugged him with a gentle smile. Burn it down. Ah! Flames streamed down Ash's cheeks like fiery tears. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down. Memories like that are unnecessary. After all, he had long since thrown away his entire self. He is a save slot, the focal point of the century, a dagger and a vial of poison to slay destruction, a silver coin and a rope to be used and discarded in exchange for salvation. He does not regret it. He is not sad. He is not tormented. Such luxurious emotions have long since died. Just offer, burn, and then at the end of it all, this world. Ah! At that moment, the scene before his eyes changed. In the midst of a lush summer garden, 15-year-old Serenade, dressed in a beige dress, caught her breath in the morning sun. Their eyes met, and Serenade blushed, lowering her gaze. Large silvery eyes cast a pale blue shadow beneath lengthy eyelashes. The flames stopped. Ah, how could he forget? The landscape etched into his soul on that day. The image of the boy and girl sharing a bashful laugh, their cheeks flushed as they touched foreheads, exchanging vows of engagement. Ah! At that moment, tears welled up in the corners of Ash's eyes, dried out by the heat of the black monster's breath. Without realizing it, Ash raised his arm, reaching out towards the memory of that day, now beyond his reach. Whoosh! Flames poured down over that memory. Nightbringer unleashed its breath, ruthlessly engulfing Ash. Suddenly revived, the other heads of Nightbringer attacked Ash from all sides, and although he dodged all of them, he couldn't escape the central head's breath. Ash was engulfed in flames, and the last of his loaded poison turned cleanly to ash. As the brief breath ended, and Nightbringer drew in its breath, Ash lay in a pitiful heap. Having stolen the blood of the black dragon, he was resistant to the black flame and its breath, but a direct hit was another matter. Ash could no longer fight, nor did it seem he would live much longer. Ah! In his melted and disconnected reasoning, Ash thought slowly. This is the end. There is no longer a way to continue this battle. Is this the end of the entertainment you can provide me? Nightbringer whispered softly. It was fun, but from the standpoint of ending it, an encore performance is rather boring. Let's end it here, player. This time for sure. Before it could finish, Nightbringer suddenly looked up. From beyond the forest's edge, shrouded in darkness, someone was rushing this way. Tat. The sound of bare feet lightly tapping the ground rang out, and then a small girl with a lithe frame leapt into the air. Her long black hair billowing, she wore chainmail armor over her bandaged body, her eyes the color of amber. Half-dragon, it was Duskbringer. Nightbringer was about to mark her, but Duskbringer had no time for conversation. She roared mightily in midair. Ah! The Duskbringer, too, set all her blood and soul ablaze. The sunset-colored magical power she emitted proliferated wildly, eventually merging into a single form. Horns sprouted and soared upward with a massive head, and endlessly expanding wings stirred up gales as they spread to either side. A thick tail, towering like a spire, whipped the ground like a lash. As her limbs, now gigantic, touched the ground, large scales made of magical power finally covered the figure. Dragon Blood Rampage, the ultimate stage. Myth reenactment, materializing magic to temporarily transform herself into the form of her dragon ancestors, her most powerful self-destruction technique. Ah! In the form of her great ancestor, whose name she bore. As the colossal red dragon, Duskbringer finished her descent and charged at the black dragon, scattering flames from her entire body. That power is too much for you to handle, half-dragon. Nightbringer, now almost tearing at the seams with a wide grin, took on her attack. Koang, a sound that could have been mountains colliding echoed across the ground. The clash of the two gigantic dragons was truly earth-shattering. The ground cracked, creating a rift down to the valleys, and thousands of trees forming the forest fell in a line. Hot winds swirled through the atmosphere, and clouds beyond the curtain rippled. Though Duskbringer had grown incredibly in size, Nightbringer, having absorbed the night as it moved northward, was much larger. Ignoring the size difference, Duskbringer desperately lunged at the black dragon. Brilliant flames followed every movement, bursting out in all directions like fireworks. Bang, bang, kaboom. For a brief moment, Duskbringer dominated Nightbringer. But Nightbringer had long since spotted Duskbringer's weakness. There's a smell of blood, half-dragon. The scent of the great blood passed down from your ancestor leaking out. Suddenly, 6 of Nightbringer's auxiliary heads had circled behind Duskbringer. The Duskbringer tried to counter with a roar. You should have healed your back before charging in. The wound was too great. All 6 heads breathed out in unison, striking down on Duskbringer's back at once. The scales made of magic power were peeled away layer by layer, and soon were penetrated. From behind the red dragon's back to the front of her belly, the combined breaths of the 6 heads struck down like a long spear. Karak! Barely enduring the pain, Duskbringer tried to continue her attack, throwing her fists with all her might. Thwoom! But in the next moment, Nightbringer's massive front paw intercepted one of the swinging fists and gripped it tightly. Nightbringer sneered into Duskbringer's ear, shocked. The power is too much for you to wield, half-dragon. And just like that, quack, Nightbringer ripped off one of Duskbringer's arms in the opposite direction. From the torn shoulder, instead of blood, brilliant sunset-colored magical power burst forth, and Duskbringer, gritting her teeth, spun in place, attempting to whip her tail like a lash. Coon. However, Nightbringer, having already risen, lightly stomped on the tail to stop it. Ah! And for a moment, as Duskbringer's movements halted, Nightbringer gazed at her with 14 pairs of eyes of dark magic. 14 pupils simultaneously emitted darkness. Nightbringer's most powerful attack, Forged Night. Forging the night from ancient accumulated hatred and grudges, Nightbringer butchered the descendant of her old rival. Quagic. Quaduk Pewoof. Intangible darkness, sharp as a blade, flew in and shredded Duskbringer's entire body. Ara, ara. Torn and tattered, Duskbringer screamed in agony. From her shattered body, sunset-colored magical power spurted out like blood in all directions. Nightbringer's 7 heads rushed towards the battered Duskbringer. The 7 heads of the evil dragon savagely bit and swallowed her body made of magical power. No longer able to maintain the form of a dragon, Duskbringer, now just a skeletal and grotesque figure, staggered and slowly fell toward Nightbringer. Thud! The lifeless body of Duskbringer touched Nightbringer. Confident that he had finished her off, Nightbringer leisurely watched her end. And then, flash! A light returned to the lifeless eyes of Duskbringer. No longer a dragon, but something torn to shreds, Duskbringer clung to Nightbringer with all her remaining strength. "What are you doing?" Genuinely puzzled, Nightbringer asked. "Now!" the Duskbringer roared fiercely. "Sister Nameless!" Shocked, Nightbringer looked down. Just like Duskbringer, the dethroned princess of the Lake Kingdom had reached this spot just before the teleport gate malfunctioned, waiting for the moment to intervene. She had moved Ash, who had been lying fallen, to a safe space behind her. In the darkness, she firmly gripped her sword. "The opportunity you gave me." Whoosh! A terrifying light burst from the worn longsword held in Nameless's hand. Between the billowing white hair, Nameless's turquoise eyes peered steadfastly from beneath her hood. "I will not waste it, little Dusk." A beam of light shot forth. With her sword behind her and magic propelling her like a missile, Nameless swiftly reached in front of Nightbringer. Nightbringer tried to strike this nameless figure, but Duskbringer, with all her might, intercepted all the attacks with her body. The body of Duskbringer exploded, scattering like fireworks of sunset light. Beneath that blaze, Nameless, clutching the steel sword with both hands, gathered all the remaining light in her soul into the blade. Flash! She unleashed the most powerful sword strike of her life, slicing through the evil dragon. In a world cloaked in darkness, a bright and immense pillar of light burst forth, momentarily blinding all who beheld it.